Chapter 361 finally saw the Su family treasure tree. Chin-Hu walks in the jungle. At this time, he smelled a strange fragrance. And almost involuntarily, he headed towards a place. However, Chin-Hu was someone who had touched the edge of the law. And he immediately realized that this was something intentional. Originally he wanted to resist. But he suddenly remembered Mr. Su's words, and let him do it naturally. Now he shoulders the important task of helping Mr. Su explore the road. So he gave up this idea and followed the smell. Soon, he saw a concave valley in front of him. It was not too steep. Not to mention his physical ability. Even a child could go down if he was careful. He was completely unaware, and still followed the direction of the smell. The further you go to the bottom of the valley, the more clouds and fog surround you. And the visibility gradually decreases. Even if he had some cultivation and detection skills, he still couldn't see clearly what was behind these clouds. As the valley bottom went deeper and deeper, the surrounding clouds and mist began to lighten, allowing him to see more things under the thin clouds and mist. In the distance, he saw a small wooden house. There is a chimney on the cabin, and there is a faint smoke on the chimney. Unlike the fairy mist-like clouds, this kind of smoke looked like the smoke from burning firewood. As it got closer to the cabin, Chin-Hu smelled the fragrance of rice. Seemingly out of hunger and out of investigation for Mr. Su, Chin-Hu naturally quickened his pace. When Chin-Hu arrived, he found that a small wooden table had been placed outside. There was a bowl of simple rice and a plate of stir-fried vegetables on the table. It doesn't look oily, but it has a very intoxicating fragrance. Especially for Chin-Hu, who was a little hungry. This was really hard to refuse. But compared to the food, Chin-Hu cared more about a tree not far behind the wooden house. That's the Su family treasure tree. Chin-Hu will never admit his mistakes. It was full of fruits. And those fruits were the same ones I had eaten when I was a child. His rise today, his status in the Su group and his personal strength are all due to eating one of the fruits. However, with Mr. Su's instructions, Chin-Hu's eyes did not stay on that tree. He is very hungry now. So he should be looking at the bowl of rice. Come sit down and eat. I'm not very good at cooking, so I don't know if it's to your liking. A clear voice came, attracting Chin-Hu's attention. The door of the wooden house opened, and a woman in plain clothes walked out, looking quite delicate. Where is this place? Chin-Hu was a little confused at this time. Benefactor, don't you remember? Once you rescued a white crane under a tree. The woman looked at Chin-Hu with a smile and said softly, White crane. Chin-Hu was still a little confused and seemed to be recalling something. But Chin-Hu immediately realized what he was doing. He just had to follow Mr. Su's script. And he had to show that he didn't mean it. Eat first and think about it while you eat. The woman had no doubts. Chin-Hu hesitated for a moment, but still sat down. He gently picked up the vegetable leaves and put them into his mouth. But when it first entered the mouth, the vegetable leaves melted, and there was no taste at all. But the spiritual energy contained in it made Chin-Hu feel comfortable all over, and made Chin-Hu feel a sense of coolness in his mind. The same goes for the rice, which almost melts in your mouth. As he ate, Chin-Hu felt that he was almost done. I seem to be somewhat familiar with this place. Chin-Hu put down his chopsticks. Chin-Hu rubbed his eyebrows, as if he remembered a lot of things, especially when he looked at the tree. His eyes changed from confusion to sobriety. Chapter 362, Information about the Secret Realm. Deployment of repeating old tricks. It seems that you have remembered a lot of things? The woman looked at Chin-Hu and smiled softly. Yes, I seem to remember that tree. Chin-Hu put down his bowl and chopsticks, and slowly talked about what happened that year. The woman was not in a hurry, and just listened to Chin-Hu quietly. The years here are quiet and quiet, as if there is no concept of time. It's all me who's talking. I haven't asked the girl for her name yet. Chin-Hu suddenly came to his senses at this moment. Said a little embarrassed. The girl also covered her mouth and chuckled, looking very happy. Didn't I just call you my benefactor? I am Bai He who you saved back then. This is my human form. Chin-Hu was shocked when he heard this. Unexpectedly, the girl in front of him turned out to be Bai He from before. But now he is also a practitioner. And he has also seen Vice President Long transform from a dragon body into a human form. It's not surprising. Otherwise, with his common sense, he would either not believe it or be shocked. My benefactor. It seems that you have had some opportunities over the years. And now you have entered the path of cultivation. The white crane girl held her chin up and looked at Chin-Hu and said, Well, there are indeed some opportunities. But I feel very strange. As if I learned things faster than others. I didn't know it at first. But I only found out after meeting other practitioners and comparing them. Jinhu also said what he had planned in advance at this time. Benefactor. I saw you outside just now seem to have a strange power of law in your action. But it didn't belong to this world. The White Crane girl said. Suddenly remembering something and patting her head, I have forgotten that you seem to have come in from another world. So it is normal that the power of law does not belong to this world. Jinhu nodded and admitted this fact. By the way, can you tell me about your world? The White Crane girl seemed curious. Jinhu did not hesitate and told his story to the White Crane girl. Most of them were told the truth. But the things about the Su group were deleted and replaced with ordinary sex and the like. Regarding the game world, Mr. Su did not ask him to hide it. Anyway, if Fong O was able to find out the truth of such a big matter, he would know the truth with just a quick check. If you don't have the ability, why don't you just cheat? There is such a thing. It seems that what Master said is true. Although the White Crane girl said this, she was not too surprised. Master? Jinhu showed a trace of doubt. The White Crane girl also quickly clarified Jinhu's doubts. Originally, she was just a little spiritual, but she was hunted by an enemy and was rescued by a practitioner. The cultivator thought that she had good spiritual roots. So instead of accepting her as his favorite, he accepted her as his disciple. The practitioner travels all year round, and she is responsible for guarding this place all year round. The most important thing is to guard the tree. My benefactor. Your understanding has improved over the years, because you ate the fruit of the colorful treasure tree. The White Crane girl looked at Jinhu with a smile and said, It's exactly what Mr. Su said. Jinhu was surprised, but his expression remained calm. So that's it. I heard outside that those people seemed to be coming for this tree. And there were many powerful ones. Speaking of this, Jinhu showed a hint of worry. In fact, he was trying to find out what the level of protection here was for Mr. Su. Don't worry. Master has already expected it. Before traveling, he set up a secret formation, and if you can't find the coordinates, you won't be able to find them. There are no coordinates provided from inside. So even if someone who is more powerful than the Master comes, they still can't find it. The White Crane girl is very confident. Jinhu kept these words deeply in his heart. It seems like what Mr. Su said. As long as he provides a place inside, Mr. Su can find this place. It's starting to bear fruit again recently. Would you like to come and take a look? The White Crane girl stood up and led the way. Okay. Jinhu smiled and agreed. And at the same time, when the White Crane girl was not paying attention, he secretly sent a message through soul contact. The content of this message is the content of the conversation with the White Crane girl just now. And it also includes the location here. Hurry up. The White Crane girl urged. Okay. Here it comes. Here it comes. Jinhu quickly agreed, got up and chased after him. But the message has been sent. At this time, Su-chin, who was looking for coordinates outside, received a message. It turned out to be here. Su-chin looked at a place and smiled. Jinhu, this guy, did a good job. In an instant, Su-chin teleported to the secret coordinates. Just what method to use to break it made Su-chin hesitate. After the sword demon retreated, there was still a guy hiding in the dark who did not appear. He took the lead and gave the mantis a chance to catch the cicada. Another reason is the message from Jinhu. Behind that White Crane, there is a master. Su-chin couldn't tell how strong that master was at the moment, but he could open up a world. Moreover, the secret formation set up made it difficult to find him without Jinhu's internal response. The opponent's strength is definitely not weak. He can cross these two realms, and the other party should be able to do the same. What if he comes to seek revenge in the future? It's hard to say whether the law of fluctuation caused by doing it yourself will be detected by the other party. The defense of this formation is not weak. If you want to break it, it will definitely leave traces. These 2 points made him give up on forcing himself to break the formation. It is too difficult for Jinhu to expect Jinhu to do this alone. He has no ability. Let's use the Dark Army a little bit, Su-chin thought. Immediately, Dragon Lich and Ghost Sage were teleported directly over. The reason why I chose these two guys is because they have experience. Last time, I went to the Holy Sea of Light to fool the Divine Envoy. They were quite successful. That Divine Envoy was so stupid that he went to find trouble with the Army of Darkness. This time, he pretended to be the Army of Darkness. Mr. Su, where are we? Dragon Lich teleported over looking a little confused. The same is true for the Great Ghost Sage. They were both doing their own thing just now, but they were suddenly pulled over. Don't ask about this first. You can just order 100,000 elite troops to attack this place in a moment. And then? Su Chen told the two of them the strategic plan. After hearing this, the two looked at each other. Isn't this the same trick they used to go to the Holy Sea of Light last time? Okay, Mr. Su. Just wait for our news. Dragon Lich immediately agreed. Both of them have done this before, so there is nothing to pay attention to. Su Chen smiled and nodded, then backed away slightly and hid himself. He wanted to see who the hidden person was. Chapter 363. Can your army of darkness withstand the anger? In the secret realm, in front of the colorful treasure tree, the White Crane girl was taking Chen Hu to see the scenery here and admire the colorful treasure tree. While they were joking, the White Crane girl's expression suddenly turned serious. Chen Hu already knew roughly what was going on, but he looked confused on the surface. What's wrong? Chen Hu asked with some concern. Someone is attacking the formation. How could they be found? The White Crane girl had an incredulous expression. Chen Hu sighed in his heart. As expected of Mr. Su. This work is so efficient. What should I do? Do you want my help? Chen Hu asked with concern. He didn't say this just to show off. He really wanted to see if there was anything he could do to help. Of course, the target of this help is not the White Crane girl, but to see if there is anything that can be done to help Mr. Su. Cooperate with Mr. Su inside and outside to help Mr. Su accomplish his great cause. The opponent can find this place, and you are not your opponents. The White Crane girl shook her head and rejected Chen Hu's proposal. That's it. Chen Hu was a little disappointed when he heard this. This was not an act. He was indeed a little disappointed when he heard that he could not help Mr. Su. One less opportunity to make meritorious deeds. The White Crane girl thought that Chen Hu felt guilty because he could not help her. I thought to myself, as expected of the kind-hearted little boy at the beginning. At this time, he was still thinking about helping him instead of his own escape. My benefactor. I will let the grass spirit take you out in a while. Don't stay too long. The opponent is very strong and the master is not here, so there are not many methods I can use. The White Crane girl said to Chen Hu. At the same time, at the call of the White Crane girl, a small grass spirit appeared in front of Chen Hu. What about you? Chen Hu asked worriedly. Chen Hu asked firstly out of concern, and secondly to see if the White Crane girl had any other means of reservation so that she could remind Mr. Su. The White Crane girl seemed a little touched by Chen Hu's concern. I tried to use some of the methods left by Master. If it didn't work, I could teleport out. The White Crane girl said in a comforting tone to Chen Hu. Boom! Boom! At this moment, a roar came. He actually beat me so fast. Xiao Xiao. Please send your benefactor out. The White Crane girl's eyes changed. As he said this, he didn't think much. And in a panic, he directly transformed into the White Crane. Then he immediately headed towards the sound. Chen Hu rolled his eyes, and was making calculations in his mind. But at this time, the grass spirit indicated the direction Chen Hu should go. Chen Hu really wanted to kill this little grass spirit with one shot. But Mr. Su didn't give the order, so he couldn't act rashly. While following the little grass spirit, he also sent the message just now to Su Chen. The other side, Su Chen also received news from Chen Hu. Just follow that grass spirit out and don't be suspected. You did a good job. Su Chen thought for a moment and gave this order. There was no need to coordinate inside and outside. He now knew that the White Crane didn't have much power. Dracolic and Ghost Sage can handle it. The key is that the reason why he didn't do it himself was because he didn't want to expose his identity to the master behind him. Chen Hu played his Taoist boy before. If you are willing to investigate, you can find him by following the clues. Therefore, Chen Hu, like him, cannot be exposed. Regardless of Chen Hu's side, Su Chen's attention was on the main battlefield. At this time, Dracolic and Ghost Sage, with the elites of the Dark Legion, were bombarding the formation wildly. Today's Dark Army has evolved, and its elite species have very strong firepower. Just like not far away from Su Chen, rows of skeleton soldiers carrying rocket launchers were conducting long-range attacks on the formation. 100,000 elite skeleton soldiers were mobilized, all of which were offensive-oriented and not defensive. At this time, a White Crane appeared in the formation. There was a fluctuation in the formation, and many attacks were immediately repulsed. Who are you? Why come? Bai spoke in human language. Dragon Lich also raised his hand at this time, signaling to stop attacking. We are deployed by the Army of Darkness, and on the order of the Skeleton King, we have come to borrow the colorful treasure spirit tree. Dragon Lich said calmly to Bai. The Army of Darkness? Skeleton King? Bai He was stunned when she heard what Dracolic said. She had never heard of it at all. She usually sneaks out of the secret realm to play outside the world. And she also has a general understanding of the deployment of powerful people in this world. The other party is powerful. But I have never heard of it. Moreover, judging from the other party's aura and the methods used, they don't look like those from this world at all. But she immediately thought of what her benefactor had just said about another strange world. Could these guys be from that world? I don't care who you are. This is not a place for you to set foot. The colorful treasure spirit tree belongs to Master, and I have no right to lend it to anyone. But he is not stupid. Isn't the so-called borrowing just robbing? How stupid can someone be to fall for this? That means there is no need to discuss it. The Dracolic shrugged indifferently, and then raised his hand slightly. Suddenly, intensive firepower once again covered the entire formation. Such a powerful impact caused some fluctuations in the formation. Damn it. In this case, we can only use the power left by our master. But he controlled the mechanisms of the formation. Suddenly, there was a gentle ripple around the formation, like a wave caused by a stone falling into the water. However, these ripples carry huge destructive power. Skeleton soldiers near and far were shattered the moment they came into contact with the ripples. The Dracolic and the Great Ghost Sage had been prepared for a long time. They had been hiding behind the skeleton soldiers. The skeleton soldiers resisted a lot of power and fell on him, which made them much weaker. The two of them joined forces to resist the remaining waves. Even so, the two of them were knocked back dozens of meters. It seems that the person who arranged this formation is very powerful. Su Chen frowned secretly. However, he did not give up, and even strengthened Su Chen's estimate of the treasure tree's value. With the speed at which the Dark Legion was getting stronger, Su Chen didn't have much to worry about. Just to this extent. Su Chen can do it now. What's more, he did it cleanly and didn't take action personally. And the Army of Darkness was responsible for it. So, do you want to continue? Bai He spoke human words and warned. Dragon Lich and Ghost Sage looked at each other, and they both received Su Chen's instructions. So he immediately summoned another 100,000 elite skeleton soldiers. Seeing the dense skeleton soldiers appearing again, Bai He couldn't hold himself tight. Are you sure your Army of Darkness can withstand the wrath of your master? Bai He said angrily. Chapter 364. The Su Jiabao tree returns to its original owner. After Bai He finished speaking, the Dragon Lich and Ghost Sage opposite him remained expressionless. Revenge against the Army of Darkness. What does it have to do with the Su group? Instead of withdrawing their troops, the Dracolic and the Great Ghost Sage increased their bombing intensity, and the two of them also took action personally. Gradually, the formation began to show signs of fragmentation. Although the formation is very strong, without the support of strong people, it is like water without roots. There is always a dry spell. As soon as the Dark Legion falls, a new wave will come up to take over, almost endlessly. Bai He saw it, and was anxious in his heart. Originally, this formation could be held longer, but she decided to take the initiative and mobilize the power of the formation to attack. As a result, not only did the enemy's firepower not weaken, but the energy of the formation became less and less. If we continue to hold on like this, not only will we not be able to defend this place, but even the creatures in the formation will be destroyed by these evil guys. In addition to her, there are also some grass elves, tree elves, and other creatures in the formation. There is still some energy left in the formation, enough to transfer living beings. Bai He checked the formation. It's a pity that the transfer of the colorful treasure tree requires preparations for transplantation, which cannot be completed in a short while. Forget it. You have to report this matter to Master. Bai He hesitated for a moment, and made his choice. After all, there is no point in persisting here. The evil creatures on the other side seem to be endless. Legion of Darkness, I remember you, Bai He said bitterly. At the same time, the transfer formation has been opened. Boom! There was a huge roar, and all the creatures in the formation moved their places as the formation opened. Increase your firepower and attack with all your strength. Su Chen gave remote command at this time. Unexpectedly, the other party has this skill. Just don't steal his Su family treasure tree. After the transfer formation ended, the previous formation was like an empty SHL and was quickly shattered. According to the coordinates provided by Chen Hu before, Dragon Lich and Ghost Sage quickly moved towards the coordinates. Before the two of them arrived, Su Chen had already teleported over. Mr. Su. When the two arrived, they found that Su Chen had already arrived. Phew. Not bad. Su Chen looked at the precious tree surrounded by colorful halos and breathed a sigh of relief. Just when the formation was destroyed, Mr. Su could finally start searching for spiritual consciousness without restraint. He discovered that the person he had been wary of was not nearby at all. Coupled with the worry about the Su family's treasure tree, there was no need to hide anymore. Su Chen immediately took action and prepared to take away the Su family's treasure tree. But like being hit by a wall, Su Chen was bounced back, after groping for a while. So that's it. Su Chen smiled. The Su family's treasure tree was set up with a soul lock by a gangster. To break the soul lock, it would take time to slowly refine it. No wonder the Su family treasure tree was not taken away during the transfer just now. You lead the troops to seal off this area, and at the same time search for any good things that have not been moved away. Su Chen patiently sat in front of the tree and said to the two of them at the same time, "Yes, Mr. Su." After the two of them answered, they followed it with 100,000 elite members of the Dark Army. Cleaning up and doing chores is an old job of the Dark Legion, and it is done very cleanly every time. Su Chen did not doubt the Dark Legion's business ability. Su Chen began to refine the Su family treasure tree. After a while, Chen Hu also came over. Along the way, Chen Hu's expression was a little dazed. He didn't know why, but he always felt a little lost and felt that things shouldn't be like this. What are you thinking about? Can you embark on the path of spiritual practice without Mr. Su? Chen Hu shook his head to wake himself up. Chen Hu was from the Su group. Dragon Lich and Ghost Sage knew that he and Mr. Su were working together on this trip, so they did not stop him. "You're here? No problem. Just sit and watch." Su Chen also sensed that Chen Hu was coming, and he was quite leisurely to make arrangements for Chen Hu at this time. Refining the Su family treasure tree was quite easy for Su Chen. As long as you wait a day and a night, you can get this Su family treasure tree. Chen Hu is undoubtedly a great hero, so Su Chen's attitude is quite good. "Yes, Mr. Su." Chen Hu responded and sat down on the spot. From time to time, he would look in the direction by he left. Su Chen was very keenly aware of this scene, but Su Chen was still refining the Su family treasure tree without any trouble on the surface. You don't know the years of practice. The day passed quickly. "It's done." Su Chen sighed softly and stood up. At the same time, he gently raised his hand, and a crystal clear fruit fell from the tree and slowly flew into Su Chen's hand. "Did you eat it directly at first?" Su Chen said calmly. "Yes, Mr. Su." Chen Hu immediately stood up and answered. Chen Hu, who was immortal, could bear it, and it must be extremely gentle. Su Chen no longer thought about stuffing it into his mouth. Melt in your mouth. This is not a description of the taste, but it really turns into an aura-like existence the moment it enters the mouth. Su Chen felt the change instantly. This change was mysterious. If I had to describe it in words, he seemed to have become much smarter in an instant. He had obtained some information from reading the wordless heavenly book before, and the questions he had always wondered about were answered in an instant. But this has only solved some of the questions, and some questions still exist. Not enough. Give me another one. Su Chen stretched out his hand and took out another fruit. 1, 2, 3. Su Chen ate one by one, eating 7 fruits in a row. Even the precious trees that seemed dense were now eaten away a lot. It seems that the limit has been reached. By the time you eat the 7th fruit, it has almost no effect. In fact, only the 6th fruit was completely absorbed, and the 7th fruit was almost overflowing. But this way, Su Chen's understanding directly rose to an unprecedented level. Congratulations to Mr. Su. Chen Hu saw Su Chen's happy face and immediately congratulated him. Kindness. Su Chen nodded slightly and took out another fruit. Under Su Chen's control, this fruit fell into Chen Hu's hands. I said before that there are many rewards for finding the Su family's treasure tree, so naturally I won't break my promise. Su Chen changed his tone and looked at Chen Hu with slightly narrowed eyes. But the Su group's resources are not so easy to take away. I hope you understand what I am saying. Su Chen had a clear view of Chen Hu's performance just now. Although I don't know why this is happening. Something unusual happened to Chen Hu that did not happen to anyone else. Su Chen also tapped it to let Chen Hu know what he was doing. Chapter 365 Xiao Kongkong's Dream World Journey. Upon hearing this, Chen Hu immediately knelt down in fear. Mr. Su, my subordinates don't dare. Chen Hu was really scared. If you do good work, you will be rewarded. Su Chen waved his hand slightly. Only then did Chen Hu stand up, clean the battlefield and prepare to retreat. After Su Chen took back the Su family treasure tree, he directly contacted the Dracolic and the Great Ghost Sage. We can't stay in this place forever. Who knows if the master by he talks about will come to seek revenge. At the same time, the ghost great sage and the dragon lich also destroyed some evidence left behind, and also looted some treasures such as spiritual herbs. After doing this, Su Chen led everyone directly to the original entrance and prepared to return to the real world. The other side, Dream World. Xiao Kongkong came out of a dimensional hole and carefully observed whether there was any danger around him before coming out. Hey! Extra bonus. Xiao Kongkong held an egg the size of a watermelon. He came to help Ming Yu and Luo Qiu find the Mingchen they needed, and entered this dream world through a special method. While looking for Mingchen, he did not forget his own business scope. Just now, he found a lair, and while the powerful dream beast was leaving, he quietly sneaked in and stole an egg. If this is put up for auction, those big guilds will go crazy? Xiao Kongkong chuckled. But he soon thought of another figure. No. Save this for when I confess my love to Mingyu. Xiao Kongkong has already made up a scene in his mind. In the fantasy, seeing Mingyu shyly agreed to his confession. Zila. Xiao Kongkong sucked back the saliva in the corner of his mouth and put the egg back into his backpack. Just when Xiao Kongkong was about to escape, he found that Mingchen was condensed in the air not far away. Oh! What a coincidence! Xiao Kongkong laughed when he saw the scene. Mingchen's existence is elusive. Even though he has the inherited skills of treasure hunting, the collection of Mingchen is still very slow. The advantage is that compared to other treasures, they usually have powerful guards. Mingchen can get it as long as he encounters it. It is almost no difficulty. There is no need to be chased around by dream beasts like you just picked up an egg. Xiao Kongkong immediately went over, prepared the container he had prepared before, and collected Mingchen. The collection went very smoothly. At the same time, use your search skills to collect further information on Mingchen to facilitate the search for the next Mingchen. Done. Hee hee. Xiao Kongkong chuckled. After a while, he got the prompt information from the inherited skills. Actually found Mingchen again? Xiao Kongkong's face was filled with joy. Within a few days of coming to the dream world, he started to collect dream dust once, but all the other times he returned without success. Just for a while today, I found 2 dream dusts in a row. Isn't this taking off? Xiao Kongkong rushed over immediately. But before picking up the dream dust, Xiao Kongkong noticed something coming. So he quickly stopped moving and hid. After a while, 2 huge dream beasts appeared in the sky. Xiao Kongkong felt that any of the dream beasts could easily crush him, so he could only avoid them carefully. Just when Xiao Kongkong was a little confused as to why the 2 dream beasts were running together, he realized that the dream beast was dragging something behind. This is actually a dream car. Mingchen, who is hard to find in the dream world, is just a decoration on the car. It is really a luxury. At this time, the speed of the dream beast car slowed down. Xiao Kongkong swallowed. Could it be that he had been discovered? But then a hazy palace like a dream slowly emerged. The city gate opened and the dream beast car drove directly in. It turns out there is another mystery. Xiao Kongkong didn't expect that such a huge palace was hidden. Do you want to go in? Xiao Kongkong seemed a little hesitant. He was usually very courageous, although it seems to be dangerous to a certain extent. It is just a game after all, and you will only lose some experience if you fail. Looking at the formation, this palace looks like a legendary hidden map. It can drive powerful dream beasts to pull carts and dream dust as decorative pendants. You can imagine how rich this palace is. Fight! Xiao Kongkong gritted his teeth and started the dimensional pace directly. After entering the dimensional pace state, you are no longer in this world, but walking in a different dimensional space. As long as the distance from here to the inside of the wall is estimated, Xiao Kongkong is sure that no matter how powerful the opponent is, he will not be discovered by the opponent. Soon, Xiao Kongkong calculated that he had almost reached the target, but he didn't know whether he would be alert even if he walked behind the wall. The moment he came out, Xiao Kongkong immediately added a strong concealment to himself. This move is a hidden move that can be released in combat, and it can ignore anti-hidden means in the first 10 seconds. This move is his best move in the box. After entering the strong concealment, Xiao Kongkong immediately observed the terrain and looked for a hiding place. There is a passage in front of you. The air is filled with psychedelic colors, and it is surrounded by walls. If you want to hide it, only the grooves in the walls on both sides can block your vision. Fortunately, there is no one around. Is this inside the palace? Xiao Kongkong himself was a little confused. No matter how you look at it, it looks more like a design, like an underground passage. How could there be such a structure in the palace? Palace? Shouldn't it be magnificent? 10 seconds passed, and the state of being unresponsive to reconnaissance ended. Although it is still invisible now, it has been detected by reaction means. Xiao Kong did not continue to remain invisible, but switched to stealth state. His stealth skill is just that the stealth effect is weaker than the strong stealth, but the anti-reconnaissance ability is much better. Entering the stealth state, Xiao Kong walked forward, ready to explore. No matter what. If you come, can you come back empty-handed? Inside the palace, a man whose appearance was unclear, as he was surrounded by dream dust, was sitting on the throne. We can only judge from the slender jade fingers protruding from Mingchen, and the long skirt that touches the floor for several meters, that she is probably a woman. In front of her was a mirror with twinkling stars. Above the mirror is a passage without any human figures. Just with a slight finger, Xiao Kong's image appeared on the mirror. But this didn't seem to be enough for her. She directed the psychedelic dust mist to launch an, alright, attack on Xiao Kong. Although Xiao Kong on the screen avoided it, the dust mist stuck to him. The dust mist slowly gathered towards a certain place in Xiaokonking, and slowly turned into a strange symbol. As expected, he was bearing the seal of a god. I don't know which god had marked him with the attention of the dream world, the woman said softly. Chapter 366, Top Comprehension and Truth Godhead. Reality. Su Group. Su Chen and Yao Dao were in front of a farm, with Bingfeng behind. His status was slightly lower, and he could only stand at the back. This is the place with the richest spiritual energy in the Blessed Land. Yao Dao looked ahead and said. Su Chen nodded thoughtfully. The Blessed Land is surrounded by spiritual energy. If the Su Jiaobao tree cannot be planted here, then it will be impossible in other places. As Su Chen thought, the Su family treasure tree appeared. Go! Su Chen raised his hand, and a pit suitable for a treasure tree suddenly appeared. The transplant went very smoothly. The Su Jiaobao tree was quite adaptable to the aura here, and returned to the normal growth rate it had encountered before. At the same time, Su Chen moved his fingers, and 2 fruits fell off the tree and floated in front of the demon. This fruit can greatly enhance your understanding. After taking it, you can study the heavenly book carefully, Su Chen said calmly. Yao Dao naturally understood that it contained majestic essence. After listening to Mr. Su's explanation, Yao Dao still didn't understand. Thank you, Mr. Su, for your gift. Yao Dao took it gratefully. Comprehend it carefully, and there will be benefits for you if you make progress. Su Chen smiled softly. Bingfeng watched from behind, his face full of envy. He had heard about Chen Hu. Just because he ate a piece of fruit, he had already caught up with many people. Bingfeng, you have been with me for a long time, and you have made some contributions. Su Chen picked another fruit. Bingfeng was greatly shocked when he saw the fruit floating in front of him. Thanks to Mr. Su. I will definitely convey Mr. Su's will to every corner. Bingfeng immediately knelt down and said thanks. Su Chen was extremely satisfied with Bingfeng's attitude. You can take it here, and I will protect you personally, Su Chen said calmly. Yes, Mr. Su. After the two agreed, they sat cross-legged and drank the fruit. There is nothing strange about the whole process. This fruit is very mild, and even ordinary people can adapt to it. Soon, the two of them had successfully consumed the fruit. Mr. Su, I feel that many of the questions I encountered before have clues. Xiao Dao wants to retreat now. After Yao Dao ate 2 fruits, he made a surprising discovery. Go ahead. Su Chen waved his hand. This is why he gave the demon fruit. Although his fruit has reached the upper limit, coupled with the analysis ability of the truth Godhead, it is very powerful. However, the content of the wordless heavenly book is too profound. Even if one has full understanding, it is impossible to solve it instantly. It will still take a long time. Su Chen didn't have time to study the heavenly book every day. This kind of work could be left to the demon Dao. Even though the demon's understanding of Taoism is not as good as his, he is a Taoist himself, and he has plenty of time to spend all day reading the book of heaven. To give fruit to the demon is to let him be your learning tool. Anyway, whatever he understands can be transmitted. This is excellent. In addition to the demon path, Bingfeng also felt that his mind was much clearer at this time. Many of the problems I encountered before now have new thinking. But he doesn't have any problems with the holy book or anything. Just some understanding of ordinary skills. He was embarrassed to say that. And his own status was not as good as that of Demon Dao. Yao Dao took his leave at this time, leaving Su Chen and Bingfeng alone. Use your most proud skills to attack me, Su Chen suddenly said to Bingfeng. This? Bingfeng seemed a little hesitant. Even though Mr. Su said so, how could he dare to do such a disrespectful thing? Hurry up. Su Chen frowned and said, seeing that Su was always serious. Bing Feng had no other choice. I'm offended, Mr. Su. After Bing Feng said that, he started to prepare skills. He didn't dare to make a sneak attack, but deliberately prepared himself to make his forward swing very long. Thousands of miles of ice. Bing Feng said the moves loudly on purpose. Su Chen was a little speechless, but he could understand that it was not easy for people like them to do something to him. Su Chen stood still and defused the move with a flick of his fingers. Be careful. It's frozen for thousands of miles. At this moment, Su Chen suddenly showed a bad smile. Bing Feng was stunned for a moment, not understanding what it meant. But the next moment, he was stunned, and ice crystals formed around him, surrounding him. The speed was so fast that he didn't even have time to react and dodge. However, Su Chen controlled his strength very well, allowing his skills to cover Bing Feng's area. But they avoided the area where Bing Feng was standing. Bing Feng turned his head and saw an ice spike only 2 centimeters away from him, which showed Mr. Su's perfect control. Although the heavenly book is still difficult to understand, I can already master this common skill in seconds. Maybe the more difficult skills need to be read a few more times. Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Is this the complete appearance of full understanding and the Godhead of truth? At the same time, Su Chen thought, and all the ice crystals and spikes around Bing Feng turned into water. Congratulations to Mr. Su. Your strength has reached a new level. Although Bing Feng still doesn't understand what's going on, it's definitely right to congratulate him first. It's because your skills are too low level. Find some good skills and learn them yourself. Su Chen yawned. Bing Feng touched his head in embarrassment. He was indeed not too strong. The reason why he is the leader among the players in the Su group is because he coaxes Mr. Su well, and has gained Mr. Su's trust. However, with this increased understanding, he can become stronger. With his current status in the Su group, it is not difficult to develop some good skills. By the way, Mr. Su, there has been some movement on the top ranking list that you asked me to pay attention to before. I have inquired about the good news. The peak ranking will hold a large-scale event based on rankings. Bing Feng suddenly thought of this matter and immediately reported it. Oh, so fast? Su Chen was a little surprised. Of course, he knew what was going on. The pinnacle battle is about to begin. The final reward of this pinnacle battle is up to the artifact level, which can be regarded as one of the few ways for the player group to strengthen before the integration of the two worlds. It's just that it's different from the time it was opened in memory. Is it because of the butterfly effect? Su Chen touched his chin and thought. Many events have been inconsistent, so it is not too strange that the peak battle is brought forward. He had thought about this problem, so he asked Bing Feng to send people to pay attention to the situation there. If the peak battle is ahead of schedule, then I should also rank up in advance and meet the guy by the way. The corners of Su Chen's mouth raised slightly. The human hero in the previous life was the guy on the top list, but he didn't count the votes he got by crushing him. There was not much difference between his votes and others, so Su Chen never paid special attention to him. Chapter 367, Peak Arena. Cold-colored heart. The peak battle begins, and you have to rank up in advance. Su Chen remembered this incident. But this is a trivial matter. The top 1,000 people are shortlisted for the peak battle. It is too easy to break into the top 1,000. The so-called peak ranking is actually the ranking of the peak arena. There is an absolute balance system in the peak arena. Unless the divine power can overcome the system, it is possible not to be suppressed by the balance system. Su Chen was not sure whether he could use his divine power to overcome the game system. He still remembers that his priesthood was transferred by the system. Su Chen still doesn't know what the game system is like. Since you cannot break through the system, you must abide by the rules of the peak arena and be balanced by the scale system. Don't doubt the balanceability of the peak arena. Even gods will be suppressed by a balanced strength. There is no such thing as pure strength. Of course, this strength is only in terms of power. Some professional skills are very weird, and coupled with a reasonable combination of equipment and special effects, they obviously have an advantage under the same strength. There is no absolute balance. It just gives civilian players a chance to defeat wealthy players. But if the wealthy player has very good skills and uses some routine equipment and skills to balance the mechanism, he will still have an advantage against civilians. It just so happens that those players on the top list may be able to learn some useful skills. Su Chen couldn't help but smile as he thought of his now full understanding and ability to analyze the truth. Bing Feng's hot chicken skills are nothing to analyze. There were all kinds of weird guys in the peak arena, and Su Chen found it interesting when he thought about it. Peak arena. The hall is very spacious, with many sofas and individual seats, and many large screens above the hall. On the screen, there are various PK pictures. There will be a betting table at the bottom of each screen, where you can bet Pinnacle coins, and the winning or losing will be settled by the system. However, if no one beats the opponent, the system will not settle. This is to prevent counterfeiting and cheat the system. As for the bets between players and whether there is match fixing, the system will ignore it. In short, it doesn't matter what the players do. Just don't try to take advantage of the system. Pinnacle coin is the transaction currency in Pinnacle Arena. This currency can not only be used for betting, but can also be exchanged for items, equipment, skills, consumables, materials, etc. from NPCs in Pinnacle Arena. As for the channels for obtaining Pinnacle coins, in addition to betting, there will also be occasional system tasks. Of course, the most important income channel is obtained by participating in PK. If you lose, your Pinnacle coins will be deducted. And if you win, you will get Pinnacle coins. The PK mode of Pinnacle Arena is matched by the system, so it is difficult to purchase Pinnacle coins through studios and the like. In addition to 1v1 individual matches, there are also team matches and chaos matches. There is nothing to say about the 1v1 individual competition. The team competition is divided into Team Melee and Team Arena Battle. As for the chaos competition, it is even more exciting. The big one has 100 people fighting in individual battles, and the small one has 5 people fighting in individual chaos. Winning or losing here is only about peak coins. Failure will not deduct experience or drop equipment, whether they are high-end players or ordinary people who are tired from leveling. They all like to come here to hang out. Even recreational players can get Pinnacle coins by placing bets in the lobby by understanding the players on the Pinnacle list. It doesn't matter about profit. Just eating popcorn and drinking drinks in the lobby and watching free games is also a good choice. It can be said to be a place suitable for all ages. Originally, in this place, a large number of people came and went every day, and not many people cared who someone was. Unless you are a big shot on the top list, you will attract the attention of many people. And most of these people are dog gamblers, because the bosses who are on the top list will basically appear on the screen. Many gambling dogs, who know some great gods, will start betting. At this time, a person came in from the door. It attracted a lot of people's attention. That's the Cool Tone of the Sunset Guild. And he's here again. Cool Colors have been gaining momentum recently, ranking strongly at 286, with more wins and less losses. Archers still feel weak. Otherwise, the Cool Colors should be ranked in the top 200. He deleted his account once and couldn't become the top scorer. The top scorer wouldn't even be in the top 100. It's funny to say that he deleted his account just for those records. But the records were completely broken by Luochio. Boss Luochio really has no choice. He can crush the boss with just one move. Boss? He can be crushed by just one attribute. Luochio, do you think he dares to come to the Peak Arena? Hurry up and get ready to place your bets. I usually come here to soak in Cool Colors for a few hours. The introduction of Cool Colors caught some people's attention. The Cool Tone man held a bow and arrow in his hand, and his face didn't change much in expression. He was obviously used to this. He doesn't care about this. He only likes PK anyway. But at this moment, a burst of sound also erupted from another entrance. Originally, he didn't pay much attention to these Cool Colors and didn't want to pay attention to them. But a name made him stop. Luochio. Boss Luochio is here. Luochio. Hearing the name, Lung Qingqing couldn't help but look over. He deleted his account and practiced again just for those records. Even though he and the president said he didn't care. But where do you really not care? Frog fun. Boss Luochio really came to the Peak Arena. Who said Luochio didn't dare to come to the Peak Arena? It's interesting now. Boss Luochio really came to the Peak Arena. In the past, several big guys from the Peak Arena openly laughed at Luochio for not daring to come to the Peak Arena. It would be a real slap in the face if he was matched. A slap in the face? Let's wait until Luochio's score reaches the top 500. That is, they are not even qualified to be matched together. And they are making slapping remarks. Holding the grass? Who can predict what level Luochio's strength will be in the Peak Arena? Regardless of all that, even if Luochio has the strength, it is still too early for him to reach the score he bets. The Cold Tone man looked from a distance and clenched his fists. He really wanted to fight Luochio, but he couldn't find any reason. Now that the guild and Luochio are cooperating, he can't ruin the president's good deeds. but Peak Arena is randomly matched. At this moment, Lung Hu remembered something. He seemed to have been given the opportunity to force a match before. But this designated match can only match those ranked lower than himself. If he wants to fight, he will fight against those who are stronger. He feels that this is useless and has been idle. It was the first time for Luo Qiu to enter the Peak Arena, so there was no need to think that the ranking would be lower than him. If it's a random match, even if I beat him, the president can't blame me. Thinking of this, Cool Hu turned his head and walked towards the matching area. Chapter 368 Luo Qiu vs Cold Colors. Boss Luo Qiu. I am your fan and please sign. Can you take a photo with me? Brother Luo Qiu? Brother Luo Qiu. I like you so much. Facing the crowd, Su Chen responded with a smile and complied with several requests for photos and autographs. It seems that Su Chen has no airs and is polite and friendly to everyone. It's just that Su Chen started to feel agitated. If he didn't want to maintain his image, he really wanted to get rid of them all. It seemed that next time, Bing Feng and the others would have to be brought along. So Blackface asked them to sing. Sorry everyone. I am going to match PK. Please let me go. After Su Chen satisfied some people's requests, he said helplessly to everyone with an innocent smile. That is, you make way for my idol. Didn't you see that brother Luo Qiu was rendered speechless by you? Luo Qiu is really good-tempered. He didn't get angry like this. The other masters would have lost their temper a long time ago. Finally, through spontaneous organization, Su Chen entered the matching area. But after Su Chen entered the matching area, many people followed him. Some people obviously planned to wait for Su Chen to match, and then click on the match together. Su Chen has never been to the Peak Arena before, so the scores are initial scores. Some of them with low scores have a good chance. Those with slightly higher scores did not leave either. Because of the matching system of Peak Arena, there will be an initial positioning of players. This positioning is not only different from the algorithm of the previous positioning matches, but also an evaluation scan of the initial combat effectiveness, based on Luo Qiu's initial character attributes. Even after balancing, those skills and equipment characteristics will be bonus points. Therefore, even those with slightly higher scores still have a chance of matching Luo Qiu. Although Luo Qiu is powerful, anyone who has watched Luo Qiu's live broadcast knows that Luo Qiu's combat skills are not actually reflected very much, because Luo Qiu's attributes are already at a crushing level, and often it takes just one move in seconds. What can be seen in one move in seconds? However, in the Pinnacle Arena, it is impossible to kill someone in one move. No matter how powerful a person is, their attributes will be balanced. This is true. Su Chen could already feel that his strength had dropped a lot. This was due to the suppression of rules in the Peak Arena. When he first entered the Peak Arena, he consciously tried to resist. But unless he started a full-scale war with this power of rules, he would have to be suppressed by this power of rules. Behind the Peak Arena is the game system, and he has no way to compete with the system that allows him to transfer to the priesthood. So now, his attributes are very low, and he can't even use his spiritual consciousness. Su Chen didn't care about these sniper players. They were just rotten fish and shrimps, and they would hit everyone the same. Even under the balance system, salted fish is still salted fish. Matching. Match successful. Soon, Su Chen was teleported into the arena. Kindness? Su Chen frowned. The matching opponent who appeared in front of him looked somewhat familiar. What a coincidence. The person in front of me has a cool color. He wanted to pretend that he was also surprised, but he was really not good at acting. Su Chen understood what was going on at a glance. It seems that this cold tone was deliberately named after him. Did he know that in the Peak Arena, he would sometimes receive some strange rewards, such as specifying an opponent with a lower score than himself? Quite a coincidence indeed. Su Chen didn't have the slightest intention to show off the cold tone, so he smiled softly and said low. In the hall, not everyone is matched, and many people still know how much they weigh. Even if Luo Qiu has not shown much in terms of skill level, they are not the ones who can compete with Luo Qiu. Only those who are somewhat conceited can compete with Luo Qiu. After all, if the famous Luo Qiu could lose his first battle, he would become famous overnight. Come to the 056 screen soon. Luo Qiu versus Cold Colors. At this moment, someone said loudly. This voice immediately attracted the attention of most people. Lung Hu can also be considered a star player. Although he has not entered the top 200, he has once defeated a top player ranked in the top 100. Of course, there are attributes and professional restraint factors, as well as that decisive critical hit. Luo Qiu is my idol. I will bet on Luo Qiu anyway. Haha. Luo Qiu has never played in the peak arena. I am not optimistic about Luo Qiu, and I will bet on a cold tone. Cool Color is also a veteran player, and his past records include defeating players with high rankings. Archers learn from Cool Colors, and Cool Colors have the power to fight. Hurry up and bet. It'll start right away. Even players who are not dog bettors have become interested in this duel. The peak coins pressed by both sides are almost equal. Luo Qiu has many fans, and some people want to vote for Luo Qiu even if they don't care about winning or losing. Some old gambling dogs believe in their own judgment and bet on more reliable Cold Colors. Many of them directly open the live broadcast room and broadcast the duel. Luo Qiu first stepped into the peak arena and attracted the attention of many people. Many players went directly to the peak arena when they had time. If they didn't have time, they'd look for the live broadcast room with Luo Qiu on the live broadcast platform to see if there was a live broadcast. Soon the several live broadcast rooms where Luo Qiu was being broadcast were flooded with a large number of players. There is actually Luo Qiu's PK live broadcast room? Speaking of which, it's the first time to enter the peak arena. If you don't have high points, you won't be broadcast live. Right? Peak Arena's initial judgment was that Luo Qiu was too strong, and he was ranked 286th in the Cold Tone rankings. The Cold Tone points ranking met the requirements for a big screen live broadcast. The Cool Colors are still very strong. Brother Luo Qiu. Come on. Shut up those guys in the peak arena. Luo Qiu went to the peak arena just to slap the gossip of those people before him. This duel is also becoming more and more popular among players. Even Feng Yu from Sunset Guild received the news at this time. What? You said Ling Hu and Luo Qiu started fighting? Feng Yu felt a little surprised. Where is it? Tell me quickly. I want to go take a look. Sledgehammer asked the man with an expectant expression. However, after feeling the chill in Feng Yu's eyes, Sledgehammer immediately turned his head and pretended to look at the scenery. Feng Yu frowned. The cooperation between Sunset Guild and Luo Qiu is quite good now. What are you doing with this Cold Tone? It turns out we met in the peak arena. However, after questioning in detail, Feng Yu breathed a sigh of relief. This kind of random matching is what makes a friendly match interesting. But it's not random. Only Cool Colors know it. Feng Yu felt that no matter how high his initial position was when Luo Qiu entered the peak arena, he would not encounter people with Cold Colors. Chapter 369. Your skills are very useful. The Pinnacle Arena. The Gladiatorial Arena. You go first. Su Chen looked at the Cold Color with a smile. Su Chen could understand the cold mood. After all, he had taken away many of his record entries. Compared with that Ba Dao, the quality of the Cool Color is already very high. Don't you use weapons? The Cold Tone was stunned for a moment. He just wanted to fight Luo Qiu openly, and see what kind of person he was who stole his record. Regardless of whether he wins or loses, it is an answer in his heart. If you don't take action, it will be considered a draw. Su Chen pointed to the PK time above. If both sides have the same damage and injury data during PK time, it will be a draw. Come to think of it, this is not the answer you want to spend to specify matching. Then, offended, Cold Hue took out the arrow and put it on the bowstring. The Cold Tone first attack was still not full force, but a more conservative test shot. Even Su Chen couldn't lift this arrow seriously. He just dodged it with a slight deflection. Even without divine consciousness, his current mental reaction speed is not comparable to ordinary people. The balanced system will not reach the point of becoming stupid. And these things that are conscious judgment reactions will still be retained. It's just that you can't win this way. Su Chen smiled softly, and his movements seemed extremely elegant. Good. You can also see the Cold Tone. If you don't show your true skills, you really can't deal with him. He dodged the attack so lightly, and he felt that the other party seemed to be looking down on him. So he took the Cold Tone seriously. The cold figure retreated slightly and disappeared into the arena. Call out! Call out! When it reappeared, 2 Cold Colors appeared, and 2 arrows were shot from different places. The Cool Color seemed to be angry, so I just used my special skills. This move is called Phantom Bow. The Cold Toned weapon not only allows stealth that only thieves and assassins can do, but can also control clones to look real. Luo Qiu's lack of weapons angered him. The players in the hall said one after another. Many of them are veteran gamblers, and they have done considerable research on high-end players, who can often go to the lobby screen. Su Chen in the field was really surprised. Without the help of divine consciousness, It is really difficult to distinguish between the real and fake phantom bodies. The skill of clone is not that rare. But it's extraordinary to be able to make the clone's attack attributes the same as the real body like the cold color. And to be able to perform precise micro-control on the clone at the same time. Su Chen dodged an arrow, and then blocked another arrow with his air shield. However, due to the balance of the scale system, Su Chen still lost a little bit of health even if he blocked with an air shield. This trick is quite mysterious. I'll let you use it 2 more times. Su Chen was analyzing this move, compared with Bing Feng's tricks that he can master in one use. The cold-toned ones are obviously not as advanced as they can be analyzed in one go. Su Chen still stood still, facing the cold tone's continued attacks. He still selectively dodged and blocked. Concentrate. Cool tones in the shadows. A sudden stop in action. Let the clone harass Luo Qiu in person, while he secretly accumulates power, and at the same time activates his eagle eyes to sense any flaws that Luo Qiu may have. This move has allowed him to defeat the top 100 masters, in addition to being restrained by his own profession. It is a critical hit with 1 arrow of concentration. Now, he wanted to rely on this move to kill Luo Qiu instantly. Why does Luo Qiu keep getting beaten? He thought he couldn't lose any blood when he was beaten outside. The cold colors kept suppressing him, and he lost more than 1/10 of his health. I don't know whether he was pretending or was stunned. Many people can't understand Luo Qiu's operation. Come on. Cool colors and kill him. This was the same trick I used last time to get higher rankings with cool colors. Haha. If you don't have the ability, you still pretend to let him know the level of the peak arena. Some players who bet on cool colors have already begun to make excuses. Over at Sunset Guild, Thing Yu and Sledgehammer were also watching in front of the screen. Luo Qiu didn't seem to be serious. Did he care too much about my face and show mercy to Lao Lung? Sledgehammer touched his head and asked with some confusion. Thing Yu ignored Sledgehammer's words and continued to look at the screen. It always feels weird. Thing Yu held his chin with his hands, thinking. At this time, Cold Hugh had already completed his concentration and energy accumulation, and he was just waiting to find a flaw before shooting the arrow. There are too many flaws. Cold Tone shook his head. Compared to the last time he spent a full minute looking for flaws. Luo Qiu's body was full of flaws, and there was no need to look for them at all. Call out. Lung Hu did not hesitate, and shot the arrow decisively. Boom! This arrow carried huge power, and directly blasted Luo Qiu away. With a pop, Luo Qiu, who was blasted 10 meters away, rolled on the ground several times before stopping. The Cold Tone retracted the arrow, and when he saw Luo Qiu being killed by him, he felt no joy at all. The question that had troubled him for so long was finally answered. It turns out that he was just lucky enough to obtain the record that the high-level inheritance broke by crushing. There is no joy in cold colors, only disappointment. There was also an uproar in the hall, although many people are optimistic that the cool color will win. After all, Luo Qiu is famous, and will fight no matter what. This battle was purely a Cold Tone one-sided beating, and Luo Qiu had no power to fight back. No. Why hasn't it been settled yet? But after a while someone noticed something was wrong. Logically speaking, one should exit the arena after the battle, and then exit after settlement. It can't be a card. Right? New World has never been stuck. The Cold Tone people in the field suddenly realized that something was wrong. So that's it. I understand. A voice came from somewhere. Cool colors want to follow the sound source to find the direction. Boom! But before he could turn his head, he was blown away more than 10 meters by an arrow. Is this a concentrated arrow? Cool Hugh recognized this move as his signature skill. But before he could figure it out, he was already stopped. The settlement page showed that he had deducted 50 pinnacle coins. A normal victory or defeat in a game is 10 peak coins. But the point difference between him and Luo Qiu is too big. Losing to Luo Qiu will deduct 5 times the peak coins from him. Luo Qiu shot this arrow in secret. Was the Luo Qiu who was shot down by him just now a fake? Thinking of this, the cool colors feel a little weird. He had been secretly observing Luo Qiu, but he didn't notice when the package was changed. And it can be so difficult to tell the real thing from the fake. Isn't it his Phantom Bao clone? His Phantom Bao clone still needs to become invisible and reappear so that it is difficult for the opponent to judge the real body. And this clone of Luo Qiu was able to directly complete the exchange of true and false under his supervision. Chapter 370. This is the joy of cold colors. Very good. The cool color skills are good. Now they belong to me. Su Chen appeared from the shadows and said with satisfaction. This is the ultimate understanding under the amplification of Su Jiabao Tree's fruit, coupled with the analytical ability of the Godhead of Truth. Ordinary skills can be learned in seconds. Even the harder ones. Like the skill Cool Hue used just now. He only needs to observe more to understand it. At the same time, many people were confused about what had just happened. Aren't Cool Colors winning? Why did you lose again? Don't you understand yet? The Luoqiu just now was a fake. Luoqiu can actually do clone skills. But what happened to that arrow just now? I'd never heard of Luoqiu using arrow skills. How many tricks does Luoqiu have hidden? As expected of the great god Luoqiu. In the hall, the players in front of the screen were chattering and discussing. They were all discussing the magical scene just now. Don't you think that the two people's moves are exactly the same? At this moment, a female voice attracted everyone's attention. If they are the same thing, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Hee hee. That's Lanmu. Although his actual combat skills are mediocre, his understanding of the game makes many top PK players willing to humbly ask for advice. That's it. Even Lanmu said so. It seems that there are some similarities. After getting acquainted with the female player, everyone started to think about this. Lanmu laughed a little. Most of the players here were ordinary players. She just couldn't help but say it because she was so absorbed in watching it. Before other players could ask questions, Lanmu had quietly retreated from the crowd. This Luoqiu is quite interesting. Lanmu's delicate face couldn't help but put on a smile. Although Lanmu retreated, many players were still enthusiastic and discussing the PK. Cool colors are simply the worst of the worst. Rosie's cool color made me lose 300 peak coins. There were only a few dog betters, cursing in cold tones. The old gambling dog is like this. He doesn't understand the charm of competition at all. He only sees losing and winning. Although some other players have placed bets, they are more focused on what their own competition brings. Waited for a while. Su Chen and Lang Hu had already retreated from the arena, and everyone swarmed around them. But Su Chen didn't give everyone a chance to gather around him, and started matching again and entered a new competition. All they waited for were cool colors. But Cold Color's mood was very complicated at this time, and his heart no longer had the peace it had in the past. He had to calm down now. Seeing the crowd coming around, the Cold Tone man was in no mood to pay attention. Then he received a message. Feng Yu, come back and watch the video. Seeing this news, even the Cold Tone person could imagine Feng Yu's tone. Although it is a bit disgusting, there is also a bit of concern in the nausea. Feng Yu really knows him, and knows that he will definitely be entangled in this matter now. Ignoring everyone, Lang Hu exited the peak arena and teleported directly back to Sunset Guild's base. Inside the arena, Su Chen is getting married. Even after he won the cold color, his points were actually 5 times the normal points for winning one hand. That is, he had won 5 games in a row. His score is still relatively low, and he is still in the Fish Pond Bureau. The second arena perfectly explains what Fish Pond game is. Su Chen is preparing to replicate his cold tone style of play. However, this time his opponent was a stupid cousin. Su Chen just performed a simple stealth archery, and directly made the berserker spin around. Call out. One arrow goes east. One arrow goes west. The mad fight to find Su Chen's location was like an angry bull being toyed by a matador. And due to the balance system, Su Chen's normal attack values were also balanced, and the damage was very average. This made the berserker full of arrows and running around in the arena. There was no chance to fire the concentrated arrow. The berserker was tortured for a while, and sat down on the ground holding the axe in his arms. Roar. Moreover, he felt that Su Chen's damage was not high enough, so he activated madness to lower his own defense. This. Seeing his opponent give up directly, Su Chen was speechless. Is this the daily joy of cool colors? Chapter 371 Luoqiu's competitive level. Su Chen spent almost the whole day in the arena, except that he felt a little interested in facing the cold colors in the first game. The others were not worth mentioning. There was no strength to resist, and no skills worth learning by Su Chen. In so many games, he almost always used the 2 cool tone skills, because he found that his understanding of these 2 skills had improved a lot. Like right now, a player of the fire mage profession was carrying out a range attack, and the arena was filled with seas of fire. In these seas of fire, black shadows kept appearing, and every time a black shadow appeared, he would immediately blast it away. But often I find it is just a phantom. The fire mage player has been on guard. He watched a lot of Luoqiu's videos before entering the match, except for the live broadcast between Luoqiu and Lang Hu. Many other players, who met Luo Qiu recorded them and posted them online. He was on guard for that one arrow that would kill him. Compared to others, he was not so panicked, because he had a defensive move that he only used at the right time to withstand the arrow. Because he had competed with cold colors before, but the cold colors rose too quickly, and he never encountered them again. If I can block Luo Qiu's arrow just like I blocked the cold-colored arrow, I will really become famous in one battle. The Fire Mage player's concentration level is at full level at this time, and the video recording has been started at the beginning. Call out. Coming! The Fire Mage immediately condensed a Vortex Fire Shield. It may not be possible to block it outside, but with the balance of the scale system, he has long proven that this move can be blocked as long as the timing is right. Concentrating on the arrow, it was actually blocked under this fire shield. But before the Fire Mage could say anything, he found that the arrow was shattered. Fake. At the same time, a chill has risen from my back. Without waiting for the Fire Mage to turn around, the shot directly hit with a critical hit and a weak point attack. And with the previously consumed blood, it was impossible to withstand it. Plop. The Fire Mage player fell down unwillingly and entered the settlement page. It's so boring to score points. Su Chen yawned and entered the next match. Nowadays, there are many videos about Luo Qiu's PK on the internet. Luo Qiu vs Cold Tone video. Full version. Little Thief vs Luo Qiu first person video. Small blackboard analysis. The battle between Cold Color and Luo Qiu. Frame by frame analysis. Paladin vs Luo Qiu first person video. Fire Mage vs Luo Qiu first person video. Most of the popular videos are about Luo Qiu's PK videos. After all, Luo Qiu has always appeared as a master of painting. After reaching the top-level player level of brushing the map, many top-level PK players said that Luo Qiu did not dare to go to the Peak Arena. The public doesn't pay much attention to this, because the balance system in Peak Arena and the map brushing are two completely different things. Painting is all about ultimate damage, ultimate smoothness, and ultimate positioning. Brushing pictures and PK are two different systems. Among first-tier map players, only a few remain in the first-tier arena when they go to the arena, and most of them are in the second or third tier. On the contrary, among the first-line PK players, only a small number of them remained in the first-line field, and the rest fell to the second or third tier. In some cases, due to the attributes of special-level cards, painting pictures is simply not good enough. Now people are very curious. Can Luo Qiu, a super first-tier map player, still maintain his super first-tier position in the arena? Chapter 372, The First Botanist. Jai Xian. Peak Arena. Bar. In a private room. There are various facilities in the Peak Arena, some of which are open for free, such as watching games in the lobby. There are also fee-charging facilities, in which the fees are not collected from external gold coins or other things, but are charged uniformly in Pinnacle coins. Peak coin is the common currency in the Peak Arena. In addition to exchange, it is also a pass for various charging facilities. The bar in front of you is a paid place. The wine here is not only mellow and delicious, but can even permanently improve its attributes. It's just that the fees are expensive. And compared to the improved attributes, the price/performance ratio is extremely low. It is considered a luxury item in the Peak Arena. This glass of natural affinity wine is worth 1,000 Pinnacle coins. Lan Mu, you are really generous. Tell me what you want me to help you with. Looking at the wine in front of him, Jai Xian didn't pick it up immediately. Although he and Lan Mu knew each other, based on their friendship, they would not buy such expensive drinks easily. The little girl admires the top botanist in the field, so she can afford a glass of natural affinity. Lan Mu just smiled and replied, "Don't flatter me. It's just that botanist is a niche profession, and no one else can reach the top 100. Jai Xian shook his head helplessly. Okay, don't beat around the bush with me. I'll help as much as I can. Jai Xian still didn't raise his glass. After all, he was soft-spoken. Luo Qiu, you know, I want you to forcefully match him now, Lan Mu said to Jai Xian. Ah? After hearing this, Jai Xian was obviously stunned for a moment. Of course he had heard of Luo Qiu, but he had nothing to do with Luo Qiu. And he was not the one who provoked Luo Qiu in the Peak Arena. There are also cliques in the Peak Arena. On the contrary, there are not many Maverick players. Jai Xian is one of the few neutrals among the top 100. He has never expressed any intention to please Luo Qiu, or to suppress and exclude Luo Qiu. Can I ask what your purpose is? Jai Xian frowned. You know, I like to collect data the most. There is something about Luoqiu that I am very interested in. But I am not sure. I need more combat information to be sure. Lan Mu said to Jai Xian with a smile. Forehead. When Jai Xian heard Lan Mu's words, he was speechless. Don't get me wrong. I'm talking about his PK style. Lan Mu saw Jai Xian's expression and explained quickly. Oh! What ability? At this time, Jai Xian was also a little curious. Copy each other's skills. And it's not just a simple copy. After copying, it will become even more powerful through its own improvements. Lan Mu said to Jai Xian. Is it so magical? Jai Xian didn't believe it after hearing this. It makes sense to copy the opponent's skills. He has heard of them before. But they are just similar in form. It's really incredible that it has become more powerful than the original skill. But he just copied the Cool Tone skills in the first game and didn't show them later. So I'm not sure whether he copied them or had those skills originally. He is still at a low level now. And I don't know if he doesn't like him. So he wants you to fight him. Lan Mu analyzed. I see. Since there is such a magical thing, then I will go and see it. As he said that, Jai Xian had already stood up. You don't drink anymore? Seeing that Jai Xian was about to leave, Lan Mu said to him. I'll drink it when I get back from the fight. The wine should still be warm when I get home. At this time, Jai Xian also showed his confidence as a top 100 player on the peak list. Chapter 373 The Cold-Colored Sufferer. Peak Arena. Suchin once again ended the battle, and was in the process of matching for the next game. Adding points is still too slow, and the matchmaking system hasn't improved my rating yet? Suchin took a look at the rankings. His score was still far behind the top 1,000. Each match in the peak arena is not necessarily a tie. If you win against a powerful enemy consecutively, your rating will be increased by the system. In this way, you can continue to match strong opponents and get more points. Until you slowly become fixed in a certain segment. An opponent has been found for you. Suchin took a look, accepted the teleportation and entered the arena. After seeing his opponent, Suchin narrowed his eyes slightly. This person seems to be the plant lord. Jai Xian. Looking at the person in front of him, Suchin was lost in memories. He didn't know much about Jai Xian. The reason why he could call Jai Xian by his name was because Jai Xian was indeed a character who couldn't be ignored later. In addition to the Human Alliance, some powerful individuals have chosen to form their own forces outside the alliance. The heart of the house in front of me is the powerful existence that established the city of plants. When Suchin was a mercenary, he went to Plant City to take over a mission. Plant City was a first-class city in terms of public security and construction. Some powerful players also joined the Plant City and became like princes guarding the area. But in the stage when reality is not integrated, although Jai Xian has a certain reputation, it is only famous in the peak arena. Suchin analyzed that this nerd had either been keeping a low profile to preserve his strength, or he had awakened to a certain inheritance during the stage of integrating reality. Do you know me? At this time, before Suchin could say anything, Jai Xian asked with a smile. Jai Xian didn't want to make enemies with Suchin. This was just an ordinary random PK. I have heard that he is the #1 botanist in the peak arena after all. Suchin did not avoid the question and answered directly. Huh. That's just because there are no other powerful botanists. However, I have admired Luoqiu's name for a long time, and they happen to get married today. So I also want to ask for advice. Jai Xian's tone seemed friendly. Regarding what Jai Xian said was a coincidence. Suchin just smiled and said nothing. Can his points match those of the top 100 experts? However, Jai Xian didn't seem to have any ill intentions. And Suchin didn't insist on telling the truth. So it starts? Suchin said calmly. In the hall, the night is getting darker, and many players have begun to go offline to rest. The hall, which originally seemed a little deserted, suddenly heard a loud roar. Holding the grass, Jai Xian and Luoqiu met. The hall, which was gradually becoming less crowded, now gathered around and paid attention to the PK. Are you in the top 100? How many points could Luoqiu's score be higher in one day? The pairing of these two is simply fascinating. The game to test Luoqiu's peak arena gold content has arrived. What do you say about this bet? Just now, my girlfriend said that she would wait for me after washing her hair and let her sleep on her hair. I asked my girlfriend to get up and watch the game. Not only are more and more people gathering in the lobby, many people are calling friends, and even going offline to call their friends to watch the game. The other side, Sunset Guild. Haha. Laoling. Your victim has met Luoqiu. And Luoqiu can't use your skills now, Sledgehammer said with a smile, while not forgetting to take a dig at the cold tone. They had been paying attention to analyzing Luoqiu before, but Luoqiu had been using cold tone skills, and they couldn't analyze anything. As long as the opponents you encounter use a cold tone style of play, there will be no opponents, and there will be no value for analysis. And what Sledgehammer said is not for nothing. You can tell by looking at the cool tone face with no rebuttal. Well, it seems that your record against him is 0 wins and 7 losses. Right? Then you also looked at the cold color and said, "Don't keep stressing about this," Lunghua said helplessly. But this is just a good way to see Luoqiu's strength. After all, Jai Xian can perfectly restrain your style of play. And Jai Xian itself is one of the top 100 in strength. Then you looked at the screen and said seriously, "There is some truth in saying that." After hearing this, the cool tone man looked at the screen more seriously. He also wanted to know what kind of method Luoqiu would use to solve the problem of his long-standing tormentor. Chapter 374. Can it be summoned without seeds? Jai Xian wanted to say something else, but Suchen had already done it. "Are you in such a hurry?" Jai Xian said with a soft smile. But even though he said this, Jai Xian already waved his hand, and all kinds of starlight dots fell down. These starlight dots are pre-planted and can be used immediately when he needs to use them. But at this moment, a cold arrow was shot out from nowhere and hit him. Jai Xian raised his hand slightly. Suddenly a willow tree appeared immediately. Snapped. The branch of the willow tree hit the arrow directly and broke immediately. That is the iron-backed willow tree in the heart of the house. It has extremely high defense and can withstand both physical and magical long-range attacks. The reason why you can't fight cold tones and homely people is because they can't break the defense of homely people. Jixin plants are so popular in balancing systems. The audience in the hall obviously have a certain understanding of Jai Xian. Suchen continued to attack in secret, but the willow tree's perception was very strong. And no matter what secret attacks he used, they would not work. Jai Xian stood under the willow tree, looking very calm and indifferent. Top 100 on the top list. Number 1 botanist. And his current attitude shows that he has no false reputation. "I found you." While Suchen was thinking, Jai Xian said softly. At the same time, Jaixin raised his hand, and 2 cacti emerged from the ground, shooting wildly at the shadows. Suchen quickly stepped out of the shadows. His position had been violently attacked by hundreds of thorns just now. Sure enough, it's the same principle as cold colors. Jai Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Suchen was able to be found by Jai Xian because he used cold tone skills instead of his own. Of course, even if it is his own, he cannot use his divine power in the peak arena. At this time, Jai Xian did not stop and summoned several flowers again. These flowers were equipped with bow and arrow weapons, with flowers and leaves as hands and spikes as bows and arrows. It can be learned, but there are no seeds. Suchen narrowed his eyes, watched carefully, and avoided at the same time. But judging from the scene, Suchen looked like he was being chased and beaten by everyone in the field. Not only was the attack ineffective against Jai Xian, but at the same time, Jai Xian was suppressed by various means. Although Jai Xian's support rate continued to rise, Jai Xian in the audience finally began to experience mood swings. Although he didn't use all his strength, he was quite serious at this level. But he still couldn't capture Luoqiu. And he also had a strange feeling that until now, Luoqiu didn't even seem to be serious. He couldn't help but think of what Lan Mu said to him. Could it be that Luoqiu was really secretly learning his skills while fighting him? It's understandable if you can learn cool colors. Is it too much to want to learn his skills? Even if you can learn, you still don't have the seeds. Even him. Without seeds, most skills cannot be used. And it seems to be responding to Jai Xian's thoughts. At this time, Luoqiu suddenly stopped and stretched out his hand in front of him, as if he was imitating his movements. Is he learning from me? With this thought, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. At this time, he was no longer in a hurry to attack, and just watched. He wanted to see what Luoqiu was up to. Even if Luoqiu can really learn skills in person, can he summon plants without seeds? Come out, iron-backed willow tree. At this time, Suchen called softly. Suddenly, a willow tree popped up from the ground. And in terms of momentum, it was no weaker than the willow tree Jai Xian had just summoned. Chapter 375 reached a consensus on Luoqiu. Jai Xian, who had always remained relaxed, suddenly stopped smiling and his pupil shrank. This is the iron-backed willow tree. No one knows his plants better than he does. Snapped. At this time, the branches of the two iron-backed willow trees were whipped together. That fake iron-backed willow tree actually managed to survive. How is it possible? My seeds are all cultivated through inherited skills. It is impossible for him to have seeds. Cold sweat broke out on Jai Xian's forehead. Originally, he thought that maybe the skills copied by the other party were just superficial. But now it seems that is not the case at all. Call out. At this time, a sound broke through the air. Jai Xian didn't have time to think too much, and immediately commanded the plants to resist the cold arrow. By the way, he also copied the cold tone skills. Originally, the cold tone skills were still controlled by him. But now Luo Qiu not only copied his skills, but also retained the previous cold tone skills. Come out, iron-backed willow tree. While Jai Xian was resisting the cold arrow, Su Chen threw another seed from the shadow, and the iron-backed willow tree suddenly appeared again. Suddenly, two fake iron-backed willow trees besieged his genuine iron-backed willow tree. My skill CD is not ready yet. Seeing this scene, Shai was speechless. The other party not only copied his skills, but also seemed to have optimized them. This was something he couldn't accept. On impulse, I wanted to use the withering light on the two pirated iron-backed willow trees. But Jai Xian still had no impulse and calmed down. This skill is his key to suppressing all plant-type professions. He can defeat other plant-type professions, and this skill contributes a lot to becoming the #1 plant master. If Luo Qiu learns this skill, how can he still play it? This is just a daily peak battle, and he has no reason to win. There is no falsehood in his reputation, and brother Luo Qiu is more powerful than rumored. Jai Xian returned to his previous relaxed expression. At the same time, he gently waved his hand and took back all his plants. What does it mean? At this time, Su Chen also came out of the shadows. Brother Luo Qiu's strength is unfathomable. I give up. Saying that, Jai Xian directly clicked the vote. Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He wanted to learn more of the opponent's skills, but the opponent refused to fight with him. I accepted the offer, but brother Jaixin still has some energy left, so I can't be considered the winner. Su Chen showed an approachable smile and did not feel arrogant just because he won. Although he lost, Luo Qiu's words sounded very comfortable, which made Jai Xian's impression of Luo Qiu improve a bit. I look forward to communicating with brother Luo Qiu in the future. After Jai Xian said something, he exited the arena. However, the shock brought by this battle did not end. This battle was broadcast live, and many people recorded it on video. Even though it is relatively late now, many players are still discussing this matter. Luo Qiu can actually learn the opponent's skills in seconds. This is too powerful. According to Luo Qiu's style of play, he is invincible in this peak arena. Who said Luo Qiu has no skills or strength in the peak arena? Luo Qiu's copying skills should still have limitations, but he hasn't seen it yet. I'm so cowardly. I just gave up now. Haha. What's the point of being a coward? Why don't you learn skills in vain? The top 100 Shaixing players on the top list have all been defeated. Who else can stop Luo Qiu? Not only ordinary players were discussing, but even other masters in the peak arena were also lost in thought. If the cold tone skills before were a coincidence, then the thing about Jai Xian couldn't be a coincidence. They all know that Jai Xian's skills require seeds, and no one knows where his seeds came from. Luo Qiu can even copy Jai Xian's skills. So isn't it possible to copy their skills as well? For a time, many people reached a consensus. That is to admit defeat directly when encountering Luo Qiu, and don't copy his skills to him. But Su Chen didn't know their plan, and Su Chen was still on the way to score points. Soon, 5 days passed. Su Chen finally made it into the top 1,000. The score required is really too huge. After all, others have accumulated it for more than a year before they scored it. Su Chen's record in these 5 days was a complete victory. And because he needed liver points, Su Chen didn't even take care of other matters and left them to his subordinates. He had been crazy for the past 5 days. At first, he used copied skills. But later, for the sake of efficiency, he switched to his own skills for a quick victory. Apart from the cool colors and homely mentality, I haven't encountered any big challenges. A bunch of rotten fish and shrimps are not worth learning. The peak arena has improved Su Chen's positioning, but due to the novice protection mechanism, Su Chen is under novice protection until he reaches the top 1,000. Even if they win completely, the maximum number of opponents they can match is more than 1,000. These people are useless against Su Chen. In the past few days, There was no one like Lung Hu and Jai Xian who took the initiative to use props to force them to match him. The first 1,000 people finally unlocked the novice protection. Su Chen smiled with satisfaction. He was tired of beating rotten fish and shrimps these days. With anticipation, Su Chen clicked on matching. Matching. 1 minute. 2 minutes. The matching time started to get longer. It's been more than 5 minutes. And there's still no match. Su Chen's hidden positioning score is too high. The matching system will basically not match Su Chen with people in the same segment. It will always find people in higher segments. Just when Su Chen was getting impatient, he finally found an opponent at 7 minutes. Matching opponent, Shigua 666. There seemed to be 200 or 300 players. And it seemed that the system had positioned me in that segment. Su Chen probably had some impression of these people. Arena. Come on. Let me see your strength. Shigua 666. Su Chen roared excitedly and geared up to take action. In the past 5 days, I have been beaten to death by fighting rotten fish and shrimps. Being a master is a change of taste. And I also have skills to learn. Su Chen just stepped into the arena with his right foot. Your opponent Shigua Lulu has chosen to surrender and is settling. Before Su Chen stepped into the arena with his left foot, he heard a system prompt. What's going on? Su Chen hasn't reacted yet. The man opposite, Shigua Lulu, had already turned around and ran away. Without even saying hello to Su Chen, he ran to the door and exited the arena. Not only that, after exiting the arena, the man named Shigua Lulu opened a group chat. This group is a group created voluntarily by some high-end players in Peak Arena. Everyone usually chats and exchanges their experiences here. Shigua 666. Luo Chio's score is up. Everyone, be careful. Chapter 376. Shao Kong Kong was caught. As Shigua Lulu spoke, someone immediately responded. Louis, is it so fast? It only took 5 days to start matching us. San Xiao, haha. I won't PK anymore. I'm going to paint pictures. Xiao Xiangyu, actually, I quite want to fight Luo Chio once. But the premise is that he doesn't copy my skills. Sucking Shoe Overlord, yo. Good job, Watermelon. Sweeping Tianya, if we don't give him points, he will be bored and stop playing in a few days. Many people in the group said this. Although these people are not the most dazzling stars in the Peak Arena, they are all famous. And there are many first and second tier players. As for the top tier players, no one came out to answer the question. Some were not online or were busy. But most of them still didn't bother to avoid Luo Chio. And they couldn't lose face if they were asked to avoid Luo Chio. However, Luo Chio's score cannot match those of them. Super first tier players. If there are no first and second tier players as stepping stones to increase the score, Luo Chio may never be able to match them. Lanmu, what about you? Lanmu was speechless when he saw this scene. Although she asked Jai Xian to verify this fact, she did not expect that these people directly chose to avoid fighting Luo Chio after learning the news. Lu Yi, Sister Lanmu, I don't want my skills to be stolen. Xiao Xiangyu, I really want to fight Luo Chio. But this is the result of everyone's unanimous discussion. And I can't say anything. Lanmu actually wanted to study more about Luo Chio. She was doing data analysis. But it was a fact that Luo Chio got stronger the more she fought. And she didn't force others to fight Luo Chio. The other side, Su Chen is still waiting in line. 10 minutes. Half an hour. An hour. What's going on? No one was in line for an hour. Su Chen was also embarrassed. Although his hidden positioning score may be a bit high, it only matches 200 or 300 people. Is there no match near 200 or 300 people during this period? Impossible. The group of people in the Peak Arena have been in the arena all day long. So there won't be anyone left. Think again about the scene just now. The one named Shigua 666 didn't even bother to fight until he was in the queue. And just voted out of the arena. Interesting. Soon, Su Chen thought of the key. The problem lies with that Watermelon 666. It seemed that they had reached some kind of tacit understanding. Whatever. Su Chen clicked the cancel matching button. Anyway, the ranking has now entered the top 1000. Which is enough to participate in the peak battle. As long as you can enter. There is not much difference between ranking first and ranking 1000 in the face of absolute strength. Of course, in order to more safely enter the peak battle, the score should be around 500, which is more secure. It's just that some people are deliberately avoiding me now. But they are not in a hurry for this moment. You can only be a thief for 1,000 days. How can you guard against a thief for 1,000 days? Go and fight when you think of it. and fight when you think of it. It's impossible for them to stop playing PK. Right? After 5 consecutive days of PK, I was still a little tired. So I just needed a rest. Suchin relaxed his mind and directly chose to log off. Dream world. Inside the mysterious palace. It seems like I have been to this place before. Xiao Kongkong looked at the surrounding environment and frowned. At the same time, he used inheritance skills to trigger the mark he made before. Sure enough, as the skill was activated, a symbol shimmered. Is this a maze or a magic array? Xiao Kongkong stopped moving and sat on the ground. 5 days ago, he entered this luxurious palace and thought he was entering a treasure house. But what kind of treasure house is this? It is clearly a huge maze, or a phantom array. When he became suspicious, he made some marks. But these marks could not be found. He realized that this place was not simple. So he used inherited skills to make a mark that could not be easily erased. The scene just now was the scene he had experienced the most in the past few days. During the 5 days he was gone. He was actually walking in circles the whole time. This area cannot be returned to the city. Teleporting is not possible in this area. I tried the operation twice and got the expected prompt. But you can still go offline. After all, this is a game. How scary would it be if you couldn't go offline? However, offline characters will still exist in the game and become idle. And Xiao Kongkong does not dare to go offline for a long time. We can't continue like this. We have to get out of trouble. Xiao Kongkong shook his head and analyzed the situation. He has a skill that can help him get out of trouble regardless of the environment. But the cooldown time is a bit long. Dimensional steps cannot pass through it. So the only way is to use dimensional transfer. Xiao Kongkong looked serious. The cooling time of this dimensional transfer is as long as a week. And the location cannot be selected and can only be transferred randomly. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Kongkong will not use this skill. It's just that I've been trapped for almost a week now. And I can't control that much anymore. When I get out, I have to ask Na Luoqiu to give me more money. Xiao Kongkong said through gritted teeth. Dimension shift. Xiao Kongkong activated his skills. And the surrounding images began to blur. Although she has used this skill many times, Xiao Kongkong is still a little nervous because the location is so random. In particular, this mysterious palace was probably moved from one wolf den to another. The picture in front of me gradually became clear. Every decoration in the magnificent palace is filled with extremely precious treasures and sparkling stars. The floor beneath my feet was as blurry as the starry sky. In front is the throne. The person on the throne was surrounded by dream dust and could not see his appearance clearly. The man wore a luxurious floating floor-length dress, a crown decoration, and luxurious rings and bracelets on his hands. There is also a scepter inlaid with gems in her hand, declaring her noble status. Hello. This is... A female voice with a sense of confusion reached Kong Kong's ears. Just saying. His tone suddenly turned cold. Mr. Thief. This change in the tone of the voice scared Xiao Kongkong to the point where he knelt on the ground. I'm not a thief. I'm not a thief. Xiao Kongkong quickly begged for mercy. He was used to being beaten. This was almost his conditioned reflex. Besides, there is definitely a super boss in front of him. Even his inherited detection skills can only be seen as a bunch of question marks. Even if it is a giant dragon, he can still check some information with his inherited skills. The woman in front of him was more terrifying than the dragon. It would not be fun to be chased by such a super boss with his mark. How dare Xiao Kongkong offend this super boss? Chapter 377. It was all instigated by a guy named Luoqiu. Who sent you? The woman on the throne asked calmly. Although the voice was not loud, every word seemed to be spoken in Xiao Kongkong's ears. And it also gave Xiao Kongkong a sense of oppression. I do not understand. Xiao Kongkong's eyes were a little confused, and he shook his head. Playing dumb? But it doesn't matter. I know you are an adventurer from another world and can be reborn. But I can really seal you away. Although the voice of the woman on the throne was very calm, Xiao Kongkong saw that even his inheritance exploration was a series of question marks. And he did not doubt the authenticity of these words. If he was sealed, wouldn't it be the same as being banned? How can this work? He can't be banned. It's Luoqiu. A guy named Luoqiu asked me to come. Xiao Kongkong immediately lay on the ground and shivered. Such things as professionalism were quickly thrown aside by Xiao Kongkong. Luoqiu? The woman on the throne made a confused sound. Obviously, she was extremely unfamiliar with the name Luoqiu. Luoqiu is our player. What you call an adventurer from another world. He is a very powerful person in our group. Xiao Kong shivered and summoned Luo Qiu out. He didn't say anything when he saw the bright moon. In any case, he did not betray Jian Mingyu. And this matter had little to do with Jian Mingyu in the first place. Jian Mingyu was just the introducer. So he didn't lie when he said Luo Qiu came out. The woman on the throne was a little angry. This thief clearly has the mark of God on his body. How could he be an adventurer from another world? This thief is still dishonest. He is clearly just playing tricks on her. Alas, just when she was about to get angry, there was another surprise sound. She said nothing, as if she was verifying something. She didn't speak, and Xiao Kong didn't dare to speak anymore. Just lying on the ground. The hall fell into silence. Xiao Kong could even hear the sound of his own swallowing saliva. Feel the details of the saliva falling down his throat. And break out in cold sweat. His psychological quality is not bad. But the person in front of him seems to have the magic power to see through others, which makes Xiao Kong feel that he has no secrets. Mr. Thief, you seem to be telling no lies. Come with me, and I will take you to a place. The woman surrounded by Meng Chen gently stood up from the throne. After saying that, without waiting for Xiao Kong's answer, he turned around and walked towards a place. Run away or continue to quibble. After experiencing the moment just now, Xiao Kong felt that both options were unreliable. The other party obviously knew everything he had done during this period. So quibbling was a feeble act. As for escaping, forget it. If he really could escape, he would have escaped long ago. Are he still waiting to be manipulated? After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Kong gave up on escaping or continuing to quibble, and prepared to follow. You made the right decision. Before Xiao Kong could make any move, the woman in front said with a smile, "Can she know her inner thoughts?" Xiao Kong thought in shock. It's not like I can see through it. But I can get the information I want through some other means. Before Xiao Kong could think about it, the female voice spoke softly, as if clearing his doubts. Xiao Kong was obviously calmed by this hand, put away his little thoughts, and followed the woman obediently. After walking for a while, the woman stopped in front of a door 7 or 8 meters high. The door slowly opened. A small bright light slowly became dazzling. Xiao Kong couldn't help but cover his eyes. The woman surrounded by Meng Chen glanced at Xiao Kong and couldn't wait to walk in. She couldn't wait to know why the thief didn't lie during the verification just now. What she was verifying was whether the person who placed the divine seal was the person the thief said he was. The result of the verification is yes. But this verification is just a simple method. She is now conducting a more rigorous verification to confirm this statement. If it is true, then this matter needs to be taken seriously. The adventurers in another world are in a state of trance. This is an existence that can affect the pattern of all realms. The next position of the dream world must be carefully considered. Chapter 378 Xiao Kong's dream reappears. As the master of this dream world, she should consider the thousands of creatures in this dream world. Still not coming in? The lord of the dream world glanced at Xiao Kong, who was still in a daze, and couldn't help but frown. Oh! Xiao Kong glanced at the surrounding environment, came back to his senses, and walked in slowly. But in front of that scary woman, Xiao Kong didn't dare to look any further, and walked in with his head bowed, looking at Xiao Kong's appearance. It doesn't look like he is just pretending. I really don't know which god has found such a person as a messenger. In the mind of the master of the dream world, Xiao Kong has been imagined as a godlike character. Which divine envoy looks as timid as Xiao Kong? Follow me. The master of the dream world did not take action against Xiao Kong, but let him go on his own. If Xiao Kong hadn't come to steal things from her, the Dream Lord wouldn't have bothered to care about these envoys. Taking the initiative to attack a divine envoy is considered as offending the god behind him. Although relying on the dream world, she could fight against ordinary gods. There was no need, and she didn't want to offend. For someone with a divine seal to come to her house and steal something was already considered a provocation. This is not considered stealing. It should be considered robbery. He just bullied her into not daring to offend the god behind her, and allowed her to take things everywhere. This is not something she can endure. Xiao Kong followed her, with a confused look on his face, not daring to say anything, and kept his head down as he walked. After a while, the Dream Lord stopped. Xiao Kong's eyes secretly moved upward, and he saw a big tree in front of him. Unlike ordinary trees, this tree's trunk to leaves are all a psychedelic purple. Dream dust is floating around. And here, there is a sense of confusion. This is the tree of dreams. Find a place to sit under the tree. The Lord of Dreams stared at Xiao Kong and said, when the divine seal is implanted, It will be reproduced in the form of a dream by the dream tree. She wanted to see who it was that let the angels come to her house to rob her things and openly provoke her. Shao Kong also knew that due to the difference in strength, he could only be obedient. So he was forced to sit under the tree obediently. If you don't obey, your account will be banned. Now Shao Kong can only hope that he will do as the other party does. Not only letting him go, but also not blocking his account. Soon, Shao Kong felt sleepy. Relax. The voice of the master of the dream world was gentler at this time, which made people feel at ease. Shao Kong fell asleep quickly in a daze. I need to implant a fragment of the divine seal. Seeing Shao Kong asleep, the master of the dream world started to operate. A mystery floated up and gradually formed a picture. In an ordinary human being, a thin man appeared in the picture, consistent with the image of Shao Kong in front of him. But at this time, little Kong was being surrounded by a group of people similarly dressed as adventurers. Some people picked up little Kong with one hand, then threw him to the ground and beat him violently. Could it be that the dream was adjusted to the wrong state? The Lord of Dreams frowned. She sensed it, and found that Shao Kong already had a divine seal on his body. Sure enough, it was the wrong picture. This was after the divine seal had been implanted. No, the divine seal had not yet been fused. It had just been injected. Although the scene of being implanted is past, the Dream Master still doesn't understand. How could the dignified divine envoy be in such a mess? The few people opposite were ordinary adventurers, but the divine envoy could be beaten like this. With curiosity, the Dream Master did not rush, but patiently watched, played for a while. Finally, a few guards patrolled over, and the adventurers stopped and ran away. This made the Dream Master feel helpless. The dignified envoy was so beaten that he had to rely on the city guards to escape. After everyone left, Shao Kong got up from the ground. At this time, Shao Kong was muttering something, taking out his equipment and money bag, and weighing them. The Dream Master has a good memory and immediately recognized the property of the people who attacked him in the previous scene, as well as the guard's money bag. So that's how he stole. The master of the dream world suddenly understood. At the same time, he glanced at Shao Kong with disgust. This person turned out to be a habitual thief, and it was not the first time he was ordered to steal things from her palace. But she didn't forget her purpose. She wanted to see what kind of god would accept such a habitual thief with bad behavior as his envoy. The Dream Master is like dragging a progress bar. Dragging the progress bar forward. Chapter 379 Mysterious Identity. The picture was dragged and gradually emerged. However, compared with the clear picture just now, the picture here has a fuzzy and grainy feel. The picture was disturbed by divine power, and it should be here. On the contrary, the Dream World Master's eyes lit up. She began to look at the scene in front of her seriously. This desert is filled with yellow sand and gravel. In such a desolate place, a city stands. Perhaps it cannot be described as standing, because at this time, the city was already covered by the flames of war. The humans on the city gate looked very blurry, and it was hard to tell whether they were natives or adventurers like Kong in front of them. What are they at war with? The master of the dream world was a little confused. The human figures themselves were blurry enough, and the things they were fighting were all black shapes, making it impossible to tell what they were. Come to think of it, it was influenced by divine power again. Humans and the shadows were constantly fighting. Although humans were defending very hard, the shadows coming from the sky quickly defeated the power of the human guards. At the same time, the city gate was quickly knocked down. The entire city was caught in a melee, and under the influence of divine power, the Dream Lord was unable to obtain any useful information at all. By the way, you can locate him. At this time, the Dream Lord looked at Shao Kong, who was sleeping soundly, and thought. The master of the dream world extracted the breath of the void, and then injected this breath into the mystery. After getting the breath, he quickly located Shao Kong, and the personal picture of Shao Kong became clear. This crystal cannon is very valuable. You can take it away as soon as the city is destroyed. The little Kong in the picture looked around and found a place to hide. The Lord of Dreams has also seen Shao Kong's hiding ability in the past few days. Even she thinks this method is a bit clever, let alone others. There was a chaotic fight all around, and except for this crystal cannon, the other crystal cannons were also in a state of unattended. Human beings cannot guard these city defense equipment, but those black figures turn a blind eye to these, and even if they block the way, they will deliberately get out of the way. This seems a bit strange. With the city crystals destroyed, These crystal cannons became completely ownerless. However, even if it is an ownerless thing, some methods are needed to collect it. Shao Kong is using unique methods to lift the restrictions. Just when the Dream Master wanted to continue watching, the screen suddenly seemed to be turned off. The Dream Master frowned and adjusted the puzzle. But no matter how she played it back, the picture was simply lost at that time. The scene further back was already where she had checked that Shao Kong had been beaten and had something stolen. It seems that it was during this time that the divine seal was implanted. The master of the dream world looked at it carefully bit by bit. This time it's not just about checking Shao Kong's location, but about the entire city. It's just that the picture is blurry, especially where the black shadows pass by, and it's easy to lose the picture. Then she checked the deeds of Shao Kong. This made her suspicious again. There are also cases where the memory of the year before Shao Kong is lost, and it is obvious that it has been blocked by the gods again. As for going forward, like other adventurers, it is all blank. If your guess is correct, the master in the shadow is the god who planted the divine seal. However, the god who had been shielded before this seemed to be different from the shadow god. The Lord of Dreams looked at Shao Kong in front of him, becoming more and more confused. Chapter 380, Is that sledgehammer so powerful? Play it back over and over again. She suddenly thought of something and watched the clips before and after the divine seal was planted over and over again. Especially, carefully analyze Shao Kong's expression and overall state. Wait, this is... Just as the Dream Master was observing Shao Kong, he discovered another human adventurer. Like Shao Kong, he was also planted with a divine seal. Suddenly, the master of the dream world had a sense of enlightenment and immediately went to find someone else instead of just Shao Kong. At this glance, I found many people who were also imbued with the divine seal just like Shao Kong. So that's it. The Dream Master turned off the replay of the mystery. Shao Kong is not a divine envoy at all, but was planted with the divine seal unknowingly. Of course, there is also a possibility. The god anticipated this method of reading, so he placed the real envoys among the people who had received the divine seal. What exactly happened? Shao Kong still needs to answer. The Lord of the Dream World gently waved his hand. And at this time, little Kong slowly woke up. Where am I? What just happened? Shao Kong rubbed his temples and felt a little tired. Obviously, the way of reading dreams has affected Shao Kong's mental power. Starlight slowly condensed behind the master of the dream world. Tell me, what happened in Shacheng? What happened before and after you stole the crystal cannon? The Lord of Dreams sat down gently and raised his smooth calves. The scene in the dream was encrypted, so if you want to know what happened at that time, the Dream Master now has to ask Shao Kong to find out. Shacheng? Stealing the crystal cannon? Shao Kong glanced at the Dream Master with some doubts. However, feeling its oppressive momentum, Shao Kong didn't dare to think too much about why the other party knew about it, so he could only try to think back. The master of the dream world did not rush Shao Kong, but waited quietly. Oh, I remembered that time when the god of the dead attacked Sand City. At that time, I saw a cannon lying there unclaimed. I was afraid that the cannon would rust, break, and be wasted, so I took it away to help keep it. Shao Kong chose his words carefully, trying to make his image a little more positive. In fact, the master of the dream world didn't care about the modifiers in Shao Kong's empty words at all. She knew exactly who Shao Kong was through the dream just now. Why do you know about the god of the dead? And why do you say that he attacked a town belonging to one of your adventurers? The master of the dream world frowned slightly. Shouldn't the god of the dead still be sealed? Let's not talk about whether he came out or not. Even if he did come out, with his vision, he wouldn't be in trouble with a small broken city. Right? But looking at Shao Kong's appearance, he didn't lie, which was very contradictory. Not to mention the adventurer town. He even played the novice town before, and I couldn't stand it. So when we were fighting in Shacheng, I took part in the battle without hesitation. But it was a pity that my low strength didn't help much, Shao Kong said indignantly. If it weren't for who Shao Kong was, the master of the dream world would have known exactly who he was. And this would be true. Newbie town? The master of the dream world was a little confused, and an unintelligible word appeared. Shao Kong also realized that this NPC probably didn't understand. This is the town where adventurers like us grow up when we are at our weakest, Shao Kong added, changing the explanation to an NPC that would be easier to accept. Why did he do that? Is there any treasure he covets in this so-called novice town? The master of the dream world was very puzzled. What kind of treasure is that? His army didn't even get through the gate of the novice town. We, the high-end player Sledgehammer, led a group of people to defeat him and retreat, Xiao Kong said with some annoyance. If it weren't for this incident, and he underestimated his strength, he wouldn't have gone to Shacheng to participate in the war. Dream World Master? She was completely confused. It's not that I don't understand the term high-end player, combined with the context of Xiao Kong. It's not difficult to guess that he is a relatively powerful adventurer. Was it just a powerful adventurer who, with a group of people, defeated the god of the undead? Adventurers have never been this strong. It seems that the adventurer named Sledgehammer also needs to pay close attention to. Chapter 381. Someone spied on the Sioux group? The master of the dream world frowned and glanced at Xiao Kong again. Judging from Xiao Kong's reaction, he probably didn't know about the divine seal. But such a little thief actually got involved with two gods. Obviously he must be of some use. As for the fact that he was implanted with the divine seal, the Lord of the Dream World had no intention of telling him first. Do you want to do something for me? The Lord of Dreams looked at Xiao Kong and showed a slight smile. Ah? Xiao Kong was stunned for a moment. Why did you look like you were going to interrogate him just now? But now you're trying to win over him. Real world. Sioux Group Base. Suchin returned from the game world, stretched out his hand to feel the intensity of the spiritual energy, and narrowed his eyes slightly. This great world is getting closer and closer. There was no expression change on Suchin's face, and there was no hint of happiness or anger. However, when he inspected the base, he felt that the surrounding defenses had been significantly strengthened. Demonic way. Suchin thought. Tuck tuck tuck. At this time, there was a knock on the door. After obtaining Suchin's consent, Yao Dao walked in. What happened recently? Suchin looked at Yao Dao and asked. The leaders of the Dark Legion are basically in the new world, and the base in the real world has always been the main responsibility of the Demon Dao. Mr. Su, Xiao Dao discovered Yudeo's aura spying on the base 2 days ago, but I didn't find anything unusual after I chased him out. After some investigation, I didn't find any traces. Maybe I felt wrong, but to be on the safe side, I strengthened the defense of the base, and also sent people to patrol the city to check if there were any suspicious characters. Yao Dao told Suchin all the things he encountered and his thoughts. You have done a good job. The great times are approaching, so you have to be careful when doing things. Suchin nodded, affirming Yao Dao's behavior. Moreover, given the realm of demons, the abnormality he felt should be true and not an illusion. The reason why it cannot be detected may be that the other party is clever. But people from the Soul Sect or the Holy Sect? Suchin thought for a while. And now there is probably only one person in the Holy Sect of the Soul Sect who is much more powerful than the Demon Dao. This point has not yet been found out. After all, our Sioux group is not an old-school force, and the Holy Sect of the Soul Sect has no chess pieces. Yao Dao shook his head. Well, please pay more attention to this matter. At least in this city, no one can take advantage of it. Suchin nodded. He took this matter to heart, but he was busy with too many things now, so he had no time to investigate it himself. By the way, I will ask the Diamond Fortress Demon to assist you soon, and a dragnet will be set up not only around the base, but also in this city. Suchin thought for a while, and decided to mobilize the Fortress Demon to work. Yes, Xiao Dao will do it soon. Yao Dao agreed. Suchin glanced out the window, sneered slightly and snorted. Regardless of whether it is the Soul Sect or the Holy Sect, it is no longer your game now. The Sioux group is the master of the world. Real world. In a certain hotel, 2 young and beautiful girls were sitting on the sofa. One of the girls was wearing a lace short dress and white silk legs, dangling beside the sofa. She was obviously dressed like a hot girl, but looking at her, she felt very pure. Another girl is dressed very smartly, with a ponytail paired with a sweatshirt and jeans. The girl in the short lace dress looked at the virtual screen, which was showing a recently popular TV series. She was watching and eating French fries in her hand. The girl with the ponytail was reading a book for a while and playing with some objects for a while. Looking serious. It's really noisy. Turn off the sound. The girl with the ponytail was still reading the book, without looking at the other person, and just said in an indifferent tone, No, I just happened to see the highlight part. The girl in the lace dress and short skirt muttered unhappily. Kindness? The girl with the ponytail didn't explain anything to her. She just snorted softly. I'll close it. I'll close it. Don't keep scaring me. The girl in the lace dress and short skirt was about to cry and quickly turned off the virtual screen. Chapter 382. Kara and a Winnie. At this moment, The ponytail girl seemed to notice something. Shoo! The ponytail girl gave him a look. There were footsteps in the corridor, outside the door. It didn't sound like one person, but at least 3 people. It's not strange to hear footsteps in the hotel corridor. But these footsteps are intermittent, as if they pause every time they pass by before moving on. Another girl understood the meaning and immediately calmed down. After a while, those few people left the hotel. It seems that we have caused the other party to notice. The ponytail girl glared at the other person. It was only because of you that she was noticed. Although the girl opposite felt aggrieved after hearing this, she did not defend herself. It was obvious that she still felt a little guilty about this matter. These 2 people are the 2 great angels of light, Iwini and Kara. Kara came here to investigate another undead god. Originally, this was only Kara's task at first. But the god of light felt that Iwini had already descended anyway. So he simply asked Iwini to assist Kara. Asking Iwini to assist naturally revealed some information to Iwini. When Iwini learned from the oracle that Luoqiu, who had protected him at all costs before, was actually the other undead god, it was difficult to accept it for a moment. However, the oracle also said that Luoqiu was affected by the law of distortion to a certain extent. This time, he came not to deal with him, but to develop Luoqiu. This made Iwini feel better. At least, Luoqiu's nature is not bad. It's all because of the twisted law. They came to this world with the help of the artifact given by the god of light. Although the artifact was given to help them, it only allowed them to protect themselves. After coming to this world, they first became familiar with it, and fished for a while searching. 2 days ago, they finally found Luoqiu's real-life base. But they didn't expect that the base was guarded by experts, who were not inferior to them in strength. And Iwini was accidentally exposed. Fortunately, Kara made a quick decision, and used the artifact to erase the traces and teleport away. The other party's power in this world is really great. There have been more than a dozen waves of patrols recently. This city is full of the other party's spies. Kara walked to the window and frowned slightly. So what should we do now? Iwini pouted. Kara didn't answer, but closed the curtains and cast a soundproof spell at the same time. During this period of investigation, I also learned that this world is obviously not a big world. But there are actually 3 people above the god level. Moreover, the other 2 are also unfathomable, and their strength cannot be clearly understood even with the use of divine weapons. Kara shook her head. What she originally thought was that with the Oracle of Light and their own strength, they were pretty good. Even if she can't deal with the other party, she at least has the opportunity to sit down and discuss development. Having the god of light on her back is her confidence. But now when I look at it, I can see that the other person's world is really not simple. If these 3 god-level powerhouses unite, or in other words, when the successor of the Twisted Law becomes strong enough, they can recruit those 2 powerful god-level powerhouses. In the god realm, there is really nothing that can be done about this world. The control of the lower realm by the god realm is nothing more than the ability to use some artifacts. And then, there are some divine orders in other worlds that have been incorporated by the god realm. The crusade against the undead gods back then was to involve many lower realm gods, who had good relations with the divine world to join forces in the crusade. The god realm provides assistance and rewards with resources such as artifacts. But back then, the undead god was too powerful, and all realms were plundered by the undead god's army. In addition, it is not easy for god-level powerhouses to travel across the world, and it is impossible to gather a large number of god-level powerhouses for conquest at the first time. Generally, there is only one god-level powerhouse in the ordinary world, and there are only 2 or 3 in the big world. And in this ordinary world, there are actually 3 of them, and these 3 are not ordinary god-level powerhouses. Needless to say, the heir to the Twisted Law, his growth potential can be directly referred to the previous undead god. As for the other 2, their strength will definitely not be weaker than the current heirs of the Twisted Law. Fortunately, those 2 people, one in darkness and the other in light, will not join forces. Kara shook her head and said softly, Chapter 383 Zhou Jing's Shock. Phew. Kara turned around and found Iwini secretly opening a bag of potato chips. Iwini touched her head sheepishly. Kara clenched her fists. She didn't want to bring this bastard here in the first place. But she couldn't violate God's will. Oh, I'm listening. What do you think we should do? Seeing that Kara was not so angry, Iwini asked with a playful smile. Kara suppressed her anger and closed the book in her hand. Naturally, he found Luo Chio's only good friend and used him as a breakthrough point to awaken his true nature. Although she was impatient, Kara still told her plan. When do we leave? Winnie asked while eating potato chips. Night, Kara said impatiently. Yeah. Kara, don't be so grumpy all the time. Come and try these delicious potato chips. Winnie handed over the potato chips with a playful smile. Kara frowned. She originally didn't want to pay attention to Winnie. But this food called potato chips is indeed quite delicious. Kara's face still looked unhappy. But her hand reached towards the bag of potato chips. The night is getting darker. Late night food stalls. Zhou Jing sits alone in a seat, not far from home. And he often comes down to have some late night snacks. Lao Su is really awesome now. Zhou Jing scrolled through his phone, reading the news about Luo Qiu. He knew that Su Chen was very busy recently. And he didn't bother Su Chen recently. Besides, he was also very busy. He learns things very quickly. And with Luo Qiu's influence, Feng Yu, the president of the Sunset Guild, treats him quite well. Feng Yu has promoted him to the 2nd Regiment. Although he has not yet been promoted to a core member of the 2nd Regiment, the resources he received in the Sunset Guild are no worse than the core members of the 2nd Regiment. Especially recently, Feng Yu has upgraded his status and asked him to lead a team. You know, with the current popularity of New World, a first-class guild like the Sunset Guild is no worse than a Fortune 500 company. He joined the Sunset Guild halfway and was not a veteran member. His promotion speed has reached a very exaggerated level. With such a fast promotion, it was inevitable that there would be a lot of gossip. And he had to work hard to make less gossip. Therefore, he is very busy every day now, and has no time to meet Su Chen for dinner or anything like that. Fortunately, he has Su Chen's support. After all, this is a game. He has the equipment and skills, and he just needs to practice hard and it's okay. But this kind of busyness is quite refreshing. Although he is not a person who particularly pursues fame and fortune, he is willing to pursue fame and fortune if he can satisfy the people around him. The most obvious change is that in the past, his wife always disliked him. Even if he went home and did housework and worked hard without complaint, he was still criticized by all kinds for being useless. Since he has steadily improved his status in the Sunset Guild, he has earned more money. Now his wife is obedient to him and does not let him do any housework. And in order not to disturb him, the child did not go to kindergarten recently. And the wife went directly to her parents' house to play with the child. While waiting for the food to be served, suddenly 2 girls sat across from him at the table. Zhou Jing glanced around and saw that there really weren't any empty seats. So he didn't care. Zhou Jing was holding a cigarette in his mouth. When he was about to light it up, he remembered that there were 2 girls sitting in front of him. I'd like to smoke a cigarette. Do you mind? Zhou Jing glanced at the other party. One of the girls with ponytails shook her head, indicating that the other party didn't need to pay attention. Although the other girl didn't speak, it was obvious that the 2 of them were together. Zhou Jing took out a lighter. Click. Click. I hit it twice, and the lighter couldn't light up. It seems to be broken. Zhou Jing muttered, planning to get up and buy a lighter. Let me help you. At this time, the ponytail girl reached out her hand. Zhou Jing wanted to laugh a little. If he couldn't do it, could this weak girl be able to do it? Zhou Jing smiled softly and handed over the lighter with an expression as if he was laughing. Click. With just a slight sound, the flames burst out. Looking at the ignited flames, Zhou Jing was slightly stunned. Was it really lit? So much so that Zhou Jing didn't notice the lighter handed over by the girl. Oh. Zhou Jing took the lighter in a daze. Zhou Jing was a little absent-minded when he was smoking. He took several puffs before lighting the cigarette. The girl with the ponytail just smiled softly, then lowered her head to play with her phone. Zhou Jing always felt something was wrong and couldn't help but look at the lighter. The lighter has a transparent outer packaging, so you can see inside. Looking at it, Zhou Jing saw that the lighter had no fuel at all, and he shook it slightly to confirm that it was empty. Seeing that the girl wasn't paying attention, he hit it a few times himself. But the lighter really couldn't light up. Maybe there was just a little bit left, and she just used it. Zhou Jing silently comforted himself. The food stall served food very quickly. Soon, Zhou Jing's dishes were brought out by the waiter. However, I don't know if it was due to the impact of what happened just now. Zhou Jing, who usually eats very quickly, had a particularly heavy meal this time. The dishes of the 2 girls opposite were served, and he had only eaten a little. What? What's on your mind, brother? The girl with the ponytail seemed to have read his mind and asked with a smile. The girl on the other side struck up a conversation again, and Zhou Jing came back to his senses. It's nothing. I just think some things are magical. Zhou Jing didn't know what he was thinking, but he actually expressed all his inner thoughts. The girl with the ponytail smiled softly, glanced at the lighter placed on the table by Zhou Jing, and took it directly. Click. The lighter was in the girl's hand, and was lit again. Is this the case? The girl with the ponytail did not put out the lighter while holding it, and just looked at Zhou Jing. This scene is indeed a bit scary at night. However, there were many people in the food stalls around. Otherwise Zhou Jing would be scared away. Zhou Jing originally wanted to say something, but his eyes couldn't help but look at the lighter in the girl's hand, which never went out. He had just confirmed that there was no fuel in the lighter. If the remaining fuel was used up the first time, what is the explanation now? It seemed that the girl wanted to add more fire, and the flame of the lighter actually grew longer and longer, becoming a bit bigger than before. Are you a magician? Zhou Jing asked with some anxiety. Magic? What do you think? The girl did not answer directly but asked rhetorically. The lighter belonged to him. The girl took it directly and lit it. If this was magic, this was really clever. But compared to your good friend Luoqiu, this is really just a trick like magic. The girl's words scared the cigarette out of Zhou Jing's mouth. Chapter 384. Lao Su is not that kind of person. Compared with your good friend Luoqiu, this is really just a trick like magic. This sentence echoed in Zhou Jing's mind over and over again. At the same time, he made up a lot of plots in his mind. He had thought at the beginning that Su Chen had used some buggy method to become so naughty. He had reminded Su Chen before, telling him to stop as soon as possible, lest the boss behind New World take revenge on him. It was only when Su Chen said to reassure him that he didn't continue to mention the matter out of trust in Su Chen. Looking at it now, Lao Su's matter may have been exposed. New World has been in operation for so long, but I have never heard of people being able to find real people through the game information of New World. In terms of protecting user information, New World can actually do this in the era of data transparency. The real information about Su Chen from New World could not be obtained by the boss behind New World. So who else could it be? He always felt that the boss behind New World was not simple, but he did not expect that it would be so difficult. The two girls in front of me are probably not the top killers that only exist in movies, TV shows or movies. After thinking about this, Zhou Jing stood up and ran away. Whether it was for his own safety or to inform Su Chen, he had to get away first. But what surprised him was that he couldn't leave his seat. It was as if there were invisible restraints surrounding him, making him unable to move or even struggle. Mr. Zhou, I can let go of your restraints, but first you listen to me and don't run away again. The girl with the ponytail continued with a slight smile. I have now released the restraint on your head. If you agree, please nod. Zhou Jing nodded quickly, seeing how readily Zhou Jing cooperated. The ponytail girl released Zhou Jing's restraint, but as soon as he untied it, Zhou Jing got up and ran away. If she hadn't reacted quickly and pushed Zhou Jing back right away, she would have had to make some noise. Mr. Zhou, listen, we are not bad people. On the contrary, this city is full of the spies of your good brother Luoqiu. The power I want to use has been noticed by him, and we will all be arrested by him. The girl with the ponytail said angrily. Zhou Jing frowned, wondering what the girl in front of him was talking about. Why in the girl's mouth? His good brother Su Chen is like a big devil. If someone had said that before, he would have simply ignored it. But after seeing the girl's extraordinary power, Zhou Jing was slightly shaken. These two girls are naturally Kara and Winnie. Kara was so angry with Zhou Jing's behavior just now. He didn't expect Zhou Jing to be so untrustworthy. After a while, Kara saw that Zhou Jing was not so excited. I will now release the restraints on your hands and head. And while you are eating, I will tell you slowly through chatting. Kara lifted the restriction without consulting Zhou Jing. Of course, she was always vigilant. Although she did not release the restrictions on Zhou Jing's legs, Zhou Jing might still yell. But this time, Zhou Jing didn't yell. He had just witnessed the mysterious power of the girl in front of him. The food stall was surrounded by ordinary people, and shouting could not help him. The girl also said that his good brother Su Chen's spies were all over the city. Judging from what this girl meant, she was a bit afraid of Su Chen. Perhaps attracting the attention of Su Chen's people could help him escape. But if Su Chen's people can really help him escape, wouldn't it prove that what the girl said is true? Where did his good brother get the power to be able to scare even the mysterious girl in front of him? Moreover, the girl's expression was always very alert, as if she was afraid of making any noise and being noticed. Let's face it. I'm actually a little curious now. Zhou Jing cooperated and ate the food in the same tone as a normal conversation. As long as you are willing to cooperate. Kara smiled softly, and then told Zhou Jing softly. Kara did not talk about Luo Qiu at the beginning, but slowly talked about New World. When he heard that New World was a real world, Zhou Jing was stunned for a long time. And then his expression turned out to be like this. In fact, when the Great World came later, after everyone learned the truth, many people quickly accepted that the New World was the real world. Because there are too many phenomena in New World that have always been unexplainable. And many aspects of it go beyond the scope of the game. Just talking about the real world. This statement is too fantastic. And it is still difficult to believe until seeing is believing. Zhou Jing had already practiced seeing is believing tonight in advance. So he was stunned for a while, and accepted this statement. Only after Zhou Jing understood the concept of the real world did Kara start talking about Luo Qiu. But even after Zhou Jing accepted the concept of the real world, Zhou Jing still couldn't believe it when he heard that Su Chen was the successor of the undead god. And that his mind had been affected by the twisted law and became dark. And he might even take action against humans in the future. You mean? You want me to cooperate with you to seal away the twisted power in his heart? Zhou Jing had an expression of disbelief. Yes. Kara nodded lightly. Impossible. Even if what you said before is true. Why should I believe you? Compared with trusting you, I still trust my brother. He is not that kind of person. Zhou Jing was quite excited and had a firm attitude. You must help us. Not only for the creatures in the world, but also for your own world. Your wife, children, parents and friends, and for your good brother himself. Kara was also determined and insisted on Zhou Jing agreeing. Zhou Jing was still a little touched when he heard about his wife, children, parents and friends. But he still couldn't believe that outsiders would deal with his brother. I won't do it. You do it. Zhou Jing shook his head. He was also very scared. But if he was asked to help outsiders deal with his brothers, he still couldn't do it. How can you believe it? Kara asked expressionlessly. I only believe what I see. Zhou Jing's attitude was tough. Okay. Then I'll take you to see your brother's current power. Kara hesitated for a moment. Then said, Isn't it too risky for us to do this? The Taoist priest is very powerful, and he may not be able to run away if he is discovered. Before Zhou Jing could answer, Winnie next to him said with lingering fear. Kara ignored Winnie. If you are discovered by your good brother's forces, we may not be able to protect you. You have to think about it yourself. Kara said looking into Zhou Jing's eyes. Good. Zhou Jing thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Anyway, he is controlled by the other party now. And he can't escape here. Just go and have a look. Chapter 385 That's really Lao Su. After Zhou Jing agreed, Kara lifted the restrictions on Zhou Jing. Of course, Kara is always vigilant, and will continue to control Zhou Jing immediately if he wants to cause trouble. This time, Zhou Jing did not yell or run away. What? Figured it out? Kara asked with a smile when she saw Zhou Jing not running away or making trouble. Anyway, I believe my brother is not that kind of person. Now I am quite curious as to how you are going to slander him. Zhou Jing smiled coldly and continued eating. Seeing Zhou Jing eating calmly, Kara couldn't help but smile. Just when he was about to say something, he noticed that Winnie next to her was also busy working. If it weren't for Luo Qiu's eyeliners around her, Kara would really want to punch Winnie. After being in this world for so long, she has learned how delicious and smelly she is. But the food tasted really good, and Kara also started using her chopsticks. After one day, the night is getting darker. The Su group's base is outside, in an ordinary bush. 3 people were hiding in it. How long do we have to wait? After waiting for almost a day and a night, Zhou Jing still didn't see his good brother Su Chen. Don't you think seeing is believing? You have to wait slowly, Kara said impatiently. In order to let Zhou Jing seeing be believing, she used the power given by the God of Light to allow them to hide here. And he didn't dare to get too close, so he could only see roughly. At the same time, the Holy Sea's strength-enhancing props were also used to give Zhou Jing some extraordinary strength, which would otherwise not be visible to his ordinary eyesight. After hearing this, Zhou Jing said nothing more and continued to look ahead. In fact, after this day and night, Zhou Jing already had some belief. Kara allowed him to forcibly improve his strength and get rid of the category of ordinary people, which shocked Zhou Jing. After adapting to his own strength, He discovered that this ordinary contracting orchard mountain in front of him actually had many extraordinary people coming in and out. If it was still difficult to tell the difference between some people who drove in and walked in, then occasionally someone would jump several meters high and several meters away. Even if he didn't understand, he knew that those were not ordinary people. But regarding his brother Suchin, he still had to see it to believe it. Shoo! At this moment, Kara suddenly made a serious gesture to Zhou Jing. Zhou Jing also cheered up at this time, and did not dare to say more. I saw a few figures appearing in the sky. Several of them made bowing gestures in the air, obviously in awe of the people in the middle. Have you caught the spy? The man in the middle said softly. Mr. Su, Xiao Dao has been searched several times in the city in the past few days. I don't know if the other party has escaped or is very good at hiding. One of the people, dressed as a Taoist priest, was reporting to the people in the middle. Zhou Jing, who was hiding in the dark, was playing with his hands at this time, because he saw that the person who was welcomed by everyone was his good brother Su Qin. What they said was also consistent with what Kara said. Su Qin actually sent people to search Kara and the others throughout the city, and what he said was arrest. So what will happen if the two Kara sisters are caught? After a day and night of observation, he also knew very well what a huge force it was in front of him. Even his subordinates call him Mr. Su. Zhou Jing couldn't believe what was happening in front of him and opened his mouth to say something, but was immediately covered by Kara. Zhou Jing's eyes were red and wet, but Kara shook her head at him. He soon realized it and stabilized his mentality. Chapter 386 confused Zhou Jing. After a while, Su Qin took several of his men to other places, but this period of time was extremely long for Zhou Jing. But Zhou Jing immediately felt tired. When Zhou Jing woke up again, he found that he was in his living room, and he was lying on the sofa. Zhou Jing got up from the sofa and rubbed his eyes. Was it just a dream? Zhou Jing looked at his hand and squeezed his palm. But why is it so real? Thinking of what he had just experienced, Zhou Jing really hoped that this was a dream, and that he and Lao Su would still be good brothers after waking up from the dream. You idiot! Who taught you how to cook like this? A female voice appeared from the direction of the kitchen. Hearing this voice, Zhou Jing's heart skipped a beat, and then he immediately ran to the kitchen. I saw a girl shaking the pot. The steak in the pot was already black and obviously inedible. Another girl was scolding the other person. Seeing these two girls, Zhou Jing slapped himself. It hurts. It's actually real. Not a dream. Zhou Jing stood there a little dull. Oh, you're awake. I just let you sleep for a while, because I was afraid that you would be found out, because you couldn't control your emotions. Kara looked carefree and said directly when she saw Zhou Jing. Oh, thank you very much. Zhou Jing rubbed his forehead. If you really want to thank me, hurry up and help me cook a meal. This idiot can't even cook, Kara said to Zhou Jing, while not forgetting to get acquainted with Iwini. Iwini looked aggrieved, but remembering how powerful Kara was, a violent woman, Iwini didn't dare to say anything. Zhou Jing glanced at the messy kitchen and had no choice but to roll up his sleeves and prepare to help these two guys cook. Zhou Jing is still good at cooking. After all, his wife is a tigress who doesn't know how to cook, so he usually cooks. The key is that the tigress is still picky about food, so Zhou Jing was forced to develop good cooking skills. You go to the living room and watch TV and wait for me, Zhou Jing said directly to the two girls. With Zhou Jing taking care of the food, Iwini and Carla were naturally very happy, and they didn't want to stay in the kitchen for a moment. I forgot to ask them what they'd like to eat, so forget it and just get some. Zhou Jing opened the refrigerator and took out a piece of pork belly. When it comes to cooking, Zhou Jing is quite serious. He cuts it first and fry it until golden brown, then mixes the sauce with his usual spice ratio and boils it. While making the braised pork, Zhou Jing also added eggs to the leftover rice, then added ham and stir-fried it. Soon, a plate of braised pork and 3 bowls of ham and egg fried rice were served. Wow! What a delicious food this is. It looks so delicious. Iwini prostrated herself without any image, and her mouth was about to drool. I didn't expect you to have this skill. Kara was more reserved, but the way she looked at the braised pork from time to time betrayed her inner thoughts. This is just some random food. If you are hungry, eat it quickly, Zhou Jing said helplessly. He is still not over what happened just now, and his mood is still quite complicated at this time. The two women were not polite hosts, so they immediately started eating. Although Zhou Jing didn't have much appetite, he was hungry after all this trouble. I also started eating with Ivanica. Woohoo! Why don't you go to the God realm together? The gods will definitely be very happy when they know the food you made. Iwini was eating and talking. Does that mean the god is happy? Kara didn't even bother to expose Iwini's thoughts. But if Zhou Jing could go to the god realm to be a cook, she would definitely take care of the business. Chapter 387 Zhou Jing joins the camp. Spirit world? Zhou Jing was eating, and was stunned when he heard Iwini's words. However, Iwini and Carla were busy eating at this time, and had no time to pay attention to him. Seeing this, Zhou Jing knew it was interesting, and did not continue to ask. Instead, wait until these two guys are full before talking. Woohoo! It's so delicious. Have another bowl. Iwini finished one bowl of rice, and then another. Zhou Jing didn't say much. Got up and served another bowl of rice to Iwini. After 3 rounds of meals, the 2 divine envoys were also well fed. But Zhou Jing hasn't moved his chopsticks much from the beginning to now. What are your plans for the future? At this time, Kara put down the bowl, looked at Zhou Jing and said, Intend? Oh, what can I have planned? Zhou Jing shook his head mockingly. If he hadn't experienced this night, Zhou Jing's thoughts would be simple. That is to make good money through New World. Buy a house and a car and live a rich life. And enjoy this game with your good friends. But now all these dreams are shattered. The truth of the world, and the darkening of the good brothers all make things complicated and confusing. What do you want me to do? Zhou Jing sighed and looked at Kara. Aren't you afraid that we lied to you? Kara gave a rare smile. You are all people with extraordinary abilities, including Lao Suchen. There is no point in lying to me. With your abilities, do ordinary people like me have any ability to resist? Zhou Jing said with a self-deprecating smile. At this moment, Zhou Jing already had a bad attitude. Of course you have the right to refuse. If you refuse, we will find other ways. If we are not willing to force others to do anything, then what is the difference between us and the Suchen you know? Kara shook her head. Hearing this, Zhou Jing was stunned. A long time. If I agree, can I help him regain his true nature? Zhou Jing raised his head. I can't guarantee you this, because we still don't know to what extent the law of distortion has evolved after so long. But at least if you do this, it is possible to redeem it. Kara thought for a while, and slowly said to Zhou Jing, Is it at least possible? Zhou Jing muttered to himself. Kara didn't bother Zhou Jing's thinking, and just waited by the side. I'm thirsty. Are you there? At this time, Iwini next to her was about to say something. State. Then Kara slapped her mouth shut. Iwini originally wanted to struggle, but with the scary look in Carla's head, Iwini wisely stopped. Okay. I do. But I'm just an ordinary person. What ability do I have to help you? Zhou Jing thought for a while, and finally nodded in agreement. At the same time, Zhou Jing was also confused, and didn't know what he should do to be effective. Whether it's the divine messenger here, or Su Chen's group, they are all members of the extraordinary class. And looking at the way the 2 divine envoys secretly eavesdropped on Su Chen, we knew that Su Chen's power was not that simple. You don't have to worry about this. We've already prepared it for you. Kara pulled out a disc-like object. At the same time, he was mumbling something. And after a while, the disc gave off a faint light. Stretch your hand up, and you will receive inheritance from the divine world. Well, in a way that you can understand. You can also become a transcendent, Kara said solemnly to Zhou Jing. Zhou Jing looked at the disc and stretched out his hand, but hesitantly. Chapter 388 The Mysterious Diamond-Shaped Gem. Just when Zhou Jing was about to touch the disc, Kara took back the hand holding the disc. By the way, you are still unable to enter the inheritance place as an ordinary person. You must acquire extraordinary abilities before you can enter the land of inheritance, Kara said as she took the disc back. Zhou Jing was speechless. So how do I get superpowers? Zhou Jing said helplessly. You must first accept the inheritance from the divine world before you can gain extraordinary abilities, Kara replied firmly. Zhou Jing, then let me accept the inheritance from the divine realm first. Kara shook her head. But you must first become a transcendent before you can enter the inheritance of the divine world. Although Zhou Jing didn't understand the reason, he was greatly shocked. If you want to become an extraordinary person, you must first accept the inheritance from the divine world. But to enter the place of inheritance, you need to have extraordinary abilities. This logic is trapped in a cycle. When Zhou Jing was speechless, Kara secretly smiled slyly and glanced at Iwini without any trace. Well, if you are willing to believe in the God of Light, you can also enter the place of inheritance with the power of faith, Iwini said weakly. Believe in the God of Light? Zhou Jing was stunned for a moment. Yes, as long as you believe in the God of Light. Your abilities in the new world can immediately break the boundaries and be mapped to reality. In this way, you will have extraordinary power. And with the power of faith, you will get more benefits from the power of inheritance. Kara then thought about it with a look of sudden realization. At this time, Zhou Jing seemed a little hesitant. But I don't have faith either. And I can't do false faith. Zhou Jing said somewhat evasively. This is easy to handle. We can help you hold a religious ceremony. And Winnie can do it. Kara, on the other hand, said directly without thinking too much. Yes, I can. Winnie nodded seriously towards Zhou Jing. Generally, a cardinal can complete this kind of thing. As a literary envoy, Winnie is actually overqualified to perform such a ritual. No. I mean, wouldn't this be too perfunctory? Zhou Jing still felt something was wrong. There are special things to do. This is all to stop Su Chen from destroying the world and save him, Kara said carelessly. Zhou Jing, who was a little confused at first, fell silent after hearing Su Chen's name. Okay. What do I do? Zhou Jing sighed and agreed. Hearing Zhou Jing's agreement, Winnie's expression became serious, and she wiped away the oil stains on her mouth. At the same time, with a gentle wave of his hand, Winnie changed into a holy white robe. And her whole temperament was completely different from before. You don't have to do anything. Leave it to me. Winnie raised her hand slightly. The diamond-shaped gem shines with pale white light, and is suspended in midair. The gemstones are surrounded by mysterious and ancient words, exuding a sense of historical solemnity. Even Zhou Jing, who originally had no faith, was shaken by this mysterious power. Your heart is brave and fearless. And today I will lead you to find your true faith. After saying that, the diamond-shaped gem slowly approached Zhou Jing's forehead. Zhou Jing instinctively shrank, a little scared. Don't be afraid. This is God's blessing. Winnie's gentle voice appeared in Zhou Jing's ears. Under this voice, Zhou Jing gradually began to relax, and the gemstone was placed on Zhou Jing's forehead. The gem slowly faded and turned into a divine seal, leaving a mark on Zhou Jing's forehead. While Zhou Jing was half asleep and half awake, he felt a tall and majestic statue of a god flash past, and a wave of power poured into his body. Chapter 389 Top Skill Options. Zhou Jing in reality fell into a deep sleep. After seeing this, Kara and Winnie looked at each other and smiled. What do we do next? Winnie asked curiously. Don't ask. God will arrange it next. Kara had no intention of answering. Winnie showed a knowing smile. And the other sighed. Zhou Jing seemed to wake up from his sleep. But the picture in front of him was not his home. In front of him was a set of steps, with huge stone pillars erected on both sides of the steps. Mysterious and ancient patterns were carved on the stone pillars. Zhou Jing looked up and saw that it looked like a temple. By the way, is the inheritance of the divine world here? Zhou Jing thought about what he was doing. Zhou Jing first inquired about the surrounding environment and found that it was a suspended island with clouds trampled under his feet. Apart from this temple, there are no other buildings on the entire hanging island. It should be entering the temple, right? After Zhou Jing turned around in a circle, he muttered silently. There was nowhere to go around now. And even if he pinched himself, he couldn't return to reality. There seemed to be no other choice but to enter this temple. But thinking about the reality of the situation, he had nothing to shrink from. He had only accepted it with good intentions. Not only to protect himself and his family in the next world, but also to awaken Lao Su. Zhou Jing was talking to himself. If he only relied on a few words from outsiders, he wouldn't believe it. But he saw Lao Su's current situation with his own eyes. Now Lao Su is surrounded by some scary guys. And he doesn't believe that Lao Su has reached this point. Just like Carla and the others said, Lao Su was controlled by an evil existence. And as a good brother, he had the obligation to wake him up. Step. 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 Zhou Jing walked up the steps step by step. The door of the temple was closed. Zhou Jing frowned, then reached out to push it open. But the door didn't move. Just when Zhou Jing wanted to continue pushing the door, the copper lamp next to the door turned on its own, and the door slowly opened. The moment he opened the door, pure white holy light emitted from the temple, causing Zhou Jing to quickly cover his eyes. However, these holy lights were not as dazzling as expected. Although they were very white, they were very soft. Zhou Jing didn't feel the dazzling feeling, so he put down his hand and got used to it. The scene in front of him made Zhou Jing more convinced that there were extraordinary abilities in reality. Maybe there were extraordinary beings in the temple. walking towards the gate of the temple. After taking only a few steps, he found that a statue of a god appeared in front of him out of thin air. The statue emitted an ancient will, as if it was watching Zhou Jing, making Zhou Jing feel uncomfortable all over. Yes, you have a very strong character, and can take on this important task. At this time, the statue suddenly spoke human words. This shocked Zhou Jing. But before Zhou Jing could answer, the statue continued to speak to Zhou Jing. Next, I will give you a skill as your trump card. You can choose it after you think about it. After the statue finished speaking, an option box that only appeared in the game appeared in front of Zhou Jing's eyes. Power of Desolation. Summon the power of desolation. Change the terrain into a desert terrain. And gain control of the desert soldiers. Golden Holy Light. This is the ultimate existence in gold magic. When you use this skill, you can illuminate the entire field. Even the darkness in the corner will not be let go. Wherever the Golden Holy Light shines, the darkness will be invisible. Abyss Wave. Summoning sea water from the abyss sea can turn the entire area into an abyss sea. The releaser can control the giant wave as an attack. Whisper of Nature. When you use this skill, you can awaken all plants to fight for you. And you can change the terrain at will. To Flame Sky Fire. Summon Sky Fire to burn the target area. And the metal will become the nourishment of the Sky Fire, becoming more intense. Chapter 390 Detailed Description and Matching of Skills. Looking at the dazzling array of skills, Zhou Jing was a little confused for a moment. Originally, he was not a person who was good at making choices. Most of the time, he relied on recklessness. But the current choice cannot be made directly by relying on recklessness. This has a lot to do with it. At a small level, it is about whether Lao Su can be awakened. At a big level, it may be about the world. Why haven't you chosen yet? Zhou Jing remained silent for a long time. And the statue made an urging sound. I'm afraid that I won't make a good choice. I don't know how to choose these abilities. And I'm afraid of messing up. Zhou Jing scratched his hair, which was a little messy. Son, since you are my loyal believer, I let you choose one more. At the same time, I gave these abilities a more precise explanation. After hearing this, the statue did not blame Zhou Jing, but said softly, as soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Jing saw that the skill description text in front of him changed. Power of Desolation. This ability can change the terrain into a desert terrain and gain control of the desert soldiers. The soldiers of the Great Wilderness are excellent in both attack and defense, and can provide powerful assistance and control capabilities in battles. They are especially suitable for battles that require occupying terrain or protecting important targets. It is recommended to match Golden Holy Light or Abyss Wave. Golden Holy Light. It can illuminate the entire area, reveal hidden enemies and minefields, and can also be used to discover hideouts or secret passages, etc. The Golden Holy Light is suitable for tasks such as reconnaissance and intelligence collection. In combat, it can help users quickly find the enemy's location in dark environments. It also has ultra-long-range Holy Light strike capabilities. Recommended to pair with Whisper of Nature or Power of Desolation. Abyss Wave. It can summon sea water to attack, and can also transform the area into an abyssal sea. The releaser can control the giant wave as an attack. Abyss Wave is suitable for controlling and attacking enemies in a large area, and can create natural defense and attack advantages in the water. Recommended to pair with Hot Sky Fire or Natural Whisper. Whisper of Nature. It can awaken all plants to fight for you, and can change the terrain at will, create traps or confuse enemies, etc. Nature's Whisper is suitable for creating a certain amount of disruption and chaos, while also using plants to cover actions and attacks. It is recommended to pair it with Desolate Power or Abyss Wave. To Flame Sky Fire. It can summon Sky Fire to attack the target area and turn metal into its nutrients, making it more intense. Jiyan Tianhua is suitable for attacking enemy equipment, buildings or important targets, and can provide powerful destructive power and lethality in battle. It is recommended to pair it with Abyss Wave or Nature Whisper. In this new text, Zhou Jing was given a very thoughtful explanation. Choose 2 out of 5. And behind the text of each ability, there are detailed descriptions and even suggested combinations. Zhou Jing's thinking suddenly became clear. This seems to have a similar relationship with the New World, Game World. Even if it comes to reality, you can still refer to the game's ideas. Among them, the first thing that caught Zhou Jing's attention was the skill of Golden Holy Light. Zhou Jing originally thought that the Golden Holy Light was just a light bulb that illuminated the whole place and had no other use. But it's different after reading the detailed description. This is equivalent to opening a full-picture perspective plugin in the game. Not only enemies, but also traps and the like can be marked. And not only does it enable the full-picture perspective hanger, this hanger actually has attack capabilities and can directly carry out ultra-long-range strikes against enemies locked in position. Chapter 391 Super Long-Range Strike. Golden Holy Light became Zhou Jing's first choice. Golden Holy Light suggested pairing it with Power of Desolation and Whisper of Nature. Zhou Jing also looked at the other two skills, and it seemed that they really didn't match well. Jian Tianhua focuses on attack power and destructive power, but it does not seem to support ultra-long-range strikes, which conflicts with the ultra-long-range characteristics of the Golden Holy Light. Moreover, the Golden Holy Light itself has attack power, and Jian Tianhua only adds some short-range strikes. Explosive force. The same is true for the huge waves in the abyss. They cannot support ultra-long distance strikes because they change the terrain. What makes Zhou Jing puzzled is why the abyss wave and the heavenly fire are suggested to be paired together. Aren't water and fire opposites? Zhou Jing still seriously considered the Power of Desolation and the Whisper of Nature. First of all, both Whisper of Nature and Power of Desolation have summoning abilities, which does not conflict with his ultra-long distance full-picture perspective ability. Like Nature's Whisper, he can control a large area of plants, and if there are plants in the place where the other party passes by, they will be attacked by the plants. If the combat zone is a forest or grassland, then Zhou Jing will be the master of this battle. But Zhou Jing also noticed that the description did not say that it could directly generate plants. If there are no plants in the combat area, his ability is basically useless. Even if he brought some plants with him, they would still be limited. Without the terrain bonus, it would be too weakened. The Power of Desolation can directly change the terrain into a wild terrain, so there is no need to worry about the restrictions of terrain factors. The description says that the soldiers of the Great Wilderness are very good at attack and defense, and even have very powerful assistance and control capabilities. The wilderness soldiers can move. In other words, after locking the enemy's position at an ultra-long distance, he can carry out a steady stream of holy light strikes and send soldiers from the wilderness to attack. The opponent does not know who the opponent is until he is defeated. It fits Zhou Jing's personal combat style very well. It's decided. Choose the Power of Desolation and the Golden Light. After some thinking, Zhou Jing chose two abilities. The idol seems to be very satisfied with Zhou Jing's choice of these two abilities. Then a burst of power erupted from the statue, and the entire temple was filled with majestic divine power. But slowly, all these forces poured into Zhou Jing, who was like the center point of a vortex. The strong power made Zhou Jing feel a little uncomfortable. Zhou Jing gritted his teeth and persisted with willpower. Boom! Sudden noise. Ah! Zhou Jing shouted angrily. You're awake. Iwini said to Zhou Jing at this time. Zhou Jing took a look and saw that he was lying on the sofa, and Iwini was standing looking at him. Will it be fine after a while? Zhou Jing got up from the sofa. What do you mean? You have been lying down for 3 days. Iwini said to Zhou Jing with a smile. 3 days? Zhou Jingming obviously felt that it was just a momentary thing. He took out his phone and looked at the date. It was indeed 3 days ago. Feel the changes in you. Iwini then said to Zhou Jing. Feel it? After Zhou Jing heard this, he sat up straight. He felt a powerful energy swimming in his body, and it seemed that all he had to do was raise his hand and issue a command to release this powerful energy. Hey, don't use it seriously. We are still in that person's territory now. Seeing Zhou Jing's eagerness to give it a try, Yuani immediately stopped Zhou Jing. Zhou Jing also thought about it after hearing this. What makes him a little bit unbelievable is that, just like that, he has become a superpower? At this time, Kara also walked out of the kitchen. It seems that the power you gained is stronger than I imagined. I already feel that your ability is no longer inferior to mine. Kara, who was always serious, looked at Zhou Jing with a rare smile. Chapter 392 The Development of Su Group. Inside the Pinnacle Arena. After Su Chen easily solved the matched opponents, he matched again. 10 minutes later, he still had no match. These people are really interesting. Su Chen smiled lightly, and then cancelled the match. Since the last time he had no opponent in PK, Su Chen asked someone to investigate and found that the guys at the peak PK field had reached a consensus. Because he could learn other people's skills, the so-called masters panicked and boycotted Su Chen. But there is no way to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. In the past few days, Su Chen occasionally came to the peak arena to PK when he had time to increase his score. However, Those people were also thieves. They would rather not fight back and get points than use their skills to copy Su-Chin. Then the loser immediately informed the news that he would no longer be able to queue up anyone. So he had to rest and then fight again. Forget it. I've hit more than 600 people. So there should be no problem. Su-Chin battled wits and courage with these people in the past few days and climbed up the rankings. Those in the top 1,000 on the peak list can participate in that large-scale event. He ranked over 600, which is considered relatively stable and able to participate. However, to be on the safe side, several Su Group employees were allowed to take turns staring at the rankings. Once the rankings behind him are fast, he will go online to suppress them. Anyway, don't they like to avoid you? So don't rush for points. He didn't even need to go to the match in person. So people would just let people out, saying that he was in PK or something like that. I didn't learn any skills, so I stopped playing. Su-Chin immediately quit the game with a sudden thought. Real world. Su Group. Now the Su Group has expanded its area, and Lin Lin has contracted several surrounding mountains together as a sub-base of the Su Group. The Su Group not only increased its manpower, but also established a World of Warcraft training base. The main crack in the new world has no monsters for the time being, but with the richness of the spiritual energy of the blessed land, other small cracks have appeared. The monsters that came out of these small cracks were captured by the Su Group. The demon control reins made by Demon Dao, as well as the magic circle that contain monsters, can train these monsters into mounts or combat pets. Mr. Su, you are back. While Su-Chin was patrolling, Yao Dao spotted Su-Chin and hurriedly came over to say hello. The base has been developing well recently. By the way, what's going on over there in the main rift? Su-Chin glanced at Yao Dao and said, Xiao Dao has found out clearly that it turned out to be the Skeleton King of the Dark Legion, who ordered the crack to be sealed after he was defeated by President Su that day. One end of the main crack is the territory of the Army of Darkness. Yao Dao reported the information obtained from the investigation to Su-Chin. Ha! It turns out that's the case. No wonder the main crack has never spawned monsters. After Su-Chin heard this, he couldn't help but smile. There are not many monsters spawned from the small cracks. Now the monster domestication base is relatively free. Do you want to attack the main crack? Yao Dao asked Su-Chin. No. They can guard it if they like. Our base is in a blessed place. Although there will be many opportunities, monsters will not let go of these opportunities. The guarding of the Dark Army can help us reduce a lot of pressure. Su-Chin waved his hand and rejected Yao Dao's proposal. Originally, this crack was caused by his early mining of the game. Now, due to a small resource issue, there is really no need to develop the main crack. Maybe due to the development of the main rift, the integration time of the game has become earlier. Chapter 393, Fallen God Method. As he talked, Su-Chin actually felt a little irritable. Mr. Su, what's wrong? After eating the fruit of the Sujibao tree, the current Demon Dao has gained a new understanding of the heavenly book and has become sharper at the same time. He was keenly aware that Mr. Su seemed to have something on his mind. It just feels like something is targeting us. Su-Chin glanced at Demon Dao in surprise and said, Mr. Su, now that you have stepped into the divine level, these feelings may not be groundless. After hearing this, Yao Dao said to Su-Chin, after entering the divine level, it is difficult to be disturbed by some distracting thoughts. What can affect the divine level must be the influence of other powerful beings. Now these feelings of Su-Chin have become spiritual thoughts. And the generation of spiritual thoughts has a reason. Su-Chin glanced at the Su Group and saw that everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. But everything is not as peaceful as it seems. There is a feeling that the storm is about to come. At this moment, Su-Chin had a thought in his mind. Mr. Su, what's wrong? The demon said carefully and asked. But a new helper has arrived. Come and meet me. Su-Chin smiled softly. Then directly, and Yao Dao disappeared from the Su Group. Shira World. At this time, Sil and the Spirit of Vengeance looked at a man in black robes in front of them. It seemed like they were in a confrontation. Draculic, Great Sage, and the Fortress Demon who joined later followed. At this time, there was a distortion in the air. Two figures appeared out of thin air. Mr. Su! Mr. Su! Immediately, Seal and others saluted in unison. Su-Chin nodded slightly, and then looked at the person he was confronting. Without any unnecessary questions, Su-Chin directly checked the other party's panel. Name, Fallen God Method. Type, Demon. Level, 210. Level, False God. Skills, Corrupted Sword. Demonic Explosion. Dark possession. Magic absorption. Demonic advent. Magical frenzy. Ghost step. Demonic shield. Demonic wind. Eye of the abyss. Demonic summoning. Demonic judgment. Fiery flame. Soul eating edge. Abyss claw. Hand of nothingness. Dark god realm. Endless darkness. It turns out to be a false god. No wonder. Suchin said with a soft smile. Even if false gods are summoned, they have the right to refuse. When Sierra was summoned, he did not surrender immediately. And Suchin was not very strong at that time. If Sil refuses, it may take a lot of effort. But it may not be possible to win Sil. When the strength itself is too weak, the summoned pseudo-god level character will not give in easily. But today's Suchin is no longer what he used to be. Now he is not only able to master divine power more skillfully, but also has mechanical divine power, as well as the improvement brought by his understanding of the Hotion book. At the same time, the army under his command has been fully developed into an elite. With the pseudo-god seal, the spirit of revenge has also been improved. There are also demons, who ate the fruits of the Sijabeo tree, and are now extremely powerful. The fallen angel named Mephit had his black robe pulled down, so low that his face could not be seen clearly. Your Excellency, are you the one who called me here? Mephit asked in a deep voice. Yes, it's me, Suchin said with great interest. You are strong and your men are good, but you don't have what I want. Sorry, I have to go back. After Mephit said that, he turned into a shadow. Suchin didn't move, just watching his performance. After the shadow disappeared, it gradually became real again. Chapter 394 The Power of Machinery. Let's go. Why don't you go? Suchin looked at each other with a smile. After all, Suchin spent a lot of resources to summon this, in order to prevent the other party from escaping. He blocked the space when he came. Since you want to force me to stay, then let's fight. Mephit also knew that the other party was not easy to mess with. Several swords condensed by darkness were generated around Suchin. No problem. Sierra and others immediately wanted to come to help. Suchin gently waved his hand to signal them not to come forward. Seeing that Suchin prevented others from helping, Mephit looked at Suchin seriously. However, Mephit showed no mercy, and instead let several pitch-black swords stab at Suchin. Electromagnetic barrier, Suchin thought, and a comprehensive electromagnetic screen suddenly formed around Suchin. This is a high-level skill learned from mechanical divine power. These pitch-black swords cannot break through defenses. Mephit became serious when he saw this. With a wave of his black robe, several void cracks suddenly appeared under Suchin's feet. The fierce claws from the abyss attacked Suchin's shield. At the same time, demons from the abyss were summoned from other rifts. It turned out to be the way of summoning. After Suchin saw Mephit's methods, he chuckled and said, Suchin defended like this for a minute without fighting back and allowed the opponent to attack. Have you fought enough? I'm going to fight back, Suchin suddenly said softly. Suchin gently raised his hand and pointed it towards Mephit. Electromagnetic storm. The electromagnetic shield around Suchin immediately enveloped Mephite, forming a stance at the same time. Mephit quickly used shadow transformation to escape from here. Overload magnetic storm. But just when he wanted to escape, Suchin strengthened this skill again. Boom! Mephit immediately flew backwards. The face that was originally hidden by the black robe and hat was also exposed. It was a blonde woman. Mephit noticed his image and panicked and wanted to run away. Energy web. Suddenly, a net of energy trapped her and caused her to fall to the ground. It turned out to be her. Seeing the face of the woman on the ground, Sil seemed to recognize her at this time. Oh! Do you know her origin? Suchin looked at Sil and asked. Her name is Mephit, and she used to be an ordinary messenger in the camp of the Earth Goddess. But after coming into contact with the Abyss, she greedily wanted to occupy the power of the Abyss. After gaining that power, she became powerful, and the Earth Goddess sent her to suppress her. Her strength allowed her to escape, and then she joined the demon camp completely. Sil told Suchin what she knew about Mephit's origin. I see. After Suchin heard this, he squatted on the ground and looked at Mephit, who was imprisoned by the King of Energy. Facing Suchin's teasing gaze, Mephit looked a little helpless. Suchin reached out and pinched her pink face, and played with her chin, as if admiring it. How about this cute and greedy little angel? Do you want to follow me? Suchin said with great interest to Mephit on the ground. You are indeed very strong. But if you don't have what I want here, I don't want to follow you. Mephit hesitated for a moment, then said this. Look at this. Do you want it? Su Chen took out a fruit from the Su Jiaobao tree and waved it in front of Mephit's eyes. This envoy who betrayed the god realm is nothing more than a desire to become stronger. The fruits on the Su Jiaobao tree are enough to show extraordinary attraction. Of course, this is just a drawing. Not really giving it to her. Chapter 395 Conquering Mephit. At Mephit's level. Even if she doesn't know what it is. But the refreshing breath coming from the fruit made Mephit feel intoxicated. When he looked at the fruit in Su Chen's hand again, the look in his eyes was different. This is? Mephit was still imprisoned on the ground. But she didn't care at all now. This is a fruit picked from my Su Jiaobao tree. After taking it, it can improve your understanding. As for how it will be improved, Su Chen suddenly stopped midway through his words. Su Chen raised his hand, and several swords condensed in darkness appeared around him. This is the fallen sword. Mephit was completely shocked. Although these fallen swords are still superficial, the structure contained in them has been touched. Will you use the corrupted sword? Mephit looked at Su Chen in surprise and asked. Although Mephit guessed the answer in her mind, it was obvious that she couldn't believe the answer he guessed. If you use it a few more times, I'll probably know it. Su Chen smiled softly. He gently lowered his hand. And then the fallen sword slowly dissipated. When Mephit saw this, he couldn't bear it anymore. Are you saying that I can gain that ability just by following you? As soon as Mephit said the words, he immediately thought of something, and his tone became more respectful. As long as you make a contribution to the Su group, such rewards can be given easily. And there are many such fruits on the Su Jiaobao tree, Su Chen said, shaking the fruit in his hand. At the same time, Su Chen probably understood what was going on in Mephit's mind. And with a wave of his hand, he released Mephit's restraints. Su, don't like to force others. You can choose whether to serve me or run away. Su Chen not only released Mephit's restraints, but also dissipated the space blockade. From Seal's story, this Mephit was a guy who was extremely thirsty for power and betrayed the Earth Goddess in order to gain power. The Su family treasure tree was extremely precious to Su Chen, let alone to a false god like Mephit. Su Chen also looked generous and let Mephit choose. Mr. Su always convinced people with his virtue. Mephit Friedricha is willing to serve the Lord. After hesitating, Mephit knelt down on one knee. At the same time, Su Chen reached out and made a contract with Mephit. After a flash of glory, the contract was successfully created. From now on, you will be a member of my Su group. You don't need to call me Lord. Just call me Mr. Su when you are outside. Su Chen smiled softly. Yes, Mr. Su. Mephit nodded and said, added another general. Su Chen looked behind him and saw that the Su group now had many elite soldiers. The Su group is thriving. By the way, the peak battle is coming soon, so you need to make more preparations. Su Chen remembered this. Sil, please take Mephit to understand the current situation of the Su group. Su Chen confessed to Xier. Yes, Mr. Su. Sil immediately nodded in agreement. Everyone else should return to their posts. Yao Dao, you and I will go to the Dawn Guild. After Su Chen made arrangements for everyone, he asked the demon to follow him. The other leaders of the Su group had very complicated expressions when they saw Yao Dao. Those who followed Su Chen from the beginning, such as Dragon Lich and Great Sage, knew that Demon Dao was a weakling compared to them from the beginning. However, it has been frequently appreciated by Mr. Su. Now Yao Dao's status is not only important in the Su group, but the strength of Yao Dao itself has also grown by leaps and bounds because of Mr. Su's appreciation. Especially the fruits of the Sujiabao tree. Demon Dao received the most rewards. Later group leaders also heard about the evil deeds, and they were all very puzzled. Chapter 396 about the peak battle. In their opinion, apart from being able to flatter others, what else can a demon do? Compared with the strength of Yao Dao who first joined the group. To describe it as lowly is a compliment to Yao Dao. He is just a mythical person who is less than level 100. Compared to them, who all started as demigods. The Demon Dao is simply a scumbag. But what about today's demonic path? Not to mention the demigod fortress demons and demigod alchemy masters who joined later. The Dragon Lich who joined at the beginning, and these old demigods would respectfully call him Demon Vice President. When they saw the demon, the authority of the Demon Dao is to directly command and mobilize them. It's just that Seal can still be on an equal footing with Demon Dao. The path to promotion in the Demon Dao is simply outrageous. Yes, Mr. Su. Yao Dao responded neither humble nor arrogantly, without waiting for the other leaders to have any doubts. Su Chen and Yao Dao teleported directly towards the Dawn Guild. Dawn Guild. Su Chen also hasn't been to the guild for a while. The main reason why Su Chen thought of coming to the guild was that the peak battle was about to begin. Although the Su group now has a large group of demigod-level guys, they are not players and cannot participate in the peak battle. Moreover, there will definitely be players broadcasting the peak battle. After all, they belong to the Dark Legion. Su Chen's current image in the outside world still needs to be separated from the Dark Legion. As for Demon Dao, he is still a Taoist priest in essence, and he can be on the stage. So it's okay for Su Chen to bring Demon Dao to Dawn Guild. I don't know how far these guys have improved. Su Chen frowned. Mr. Su was relieved. Xiao Dao thought that this matter was very important to Mr. Su, so he made some helpful props for them. They will not be found to have any connection with the Dark Legion, because they will be able to see the light. Yao Dao said immediately from the side at this time. Hearing Yao Dao's answer, Su Chen nodded and smiled. You can always come up with something new. Su Chen smiled and said. When the demon said this, Su Chen felt relieved. Peak Battle is a large map where players can form teams. And like Peak Arena, Peak Battle still has a balance system. This balance system cannot really suppress him. But if he wants to break this balance system, he basically has to fight the balance system. So it is still necessary to form a team. He doesn't have many connections in the Peak Arena. Those guys who often hang out in the Peak Arena all form small groups. For example, the recent high scores that prevented him from reaching the top 100 and the skills he secretly learned were the result of these small groups working together. Although he is not afraid of these people, under the pressure of the balance system, he still has to struggle to deal with these guys who are clinging to each other. Previously, he arranged for the elites of the Dawn Guild to score points and reach the top 1,000 to qualify. As many groups as you can. In this way, when he wants to go to work, people from the Dawn Guild will help guard him. And he can save a lot of energy. But he was too busy at the time and didn't pay much attention to the matter. And he couldn't mobilize the Dark Army to help him. So although they were arranged to score points, Su Chen didn't give them much help in terms of their combat effectiveness. It just allows them to mobilize existing resources. But in fact, the existing resources of the Su group, apart from the Dark Legion, are actually not very rich. Some of the equipment produced by the Dark Legion cannot even be used casually, because some equipment is unique. The appearance of those unique equipment on Dawn Guild members gives people something to think about. Chapter 397. The strength of the guild is improving. While Su Chen and Yao Dao were chatting and laughing, they had already walked towards the gate of Dawn Guild. Today's Dawn Guild is divided into Main Guild and Branch Guild. The main association is naturally a member of the Su group in the real world. This is the main force of the Su group. For the time being, Su Chen has no plans to add outsiders to the main association. As for other branches, they have gathered some individual players, or some players who switched jobs from other guilds. The existence of the branch is not something Su Chen made fun of. Because of his reputation as Luoqiu, he has attracted a lot of fans and players, including some of good quality. Although the Dawn Guild was first established, it was just a move for him to win the title of human hero. But with the current scale of the Dawn Guild, it would be a pity to be just a chess piece that can be thrown away after use. It is a very good choice to recruit some outstanding members. Of course, Su Chen will also give them a chance to choose whether to join the Su group after the arrival of the Great Age. Outside the gate of Dawn Guild, there were many players coming and going. Many of these players are non-Dawn Guild players. Some of them are from other guilds and come to the Dawn Guild to discuss cooperation. And some of them come here to take a look. Of course, the Dawn Guild also does business. And there are some shops at the door. In order to build up the reputation of the Dawn Guild, the Dawn Guild has set up many very affordable stores, with a wide variety of products. What kind of weapon shop, consumable shop, material shop, etc. They are all lower than the market price. However, there were restrictions on not allowing other guilds to come to purchase. And there was also a good limit, and merchants were not allowed to come to purchase. It's a clear benefit to individual players. This made the individual players very grateful to Su Chen. Su, the person in charge of the doorman at Daybreak Guild today, is obviously an old member who knows Su Chen. But just halfway through his words, Mr. Su felt Su Chen's sharp gaze. President. Under Su Chen's sharp eyes, the man immediately changed his tune. Thanks for your hard work. After he changed his words, Su Chen also changed his expression to one that made people feel refreshed. At this time, people around also heard the conversation. But at this time, Su Chen had already entered through the gate. Is that President Luoqiu? Hearing it 100 times is better than seeing it once. I also want to join the Daybreak Guild. But Daybreak currently only recruits members from its branches. I don't know when the main guild will recruit people to fight with President Luoqiu. I am grateful that President Luo has no heirs, and is very easygoing to his guild brothers. After Su Chen entered the gate, the players started talking a lot. The news that Su Chen came to the guild immediately alarmed everyone at Daybreak. Brother Luo, why did you think of the guild today? The first one to run over was Bingfeng. His tone and expression were very natural. And he knew that on this occasion, Su Chen wanted to show that he was in harmony with the guild. Brother Luo was the most suitable title. However, Bingfeng looked a little embarrassed at this time. And there were traces of magic attacks on his body. It was obvious that Bingfeng was still outside spawning monsters. After hearing that Su Chen was back, he immediately escaped from the battle and teleported back. Su Chen looked at Bingfeng. Your strength has improved a lot during this period. How many people are there in the peak arena? Su Chen glanced at Bingfeng and asked with a smile. 508. There is no problem in the first 500 before the peak battle begins. Anyway, it's okay. Brother Luo. Bingfeng smiled innocently. The tone of Bingfeng's conversation with Su Chen made other people think that the two of them were good brothers and friends. Yes. It seems you are trying hard. Su Chen chuckled and nodded. Chapter 398 Another Way to High-End Combat Power. Along the way, Su Chen greeted the guild members with a smile on his face. Entered the conference room. When the door was closed, Su Chen's smile disappeared. Bingfeng, I see that you have worked hard and achieved great results. And on the occasion of your recent employment, I rewarded you with a precious fruit from the Su family treasure tree. You haven't even made the first 500 yet. What are you doing for a living? Su Chen's eyes were cold. Mr. Su, your subordinates are incompetent. Bingfeng immediately knelt down in fear. The Dawn Guild now has a very embarrassing place. That is, at the player level, high-end combat power is insufficient. Bingfeng is already considered to be the top combat player among the players in the Dawn Guild. Except for Bingfeng. It was Chenhu who also ate the fruit. But even so, the two of them are still trying to reach the top 500 in the rankings. Su Chen was a little angry and said nothing. Bingfeng, who was kneeling on the ground, was sweating profusely. Mr. Su, it's not like Bingfeng didn't work hard. His previous strength was too poor. The Su family's fruit improvement ability is good, but it's difficult to increase his combat power in a very short period of time. At this time, the demon next to him opened his mouth to defend Bingfeng. Bingfeng immediately cast a grateful look at Yao Dao. It seemed that his usual efforts to fawn over this demonic vice president were not in vain. I really helped him speak up at the critical moment. Okay. Get up. Su Chen actually understood this truth. The players in his own guild still have a very poor foundation. Originally, he wanted to encourage others, but it was a waste of resources. In addition to special and precious resources like the Su Jiabao tree, many others were borrowed by the Dark Legion. Especially the better equipment, which was the only equipment. These equipments are not visible to the light, and cannot be given to members of the Dawn Guild. In terms of spending money, Su Chen put aside the borrowed property, and his financial resources were not even as good as those of some powerful consortiums. And because the advent of the world requires a large amount of equipment reserves, these borrowed equipment will lose money when sold. The peak battle is getting closer and closer, and there are only a few people in the guild who have qualified to participate. Su Chen sat above and sighed helplessly. Peak battle has a balanced system. When he can't use his divine power, let him fight one or two small groups to make it through. It was really hard to withstand the siege of several groups. Moreover, rewards for peak battles are calculated based on ranking. No matter how strong he is, he only occupies one reward spot. There are many good things in the ranking rewards of the peak battle. If you pack the top rewards, there will be a big wave of enhancements. At the same time, it will also improve the reputation of Dawn Guild to a higher level, which will add some chips to his future campaign as a human hero. Mr. Su, I have an idea about the pinnacle battle. At this moment, Yao Dao suddenly said, Oh, tell me the story. Su Chen asked with interest. The pinnacle battle can only be participated by players, even if some of them have awakened their abilities in reality. They themselves have evolved from mortals. The upper limit of the basic difference is low. This is difficult to change, unless the precious Su family fruit is used. But it's unrealistic for so many people. Yao Dao talked eloquently, then paused and looked at Su Chen. Su Chen nodded and signaled the demon to continue speaking. I have learned that the game login will have a talent identification process. The bloodline limit of a mortal is like that. It is too difficult to achieve an explosive improvement in a short period of time. Therefore, if someone with extraordinary bloodline logs into the game, will it be possible to achieve a short-term burst of abilities? Yao Dao continued to express his thoughts. After listening to Yao Dao's words, Su Chen felt suddenly enlightened. Yes, the bloodline of mortals is limited there. Even if they eat the fruit of the Sijabeo tree, they are still mortals. Why didn't you expect that people with extraordinary abilities could log into the game? Originally, this idea was unrealistic. After all, when the extraordinary creatures came to reality, the game login device had already failed, making it impossible to complete this idea. But because the Su group occupies the blessed land, it also created a channel in advance. Let this idea suddenly become doable. When an extraordinary person logs into the game, he should be able to break the shackles of mortal beings. Chapter 399, Choosing the Demonic Way and Method. At present, the only players in the guild who can make do are mainly Chen Hu, Bing Feng, Tang Feng, Lin Lin, Lin Yin, Blue Bird, and Tai Man. In fact, what the team lacks is the ability to lead the team at the top level. And the team can still see it. Demon Dao is usually in charge of Dawn Guild affairs, and he is relatively familiar with the situation of Dawn Guild. Lin Lin and Lin Yin should continue to be in their Huachao Guild, and then they can ostensibly become allies. Su Chen shook his head. In fact, Lin Lin's family was not alone in Uexa Huachao's situation. There were other shareholders in the guild. In the Huachao Guild, Lin Lin could mobilize the power of the entire guild in the name of the president. If she left the guild, she could only bring her core members. As for Huachao joining Breaking Dawn, don't even think about it. Other shareholders will not agree. So Lin Lin and the others still had to stay in Huachao. So, there is still one more top-level combat power. Originally, if they joined, and they could bring some experts, it would be enough for me to do it alone. Yao Dao frowned and thought. Mr. Su, what do you think of Dracolic or Ghost Sage? Yao Dao suggested two people. Their dark aura is too strong. Even if they unlock hidden professions, they may still be dark professions. The election of human heroes is coming soon, and I don't want to cause a little stain. Su Chen waved his hand and directly rejected the proposal. There is no problem with the demon path, because he is now on the path of the immortal path. He is also on the path of a Taoist priest. There will be no evil professions when he changes jobs. Hearing what Su Chen said, Yao Dao also fell into silence. The Su group has a lot of mid to high-end combat capabilities. But to find a high-end combat power with an innocent identity, apart from him, it seems that it is really difficult to find one. If you think about it carefully, the senior executives of the Su group are simply a group of evil spirits. It's at the level where the dungeon devil would call him Big Brother when he sees him. By the way, I have a candidate for Mr. Su. Thinking about it, Yao Dao patted his forehead. Oh, who? Su Chen looked at the demon and asked. Mephit. Her strength is now at the top level of the Su group. Even if Sil and her fight are equal, it means Sil has understood the power of the law. Otherwise, ordinary demigods really can't beat Mephit. There won't be too many problems with his identity. Although Mephit became the king of demons, this was all due to the external power of magical artifacts. In essence, she is still a divine messenger. If she is divided by bloodline, then there should be no problem. Yao Dao named the candidate he thought of. After Su Chen heard this, he felt it made sense. This game login player really recognizes blood. And he is a good example of one who merged with divine blood and became a priest. But now it seems that it is not ordinary divine blood, but contains the essence of the origin. The stronger Su Chen became, the more he felt that things were not that simple at the beginning. Yu-Ji is so weak. At least for now. She is weak. How did she do it? It seems that there must be some secret in that holy gate. Su Chen thought secretly. However, the matter of the holy sect is not urgent now. After all, he still knows little about the holy sect, and he does not want to fight an uncertain battle. Besides, the current situation is that the one who is hostile to him is the soul sect. The holy sect has not provoked him so far, and he does not want to make enemies out of curiosity for the time being. Mephit happened to have nothing arranged for her yet, so let her do it first. Su Chen nodded and said to Yao Dao. Chapter 400, Demon Dao changes job to Jade Sword Master. Reality. Su Group Base. What does it mean to play games? Mephit asked with some confusion. Su Chen walked up to Mephite and tapped Mephite's forehead. Suddenly, all the game information was transmitted to Mephit's mind. It turns out that those adventurers from other worlds entered this world through this so-called cabin. After Mephit understood the behavior of the game, he looked at the game cabin in front of him, and was immediately shocked. Here's the thing. And you know? Next thing you know, you have to call yourself a player rather than an adventurer. Suchin nodded and said to Mephit. Although Mephit didn't fully understand it, he still nodded and understood the general meaning. In short, Mr. Su himself belongs to the player camp. Now there are resources that need to be competed for in the player camp. But there are no truly powerful players in Mr. Su's player camp. Therefore, she and Yao Dao are needed to serve as the top combat force in the Dawn Guild. There is such a way to cross the two worlds. I really don't know who created it. Mephit came back to his senses and said with some shock. Mephit has reached the level of pseudo-god. From her perspective, it is not like she has never seen a god-level powerhouse. But even for those god-level experts, it is almost impossible to create such a masterpiece. This kind of handwriting is indeed magnificent. Suchin also nodded. He has now reached the god level. But he still can't figure out this game login device. Not to mention developing such a game login device. It can only be said that there is heaven outside the sky. Now he needs to become stronger. Then let's get started. I'm very much looking forward to what career you will change. Suchin no longer thought about these issues, and waved directly to the two of them, indicating that they could log into the game. New World attaches great importance to the players themselves. Usually, the stronger the reality, the stronger the career can be given in the game. Mephit himself was born as a divine envoy, and he later went through experience and became stronger. Although the demon Dao was of lower origin, he gained attainments in the wordless heavenly book after eating the enlightenment fruit of the Su family treasure tree. The demons have been allowed to practice the immortal way and wash the bones of mortals, which is not the same as before. The demon path enters the new world. Then Yao Dao felt the light dim. Scanning. Yao Dao heard this process explained by Suchin. So he was not in a hurry, and was waiting patiently. Currently unlockable profession, Jade Sword Master. Do you want to change profession? Yao Dao's eyes suddenly widened. He has delved into a lot of things from the wordless heavenly book. And he has also learned something about real people. That's a real person. Change job. Yao Dao did not dare to hesitate for a moment, and quickly agreed to this option. Create character successfully. Please enter character name. Daohun. This is the name of his game that Yao Dao came up with. No duplication in name detection. Birth points are being randomly assigned. The location is Taiyan Village. Transmitting. 109.8. 10 seconds later. Demonic paths appear in New World. It is indeed this world. Yao Dao also sighed again at the great power of the designer of this game cabin. By the way, according to what Mr. Su said, players can only be called if they have a player panel. Yao Dao also quickly became familiar with this game system. Although Yao Dao is new to the game, his understanding is extremely high, and it takes less than a minute to understand the game system that ordinary people can understand. Soon, Yao Dao became familiar with the game system. View your own panel. Player Daohun. Occupation Jade Sword Master. Grade 1. HP 530. MP 505. Strength 15. Intelligence 15. Stamina 12. Spirit 15. Physical defense 60. Magic defense 60. Inherited skills 7 color sword shadow. 7 colored sword shadow. Summon 7 divine swords of different colors. Each sword has unique attributes and effects. Crimson sword causes fire attribute damage, and at the same time causes a certain burn effect on the enemy, causing it to continue to be damaged for a period of time. Orange sword fires an orange sword energy, causing a certain amount of electrical damage to the enemy. At the same time, the enemy will be paralyzed for a short time, and the movement speed and attack speed will be reduced. Green sword causes wind attribute damage, and at the same time causes a certain knockback effect on the enemy, causing it to retreat a certain distance. Blue sword causes ice attribute damage, and also causes a certain freezing effect on the enemy, making it unable to move for a period of time. Purple-black sword causes poison attribute damage, and at the same time causes the enemy to continue to be poisoned for a period of time, and the health value will gradually decrease. Golden sword causes light attribute damage, while providing a certain amount of healing wind to yourself and your teammates, restoring a certain amount of health. Dark sword causes dark attribute damage, and also causes negative effects on the enemy, causing its attributes to decrease for a period of time. Chapter 401. It turns out you like raising dragons. With a thought in the demon's mind, The sword behind him moved as he wished, transforming into 7 swords. Compared to the more realistic spells in the game state, he seems to have fully mastered this ability. It's as if he already knew this kind of technique. This, although Yao Dao has done enough homework. But hearsay is one thing, and real experience is another. Have fun. At this moment, a masked man appeared silently behind him. Mr. Su. Yao Dao said low quickly. This masked man is naturally Su Chen. Now the image of Luo Qiu is too eye-catching in New World. Low point. Su Chen waved his hand casually. A masked suit of the same style as his was thrown into Yao Dao's hands. Yao Dao also understood and directly equipped this masked suit. I'll call Method later and take you to level up together. When the time is right, you will appear in the public eye again. Su Chen said softly. It's not that Yao Dao and Method can't appear in the public eye, but they can't appear in the public eye so early. If it is revealed that they are level 1 now, when the peak battle begins, it will be too suspicious for the two of them to suddenly be over 100 levels. Although the two super masters were not famous before, it is also difficult to explain. But at least the logic is sound. For example, both of them were mediocre at first, but by chance, they switched to hidden professions and suddenly became stronger. This is not unprecedented in New World. There are quite a few Lone Ranger players who suddenly took off because of a hidden mission. This is also the most attractive part of New World. Even a poor kid can become a big shot overnight. One precedent after another has caused many people to stop down to earth and practice their skills all day long. Instead, they travel around in search of opportunities. Let's go! After Yao Dao put on his suit, Su Chen took a look around and saw that no one was teleporting directly with Yao Dao. In another novice town, Method has also completed his career change. Su Chen also gave Mephite a masked suit and asked Mephite to show her faceplate to him. Player Chensi. Occupation, Dragon Master. Grade 1. HP, 380. MP, 360. Strength 3. Intelligence 20. Stamina, 8. Spirit 18. Physical Defense, 38. Magic Defense, 52. Inherited Skill, Dragon Egg. Dragon Egg, you will get a non-attribute Dragon Egg at the beginning. How far the Dragon Egg grows depends on its cultivation. Method doesn't know how to name the game. Su Chen came up with a name for her. Anyway, just think of it in a positive light. Why Dragon Master? Su Chen was a little confused about Mephite's hidden profession. The birth of Mephite the Divine Envoy has nothing to do with controlling a dragon. Even if he later fell and became the Lord of Demons through evil magic artifacts, that would still be an evil profession and not the Dragon Master. If it is related to reality, it may be that I used to like to catch some dragons as dragon pets and train them to become evil dragons. At this time, Method said, good guy. It turns out you raised too many dragons. This profession is a bit weak. Looking at Method's career, Su Chen felt a little disgusted. Although riding a dragon sounds like a great thing. But in New World, dragons are not considered a race with a very high upper limit. Even some weak dragons can be defeated by a first-rate guild group, unless it's a legendary dragon. But there are only 6 legendary dragons in New World. The Desolate Dragon he fought against last time was one of the 6 legendary dragons. The other 5 legendary dragons are Uranium Dragon, Diamond Dragon, Power Dragon, Rainbow Dragon, Gold and Silver 2-headed Dragon, and 5-color 5-headed Dragon. This so-called Dragon Master wants to cultivate a legendary dragon, which is easier said than done. The 6 legendary dragons all grew and evolved over time. Forget it. It's just for PK with players. Just use it. Although he disliked it, Su Chen still included the character of Method in the scope of training. Next, I will take you to upgrade. Su Chen looked at the two and chuckled. Chapter 402 Return to the Gate of Wilderness. North of the Crescent Kingdom. This is the border of the kingdom, which is in a state of ice and snow all year round. Several soldiers sat at the door of the ancient temple, gathering to warm themselves by the fire and chatting away the time. A young priest came out for inspection and frowned slightly when he saw the soldiers being so lazy. Have you forgotten the last time you were invaded? Everyone should be in good spirits. The young priest scolded somewhat displeasedly. When several soldiers heard the young priest's scolding, they could only cheer up. Reluctantly, he stood up and picked up his weapon as a matter of course. The young priest was still a little dissatisfied, but he didn't say anything more. Return to the temple. Since Su Chen and others broke into the wilderness last time, the Crescent Kingdom has tightened the security of this place. It's just that the Crescent Kingdom is currently at war, and there are no extra troops to waste in this place. In addition, although Su Chen and his party broke into the wilderness last time, they did not kill any defenders, and there was no trouble in the wilderness for so long. Therefore, the attitude of the Crescent Kingdom is obviously to let it go. Although some people speculated at the imperial meeting whether the people who entered the wilderness had some conspiracy. Uniting with the wilderness was not good for the empire, and sent troops to investigate the wilderness. But these are troubled times, and the Crescent Kingdom is already busy with war, so there is no time to investigate the wilderness. Many ministers also strongly advocated not to expand the front line, and the king also had this intention. Therefore, for the protection of the temple at the entrance to the wilderness, it is only a symbolic addition of one more group of soldiers on duty. Moreover, the Holy See did not make it difficult for the Crescent Kingdom to send troops to investigate this matter. Even the Holy See itself seemed to be busy with something. In terms of temple deployment, the Holy See just transferred back the old priest who committed the crime and replaced him with a young priest. That's all. At this moment, not far from the temple, 3 people appeared out of thin air in the snow. These 3 people are none other than Su Chen. Su Chen had already thought about where to take the 2 Demon Dao people to level up before arriving. The identities of Yao Dao and Method are very sensitive. Their identities must be clear. Su Chen had prepared the characters for the 2 of them, and they were ordinary players who changed jobs by chance. So in the ordinary map, if someone finds it, the screenshot will be saved. When he runs for the title of human hero, the fake identities of these 2 people will be the black material that prevents him from becoming a human hero. After all, they are going to reach over 100 levels soon, so the scene that takes them up must be very unrestrained. If someone sees it, they will definitely need to take a video or screenshot. Therefore, you still need to consider more when choosing an upgrade location. An ordinary map will definitely not work. Su Chen thought again of the Shura world that had been occupied by the Dark Army. But thinking about it again, the Shura world is not really stable, because there are tenants in the Shura world. Even those players who have paid protection fees can still wander around the edge of the Shura realm. Moreover, the Shura world is such a big cake, and other top guilds are also spying on them. If the 2 of them are found with clues that appeared in the center of the Shura world, it will basically be impossible to get rid of them. After much deliberation, Su Chen still felt that Da Huang was reliable. The Great Wilderness is guarded by the Empire and the Holy See, so ordinary players cannot break in. Furthermore, there is a ruler in the wilderness. The relationship between Su Chen and Da Huang was pretty good. That Xiaolong had a high status in Da Huang, and he and she had a common enemy. Even if there are players in the wilderness, they have nothing to hide from the rulers of the wilderness, and they can be easily cleared out. Moreover, Da Huang is rich in leveling resources, and any monster can gain extremely rich experience. Plus, with the bonus of level up experience, it doesn't take too long to reach over 100 levels. To level up in a short period of time, Da Huang is one of the best choices. Chapter 403: How to Open the Gate to the Wilderness. In front of the temple door, the guy from the Holy See has gone back. Let's all sit down and take a rest. An older soldier said to everyone. It's better that old priest Jimmy never cares about us. This new priest really thinks that he is one of the same things, so we have to deal with him in this barren place. There were complaints as soon as we sat down. There is no other way to transfer old priest Jimmy back. If he doesn't take the initiative to open the door, the group at least won't be able to break in easily. This is human nature. Being transferred here is not an exaggeration to say that we are assigned. Speaking of which, the front line is tight, and in order to reward the front troops, we have reduced the resources in the rear. Forget it. Stop complaining. If that guy hears it, he won't be able to avoid giving him a lesson. After all, he is from the Holy See, and we don't have the capital to challenge others. After a few people chatted for a while, they stopped talking about this topic. At this moment, a masked man walked out of the snow. His footsteps stepped on the snow, and there were no footprints or the sound of stepping on the snow. Who are you? At this time, a soldier immediately discovered him. When the soldier found out, the other soldiers were also shocked. Although they were sent here, their strength is still good. After all, there is a passing standard for guarding here. With their strength, they didn't even realize that this person was approaching. I want to go to the wilderness, the masked man said softly. Did you know this is? Just as the young soldier was about to say something, the older soldier stopped him. Please don't make things difficult for us. We hope you understand our responsibilities, the older soldier said politely to the masked man. His strength is considered the strongest among them. He doesn't even know when the opponent is approaching. His strength is obviously not something they can afford. Not to mention them. Even the new priest in the temple would not be a match for the masked man in front of him. So he quickly stopped the young soldier's arrogant words. Everyone knows that this is the entrance to the wilderness. It would be too naive to scare the other party by moving out of the kingdom and the Holy See. Do I have to go in? The masked man said calmly. Well, none of us are your opponent. But if you want to enter the wilderness, you need the cooperation of the priest. If he doesn't cooperate, we can't do anything even if we want to let him go. The old soldier hesitated for a moment and told the masked man that the new priest was no better than before. He was very rigorous and serious in his work. I'm afraid you won't be able to make him surrender by force. You are a smart person. So just continue to rest for a while. The masked man smiled lightly. Before the old soldier could react, he saw the masked man pull out a piece of paper and shake it twice. And then he felt sleepy. This person is naturally Su Chen. For these soldiers, Su Chen just used the sleeping charm to let them rest for a while. And even very considerately let them rest in a place warming themselves by the fire, so as not to get frostbite. Su Chen just wanted to use Da Huang to upgrade. He didn't want to cause too much trouble with the Crescent Kingdom. The enemies of the Crescent Kingdom are also those that Su Chen needs to deal with. To a certain extent, they are still allies. Has the Holy See replaced a new priest? It's a little more difficult to deal with. Thinking of the news revealed by the old soldier, Su Chen frowned slightly. He sounded like a guy who didn't take threats of force very seriously. There are old priests in the Holy See who are messing around. And naturally there are also people who are loyal to the Holy See. With the methods of the Holy See, it is not difficult to cultivate such a person. Those orphans who have been adopted by the Holy See since childhood have grown up under the brainwashing of the Holy See. Even if such a person is threatened with force, he will not necessarily be allowed to start a wild life. It seems. Need to find a way. Chapter 404. Encountering the Desolate Dragon again. Inside the temple. Su Chen walked calmly inside the temple. Two players, Yao Dao and Mephit, dressed up and followed behind Su Chen. Different from before, Su Chen now wore the white robe of the Holy See's envoy. By the way, he teleported to the Shura realm and let the angel fill him with holy light. Today's Su Chen looks like the angel he once was. Sacrosanct. The young priest was studying an ancient book intently at this time, and he was suddenly startled when he heard footsteps. When he came out, he happened to meet Su Chen, who was filled with holy light. May I ask, who are you? The young priest asked with some uncertainty. Since the other party was not wearing formal clothes, he could not tell what position the other party held. But judging from this sacred aura, he is definitely a big shot in the Holy See. The God of Light bless you, child. Su Chen did not answer in a hurry, but made a silky combo. Then the holy light turned into dots, floating above the young priest. This was a trick he learned from the last time he watched the divine envoy. Of course, he couldn't sprinkle holy light without faith and light. But he just asked the angel to fill him with holy light. And he just sprinkled some of it on his body. Sure enough, the young priest was frightened. He quickly made gestures and prayed devoutly. After the young priest came to his senses, Su Chen took out an exquisite Holy See badge. This is not a forgery. It was borrowed from the last time I went to the Holy See. This is a guaranteed replacement. After seeing the badge, the young priest immediately saluted. Without any doubt. Children, open the gate to the wilderness. I will take these two adventurers to start an experience. Su Chen's smile made people feel like they were breathing spring breeze. The young priest didn't question it at all and quickly followed Su Chen's words. The young priest picked up the certificate from his waist and placed it in the groove beside the door, while reciting the teachings that opened the passage. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A simple circular door slowly opened. The door to the wilderness opens again. The aura of desolation and ruin poured into the temple. Thanks a lot. Su Chen watched the door to the wilderness open, chuckled and said, Please take a good rest. Before the young priest could react, he felt sleepy. Then he fell to the ground with a thud. It's been a while. Looking at the scene in the wilderness, Su Chen said with emotion. As Su Chen hooked his hand, both Yao Dao and Mephit followed Su Chen and walked into the wilderness. The wilderness is still the same as before. Everything you see is in ruins. Mr. Su, there is a negative status in my status bar. Yao Dao immediately told Su Chen what he found. Su Chen is also a player panel, so Yao Dao can directly share this negative status. Breath of the Great Desolation. You are affected by the breath of the Great Desolation. Recovery minus 90%. Agility minus 90%. Strength minus 90%. Intelligence minus 90%. Physical defense minus 90%. Magic defense minus 90%. This is almost a debuff that reduces all attributes by 90%. Why is it 15% higher? Su Chen frowned slightly after seeing this message. He knew that Da Huang had debuffs. But according to memory, the original debuff of Great Desolation was minus 75%. And it was even minus 50% at the beginning. The debuff of Da Huang will increase over time. It seems that the game process has been accelerated. Judging from the debuff of Da Huang, Su Chen deduced this possibility. In other words, this is not a possibility, but a fact. After all, in the Blessed Land in the previous life, there was no crack between the two worlds so early. His appearance has subjectively sped up the game process. It seems that you two should level up faster, and the world line should have changed. Su Chen said to the two of them thoughtfully. Xiao Dao has been observing the sky at night recently, and he does feel this way. As for Su Chen's judgment, the demon Dao seemed to understand. After all, he had already entered the immortal Dao to practice. Good. Mephit, on the other hand, looked confused. She was often hidden in the abyss, and knew very little about the outside world. And it was the Su group that joined later. I don't understand. But I don't ask too many questions. One of these two people is the leader of the Su group, and the other is the senior member of the Su group. A popular person who is deeply trusted by President Su. Besides, Mephit used to be a respectable big shot, but he always looks like a cute newbie in the eyes of players, which is too much to look down upon. You can pretend to be a master if you don't speak. The last time I came to the wilderness, everyone was at the level of demigod or above, so they didn't feel the debuff of Da Huang. Although Yao Dao and Mephit are demigods or above, their current game characters are too weak, so they are naturally affected by this. Su Chen did not hesitate, and took the two of them directly to find the monster. The space in the wilderness is unstable, and it is difficult to use teleportation. But Su Chen can fly directly with the two of them. The last time I walked in the wilderness, I was afraid of alarming the controller of the wilderness. But his current relationship with Da Huang is not too distant. After all, they have collaborated before. That desolate giant dragon also fought against him last time. The monsters in the wilderness were not very dense. When Su Chen found a monster, he had to bring the two of them down. There was an old man holding a lantern sitting on the dead tree. Adventure. The old man holding the lamp, who was half asleep, noticed someone was coming. So he asked, but it suddenly realized something was wrong. These three people seemed to come down from the direction of the sky. In this vast wilderness, can one still fly in the sky? The old man holding the lantern suddenly showed his original form. The prototype of the old man with the lamp is actually a ball of sand, transformed into an old man to ambush adventurers. At this time, the old man holding the lantern had turned into yellow sand, and was ready to flee with the wind. But Su Chen stretched out his hand gently, and grabbed the ball of yellow sand. Let's do it. Su Chen left a drop of blood for the yellow sand, and signaled for the demon to take action. Nowadays, with Su Chen's strength, it is not difficult to achieve such micromanagement. The demonic path urged an orange-yellow sword, which contained the power of thunder and lightning, to attack the ball of yellow sand. -1. Fortunately, even if the level gap is huge, he can still barely deal a drop of blood damage. Suddenly, the bodies of Yao Dao and Mephit both glowed with upgraded light. And it's more than just a ray of light. It happened several times in a row. How many levels is it? Su Chen asked the demon. It's level 8. Yao Dao answered truthfully. It's also level 8. Mephit said. After two people team up, the experience is equally divided among the settings. Level 8. Not bad. Su Chen is quite satisfied with this level of efficiency. The main world has actually been modified by the game system, and it will be more in line with the thinking logic of the game. Even if it is a leapfrog kill, there will be an upper limit of experience limit. Killing a high-level boss in the main world actually doesn't give you much experience, and you can only level up 2 or 3 levels at most. The laws in the wilderness and the main world are completely different methods. If the main world is a work that has been carefully polished by the game system, then the world of Da Huang is just a rough and incidental work. The rules of the game here are not so strict. This has actually been discovered in previous lives. But players still rarely go to the wilderness to level up. Firstly, the entrance to the Great Wilderness was jointly blocked by the Empire and the Holy See. Most players did not dare to trespass rashly for fear of being wanted by the Holy See and the Empire. Secondly, even if you use some special methods to enter the wilderness, the minus 75% debuff of the wilderness is not something that ordinary players can bear. Even if the monsters in the wilderness are not high level, they have special abilities, just like the scarecrow in the wilderness. Although its level is not high, it can teleport in the wilderness. This makes it impossible for players to catch them even if they cannot be defeated. This is what is called taking advantage of the situation. The monsters of the Great Desolation can take advantage of the Great Desolation's power, but the players have to be suppressed by the Great Desolation's power. Even though the experience rules of the Great Wilderness are not as strict as those in the main world, there are no players who come to the wilderness specifically to upgrade. While talking, Suchin felt a movement in space. It turned out that, after watching the old man with the lantern being killed, a scarecrow secretly used the power of the wilderness to teleport away. But Suchin has also refined a lot of the aura of the Great Desolation, and is quite familiar with its potential. Even if he couldn't take advantage of Dawan's momentum, he could still sense it easily. Suchin just punched lightly, directly disrupting the scarecrow's teleportation, and directly shocked the scarecrow. This time Suchin also controlled it very well, and left a drop of blood for the scarecrow. Demon Dao also urged a red sword with fire attributes to attack. -1. With this sword blow, Yao Dao and Mephit were promoted to 3 levels in a row. Suchin just led the two of them to level up in the wilderness. Just when both of them had almost reached level 30, Suchin felt someone transmitting a message to him. Suchin smiled softly after hearing the content of the transmission. "You two wait here while I go meet the controller of the wilderness," Suchin said to the two of them. "You and Mephit continue to level up," Suchin said, grabbing a handful of soybeans and giving them to Yao Dao. This bean is naturally a soybean soldier. Speaking of which, the trick of spreading beans and forming soldiers was originally a demonic skill. But since Suchin learned it, he has continuously improved and optimized it. And now its power has far exceeded that of the demon soldiers. It's just that the soybean soldiers didn't attack lightly or hard, and it was impossible for them to control the attack to even a drop of blood. Now that Yao Dao and Mephit have reached level 30, they can barely do double-digit damage, so they don't need to control them so accurately. Demon Dao can also control the soybean soldiers, but after all, he did not refine them himself, so it is a bit more difficult to control the micro-controlling ones. According to the direction given by the message, Suchin quickly arrived at the location. After Suchin arrived at the location, a giant gray dragon also appeared out of thin air. The Desolate Dragon, one of the 7 legendary dragons. After the Desolate Dragon saw Suchin, he didn't speak immediately. Instead, he looked at Suchin first. "Huh? You seem stronger than last time?" the Desolation Dragon said with some surprise. Since the last battle, Suchin has improved greatly. First, he obtained the mechanical divine power, and then obtained the Su family treasure tree to enhance his understanding, and his strength increased again. The last time he fought against the Desolation Dragon, Suchin actually relied on those 2 moves. He had no confidence in fighting the Desolation Dragon without using the Dark Legion. Now even without using the Dark Legion, Suchin is confident that he can handle the Desolation Dragon. Of course, Suchin didn't want to go too far. After all, there is still the real controller of the wilderness, the Angel of Desolation. "Improve it slightly," Suchin said humbly. How could the Desolate Dragon not see Suchin's changes? He simply ignored Suchin's modesty. "What are you doing in the wilderness this time? Bringing 2 human adventurers with you?" The Desolate Dragon looked at Suchin warily and asked. After all, the last time Suchin came to the wilderness, he took away a lot of waste energy. That's a collection intensity that would tire out several demigods and above. You can imagine how much more powerful it is. This made the eldest sister feel dizzy and asked her to come and stop him. Even after the last sealing trip, the eldest sister didn't seem to be hostile to this guy, and there seemed to be a common enemy. But Suchin's greed still made the Desolate Dragon wary of Suchin. "Is that all that matters to you?" Seeing the vigilant expression of the Desolate Dragon, Suchin said helplessly. But who knew that after hearing Suchin's words, the Desolate Dragon nodded seriously. At the same time, he looked at him with a more vigilant expression. "Don't be so nervous. I'm just bringing them to the Great Wilderness to improve. And I won't use much of your Great Wasteland's energy. Just the 2 of them. Plus those puppets. I won't always help them." Feeling the vigilance of the Desolate Giant Dragon, Suchin said in a show of voice. After hearing this, the Desolation Dragon did not immediately agree. Instead, he used his senses to explore the location of the 2 human adventurers. After confirming their weak strength and the strength of those puppets, the Desolation Dragon relaxed a little, compared to the last time when several demigods and above turned on violent mode collection. This is indeed not even a drop in the bucket. Are you sure that just the two of them, plus those puppets, won't have new combat power? But the Desolate Dragon still didn't let down its guard and continued to question Su Qin. After all, her impression of Su Qin was really not very good. She still remembered Su Qin's first words when the two met for the first time last time. Why? You want to steal my stuff too, right? Their wild energy suddenly became his. As for borrowing it, but no matter how you look at it, this guy has no intention of returning it. If the eldest sister hadn't said that the matter would not be pursued, she would still have to come back today. And when borrowing something from someone else, shouldn't it be a matter of taking the initiative to return it? But she hadn't returned the previous one, and now she was planning to borrow it again, which was really unbearable for her. For this shameless guy, you should be 10 times more vigilant. Really? Just the two of them plus a few puppets. Su Qin reluctantly agreed. Warning you, do not attract the attention of the Twilight Giant tribe, and they can only move on the edge of the wilderness. Otherwise, I will kick them out myself. The Desolation Dragon warned again and again. Okay. Su Qin shook his head helplessly. Is he so untrustworthy? After a series of questions from the Desolation Dragon and Su Qin's guarantees, the matter of Yao Dao and Mephit's leveling up in the Desolation was finalized. By the way, the one called Lung? Su Qin suddenly remembered the girl and wanted to ask. I don't know. There's something else. However, before Su Qin could ask for an answer, the Desolate Dragon disappeared. It's not like chasing after Su Qin when he was questioned just now. Seeing the Desolate Dragon running away, Su Qin didn't chase it. Let's not talk about that girl for now. Anyway, the purpose of this trip is to find a place for Yao Dao and Mephit to practice. Soon, Su Qin returned to where he was. We have discussed it. You can level up here during this period, and then notify me when you reach level 130. Su Qin said to the two of them. In fact, level 150 is a watershed, but the two of them seem to have very strong professions, so there should be no need to force themselves to reach level 150. The peak battle didn't take long to begin with, but now the game process has accelerated. The battle at the top may start early. At level 130, you can only rely on the resources of the Great Wilderness to train quickly. At level 150, the peak battle is over. The key is that they won't be able to compete at the top right away. We also need to give them an identity in the outside world. When he thought of this, Su Qin also shook his head. For the sake of being a human hero, I have suffered a lot, and I have to consider my moral reputation in everything I do. Okay, don't worry, Mr. Su. Yao Dao nodded in response. We will get there. Mephit also responded. Okay, come on. Su Qin was immediately ready to leave the wilderness. The next day, the news that the gate of the wilderness had been opened again appeared on the information from the Crescent Kingdom and the Holy See almost at the same time. From the outside, the Crescent Kingdom had no reaction at all to the opening of the Great Wilderness Gate. The last time the Gate of the Wilderness was opened, the Crescent Kingdom's response was relatively small, and it was nothing more than adding a few more soldiers on duty. Made a superficial response. This time, the Crescent Kingdom did not even respond superficially, and did not even increase the number of soldiers on duty. It's like getting used to it. In fact, it's not surprising that the Crescent Kingdom reacted this way. Now the Crescent Kingdom's front line is tight, and they are losing ground. After all, sealing the Gate of the Wilderness is not the sole responsibility of the Crescent Kingdom. This was originally decided by several major kingdoms and the Holy See. Why does the Crescent Kingdom have to solve this trouble just because it is within the Crescent Kingdom? They had heard that the person who came this time opened the door by pretending to be a senior official of the Holy See. If you can have the strength to pretend to be a high-level figure in the Holy See, how can you have the strength to be simple? The most important thing is that even if this incident is embarrassing, it is also embarrassing to the Holy See. The most loyal priests were sent, but they could not recognize the senior members of the Holy See and open the door. The Crescent Kingdom has no intention of getting involved in this matter. If it weren't for the fact that there were only a few soldiers guarding there, and none of them were elite soldiers, they would even want to withdraw the kingdom's soldiers to support the front line. If the Vatican wants to pursue the case, they can pursue it. If they don't want to, forget it. They are not going to help the Vatican do this. Chapter 405: The Mysterious Old Man and the White Crane Girl. Real world. In a mysterious secret realm, the peak reaches the clouds. surrounded by clouds and mist, like a fairyland. On top of the mountain, a white-haired old man, holding a white piece in his hand, stared at the chessboard. The old man looked calm, as if he had figured something out, and the hand holding the chess piece slowly moved as if he had thought of a place to place it. However, at this moment, the sound of a crane interrupted the old man's move. After the white crane landed on the top of the mountain, it turned into a girl. The girl was wearing a flowing white gauze dress. Her eyes were as clear as an elf, but the panic between her brows showed her inner peace. Master's disciples made a mistake and failed to protect the colorful treasure tree, allowing it to be taken away by bad guys. The girl looked at the old man timidly, her hands tightly clasping the hem of her skirt. There is fear, but more importantly, I feel guilty and guilty. The old man withdrew his chess hand, but there was no anger in his eyes. The old man looked at the girl, with a hint of concern in his eyes. Then he did not answer the girl, but continued to observe the chess game. The girl made mistakes, and she didn't dare to disturb the old man at this time. A long time. Strangely, the chess game has added variables. The old man originally chose a good chess path, but at this time, he found himself a little undecided. The girl was a little confused and obviously didn't understand. She was originally a mortal crane in this world. After being taught by her master, she gained spiritual wisdom. But obviously, she is not yet at the point where she can understand her master's behavior. Besides, master is a person who behaves according to his nature and cannot be speculated. In this situation, black and white are intertwined. Beneath the surface lies the struggle between good and evil, the struggle between light and darkness, and the struggle to quell chaos. How could this happen? The old man looked at the chess game and muttered to himself. The girl still looked confused. The old man glanced at the girl and shook his head. I don't blame you for this incident. This is not a given, but something has changed. The old man waved his hand to signal the girl to stop blaming herself. The guy who took away the treasure tree said that he was from the army of darkness. Master, why don't I go find that army of darkness first? The girl felt her teeth itching with hatred when she thought of that abominable guy. The colorful treasure spirit tree has found its destination, so don't worry about it anymore. The so-called army of darkness is just a false name. But if you want to investigate, it can be considered a clue, the old man said to the girl. The girl's face lit up when she heard that her master allowed her to go and investigate. Master, I will definitely investigate thoroughly, and then ask master to make a decision, the girl quickly said to the old man. Wait. The old man did not ask the girl to set off immediately, but a writing brush appeared out of thin air. Then the old man gestured in the air, as if he was writing something. After writing it, he waved it towards the girl. Some information appeared in the girl's mind. My master has drawn the route from here to the army of darkness for you. This long journey requires traveling through 2 worlds, so you must proceed with caution. After the old man finished writing, he said to the girl, Thank you, master. The girl still looked very happy. She has been guarding the colorful treasure spirit tree in that small world for too long. Now she not only has the opportunity to travel far away, but also has the span of 2 worlds. How exciting is this? Go ahead. The old man waved his hand helplessly when he saw the girl's appearance. After hearing this, the girl jumped with joy and turned into the shape of a crane, and left from the top of the mountain. After the girl left, the old man looked at the chess game again. She had no intention of competing, but she was already involved in the whirlpool of the fight, so let her go and experience it. The old man touched his beard and shook his head. Chapter 406 The Hidden Mission of the Holy See. The days passed slowly like this. What the Crescent Kingdom didn't expect was that after they didn't respond to the Great Desolate Gate invaders, even the Holy See didn't respond at all. Even the new priest was replaced by the original old priest. This was something that even the senior officials of the Crescent Moon country did not expect. Since when has the Holy See been so easy to talk to? This is equivalent to a slap in the face. And the Holy See has no reaction. At the same time, Suchin was also confused. After all, this time, he used all the Holy See badges that he received from the Holy See, and the Holy See didn't respond. However, Suchin was also busy developing the Su group during this time. The peak battle, the election of human heroes, the advent of the great world, the holy sect of the real world, the soul sect, the old god of the dead who has disappeared, and the mysterious man hiding under the water. These things need to be solved by him. As Yao Dao and Method reached level 130, they were officially released from seclusion. You go ahead and get the rankings you need for the peak arena. The top 500 is all you need. Su Qing gave these instructions directly to them. Peak Arena. As Yao Dao and Method entered the Pinnacle Arena, their ranking shot up. They both reached the top 1,000 in just 2 days. The ranking of Yao Dao is higher, reaching 710th place. Method was lower, ranking only 865th. It can be seen that the demon profession is indeed more powerful. Method originally had much more combat experience than the demon Dao. After all, she had survived hundreds of battles in the abyss. In the final analysis, demon Dao was originally only in a relatively stable and low-level environment. However, the demonic profession can also use some of his understanding of immortality, which allows him to overtake Method in corners. Method's profession is indeed a bit poor. In the final analysis, the Dragon Master is just a powerful beast tamer, and his combat power largely depends on his baby. Even though Method has experienced hundreds of battles and has rich combat experience, he is restricted by his profession. Of course, this career difference is only relative to her ability. Among ordinary players, the profession of Dragon Master is simply insanely cool. Tianyao Dao is conducting daily matching today. This time the matching took a bit long. I had to wait for half an hour. At the beginning, it would take 10 seconds to match a battle, and as his winning streak continued, it would take several minutes. Since he entered the top 1,000, the matching time has been extended to more than 10 minutes. This time half an hour is the longest. The matched opponent was named Xiao Xiangyu. Yao Dao didn't do much investigation, since the match was pretty much the same for everyone. But at this time, exclamations of exclamation erupted in the hall. Hey, did you see it? It's Xiao Xiangyu who is ranked 97th. He only has 710 opponents. The one named Daoyuan is going to suffer. What? Daoyuan, who has a 100% winning rate, faced off against Xiao Xiangyu, who was ranked 97th. And it looked great. It seems that the system's judgment of Daoyuan's strength has reached the top 100 level. It's hard to say, but Xiao Xiangyu is a very stable top 100 goalkeeper. Being able to beat Xiao Xiangyu is the real top 100 goalkeeper. The market is open over there, but it's still raining under clouds, and Xiaoxiang rain. Yao Dao has now gained some fame in the peak arena. A 100% winning rate is not uncommon. After all, Demon Dao has only been played for 2 days. Some masters can reach the point of not failing for 2 days by rushing up from low levels. The main demon path has now defeated some veterans who have been famous for a long time, but they are only in the top 500. This is the first time that they have been matched in the top 100. Therefore, this matchup still attracted a lot of attention. In particular, Daoyuan, who has been in the limelight recently, and Chen Shi, another rising star, have both been exposed as independent players without a union. This made all the major guilds have a strong interest in the two men. This battle can be regarded as a battle to prove Daoyuan's gold content, and determine what kind of status and treatment will be used to win over him. Is this the proportion of off-site bets? Or is Xiao Xiangyu more dominant? Of course, those who open the market are more optimistic about Xiao Xiangyu, and his odds are even lower. At this time, someone in the hall exclaimed, "It's Luijian and Bai Shuyuan. Why did they come to the peak arena together today? Is there a fight? The first battle priest and the first Bao have a fight, which is so exciting. For these two people, they are basically familiar with each other in the peak arena. But I'm still new and don't know these two people very well, because these two people rarely come to the PK field anymore." "Who is Luijian?" someone asked doubtfully. Luijian is the #1 archer in New World. Even if the archer is not strong, he still has super combat effectiveness against top players. Feng Yu, the president of the Sunset Guild, once publicly said that if the cool colors are not deleted, he can challenge the position of the #1 archer. But that is basically just chatting, trying to catch up with Luijian's popularity. And the cold colors also match Luijian. Compare? With a cold tone. He also felt that it was difficult to catch up with Luijian. So he thought about deleting his account and practicing again to get those dungeon entries in an attempt to overtake Luijian in a corner. He wanted to win in the future with one hand, but with the boss Luochio's brush. Remove those entries, and the cool colors won't make a dent in Luijian. Immediately, an old bird spoke to the newbie. "So what happened to the first passer by Shuyuan?" Namingxin asked again doubtfully. Note that it is a combat priest. Bai Shuyuan is the strongest in PK among priests. However, in terms of pure support, Bai Shuyuan can only barely rank in the top 10, and his assistance method is more about helping teammates eliminate danger. Both of them have been famous for a long time, and haven't come to the PK field for a long time. But no one will question their strength. The old bird patiently popularizes science. Originally, everyone was still wondering whether these two people were here to have a fight. However, the two of them directly spent pinnacle coins and entered the private room, which disappointed everyone who wanted to watch the excitement. However, the battle between Dao Yuan and Xiaoxiangyu in front of him still attracted attention. In the box. Did you invite me here today just to see this guy named Dao Yuan? Lui Jian said with some doubts. His personal relationship with Bai Shuyuan was not bad, but it was still good, far from being close friends. Bai Shuyuan suddenly asked him to come to the peak arena to watch other people's PK. What kind of emergency is this? Brother Lu, please be patient and take a look at this. Bai Shuyuan smiled softly and took out a document calmly. Bai Shuyuan uses a high-end box, which is very confidential, so Bai Shuyuan has nothing to worry about. Although Lui Jian was a little confused, he still took it. This is a teaching from the Holy See. Lui Jian didn't take it seriously at first, but when he looked at it, he frowned slightly. How did you get this? Lui Jian stared at Bai Shuyuan and said, I seem to have triggered a hidden mission from the Holy See. To be honest, I was quite surprised at first. The Holy See actually issued a hidden mission for me to get first place in the next peak battle. Facing Lui Jian's question, Bai Shuyuan smiled and said, So what are you doing? Lui Jian began to understand a little bit what Bai Shuyuan meant by looking for him today. The NPC revealed some information about the pinnacle battle to me. Now I need the help of my teammates. Otherwise, I won't have any confidence in completing this hidden mission. Bai Shuyuan also revealed it directly. So, you chose me? Lui Jian already understood. Don't worry, Brother Lu. You will definitely be satisfied with the distribution of rewards. Bai Shuyuan also directly admitted it, and promised Lui Jian. Lui Jian looked at the teaching text in his hand again. This could not be faked. After all, the game system had directly marked it as a Holy See teaching text. Who else did you find? Just the two of us cannot consistently take first place. There are too many strong players. Lui Jian asked after thinking for a while. She basically agreed in the night. Mo Lanqi was still thinking about it. And I didn't confess to him. If the Guardian Star said you agreed, he would agree. Bai Shuyuan said truthfully. Although Bai Shuyuan spoke these names calmly, the combat power represented by these names amazes the outside world. Shadow Dancer. The number 1 assassin in Thousand Nights. The top 3 Arcanists in Mo Lanqi. And the second shield of the Guardian Star. Lui Jian thought. If he agrees, the Guardian Star will agree. If he agrees, then the configuration of this team will already be scary. The first combat priest. The first archer. The first assassin Shadow Dancer. The second shield. And a potential top 3 Arcanist. Okay. I agreed. Lui Jian feels that this configuration is relatively stable. Great. Brother Lu. I feel relieved now that you have joined us. Bai Shuyuan said happily. By the way, why did you invite me here today? Lui Jian asked with some confusion. There is no better place than here to discuss matters confidentially. Brother Lu just doesn't want to know. Who else am I going to find next? Bai Shuyuan chuckled. Xiaoxiang Rain? Lui Jian looked at the screen and said with a confused look on his face. Although Xiaoxiangyu is ranked in the top 100 among the warriors, she is not even in the top 10. Mage and warrior are 2 major categories of professions, which is why Mo Lanqi, the third mage, is on Bai Shuyuan's invitation list. The gold content of the third mage is not much worse than the gold content of these non-popular professions. Xiaoxiangyu is my friend, and I asked him to use the designated PK card for this battle. Bai Shuyuan looked at Dao Yuan. Ah? That guy who just popped up recently. Lui Jian was stunned. Unlike Bai Shuyuan, Lui Jian has been paying close attention to the peak arena recently, so he has never watched a complete game about Dao Yuan. Brother Lu's words are wrong. His profession is very powerful. I feel that his combat power is already at the level of the top 10 warriors. Coupled with my help to him, he should be able to advance 2 or 3 more. Bai Shuyuan explained to Lui Jian. Bai Shuyuan's evaluation of Dao Yuan is considered very high. After all, Dao Yuan has not even entered the top 500. Still ranked in the top 10 in the category of warriors. So asking Xiaoxiangyu to fight him is considered an inspection? But I still don't understand why we need to find such a guy if we can't recruit a top 5 warrior with our configuration. Lui Jian was a little confused. Among the top 5 mages, there is Mo Lanqi who is not in the super guild. The top 5 warriors all hold high-level positions in the top guilds. Wouldn't letting them join the mission just lead the wolf into the house? I also investigated the identity and background of this Dalian. Although there are many blank places, at least his identity as a Sanren is confirmed. Bai Shuyuan explained to Liu Jian. After hearing this explanation, Liu Jian looked suddenly enlightened. In fact, I originally wanted to invite Luo Qiu, but I don't know why. I always felt that although Luo Qiu presented a good image, I always felt that he was an ambitious person. Bai Shuyuan continued. Although Luo Qiu's character, reputation, and strength seemed to be good in all aspects, Bai Shuyuan always felt that Luo Qiu was a bit like Liu Bei in the Three Kingdoms. It seems that he is harmless to humans and animals, and he acts benevolently rather than tyrannically. But in fact his intentions are not small. I also feel that Luo Qiu is weird. Although I can't say what's wrong with him. I just feel it. Liu Jian felt the same about this. Let's see how strong this Dalian is, and how long it will take him to defeat Xiao Xiangyu. Bai Shuyuan looked at the screen. Chapter 407, Bai Shuyuan's Invitation. K Field. At this time, both Yao Dao and Xiaoxiangyu had entered the K Field. K Field is to choose one of several maps. What follows is the more common Colosseum. Both men had 30 seconds to prepare for the match. Yao Dao was making normal preparations before the game as usual. But at this time Xiaoxiangyu on the opposite side spoke. I've seen your video. Xiaoxiangyu said to Yao Dao at this time. Oh! Yao Dao didn't know why his opponent came looking for interaction, and just responded casually. However, Yao Dao's casual response made Xiao Xiangyu feel a little unhappy. Xiao Xiangyu is only among the top 20 in the warrior category. To put it nicely, he is one of the top 100 goalkeepers at his peak. To put it worse, he is at the bottom among the top players. In fact, Xiao Xiangyu probably knew what Bai Shuyuan seemed to be planning and roped in some experts. Originally, when Bai Shuyuan came to see him, he was still very excited, thinking that Bai Shuyuan came to see him. As a result, Bai Shuyuan just asked him to do something as a friend, asking him to test Dalian's level. This made Xiaoxiangyu feel a little uncomfortable. Originally, if Bai Shuyuan didn't pull him, he could still accept it. After all, according to rumors, all the people Bai Shuyuan recruited were top masters, and he acknowledged the gap between him and those top masters. But this newcomer, who was not well known, attracted Bai Shuyuan's attention. From Bai Shuyuan's tone, it seemed that he still wanted to attract him. This was hard for Xiaoxiangyu to accept. He accepted the gap between him and the top masters, but he was completely dissatisfied with this newcomer. After Bai Shuyuan asked him to do this, and after he agreed, he was studying the video of Dalian. He wanted to severely humiliate this guy named Dalian. Maybe, seeing the gap between his own strength and Dalian's, Bai Shuyuan would even pull him into the team. Although I don't know what Bai Shuyuan is planning. But with so many top experts forming a team, it is definitely not an ordinary trivial matter. Following several top players, he can also get a share of the pie. That's why he is so hostile to Dalian. You seem confident. Great. Keep it up. Seeing Dalian despise him so much, Xiaoxiangyu said coldly. Dalian was a little confused. How could he make a K call when the other party talked so much? The 30 seconds preparation time is over. The game begins. At first, Xiaoxiangyu did not support him, but chose to retreat at a high speed. When he retreated, he was still chanting the enchantment spell. Suddenly, the sword in Xiao Xiangyu's hand changed into complex colors. When Yao Dao saw his opponent retreating at the beginning, he did not pursue him, but instead used his hand to pinch the spell. Suddenly, a long sword with 7 colors of brilliance appeared behind the demon. The formation of 7 swords. The magic formula in the demon's hand changed, and the 7 swords also formed a formation. The flames of the red sword are jumping. The electric light of the orange sword is flashing. The wind blade of the green sword is whistling. The frost of the blue sword is lingering. The poisonous mist of the purple and black sword is filled. The holy light of the golden sword is washing. The shadow of the dark sword is shrouded. The 7 swords, everyone performs their duties. And the clues have emerged. It's also interesting to start a fight between these two sides. They both need to give buffs first. Bai Shuyuan watched the game with great interest. This is why he is looking for Xiao Xiangyu, because their playing styles are relatively similar. And Bai Shuyuan wants to see how Dalian's hard power is under similar playing styles. At this time, Xiaoxiangyu seemed to know Dalian's opening routine, but he did not choose to pursue the opening. He has the confidence to compete with Dalian in terms of physical strength. Various magic spells also appeared on Xiaoxiangyu's sword light. The sword was enchanted with complex magic circles. Some formations ignited blazing fire, some brewed storms, and some were covered in ice for thousands of miles. This was also the first time I encountered the demon Dao. This kind of playing style was similar to my own, and I also felt a little interested. Go! Demon Dao first asked Red Fire Sword to take the lead and conduct a test. Welcome. Xiaoxiangia smiled proudly. Xiao Xiangyu directly used a sword dance, and at the same time added a magic circle attack. This magic circle is the ice magic of Bingfeng Wanli. In terms of attributes, it just overpowers the fire-attributed red sword. This is Xiao Xiangyu's research on Daoyuan. He found that as long as he uses the attributes of the backhand to restrain the opponent, he is sure to win. By the time the other party reacted, he had already prepared the next violent attack. A wave of flow can defeat Daoyuan. It seems that Xiaoxiangyu has made a lot of preparations. In this way, it is difficult to see the true strength comparison between the two sides. Lui Jian said to Bai Shuyuan. This was a mistake on my part. I didn't expect Xiaoxiangyu to be so serious. Bai Shuyuan was also somewhat unexpected. He deliberately provoked Xiao Xiangyu. But Xiao Xiangyu was too nervous. Those outside the court, who suppressed Daoyuan, also felt annoyed at this time. Daoyuan faced Xiao Xiangyu, one of the top 100 goalkeepers, and he actually underestimated his opponent. I don't understand. He is the challenger. He plays so casually, as if Xiao Xiangyu is the challenger. Did he buy it and lose? The system is investigating whether it is a match fixing. Xiaoxiangyu seemed to understand Daoyuan's style of play very well. This was obviously just an ordinary K. You're cheating. Please apply for a rematch. Some gambling dogs, who couldn't afford to lose, began to curse. The strength of both of them is almost the same. With this attribute restraint, they will definitely lose in the first round. When masters compete with each other, the outcome is often determined by one move. Under the collision of ice and fire, there is also a scale system in the pinnacle arena. Daoyuan will definitely be the loser. That's what everyone thinks. But the situation on the field was different from what everyone thought. The red sword instantly burst into flames that filled the sky, forming a cage that directly trapped Xiao Xiangyu's ice magic. Then came the scorching heat, and the ice gradually evaporated under the fire. At this time, Xiao Xiangyu already felt that he would win the encounter, and wanted to embark on the ice road and chase the opponent with the momentum. But he didn't expect the ice to evaporate, and he also received a heavy blow from the red sword. Boom! In a hasty precaution, Xiao Xiangyu was directly beaten to most of his health. How is it possible? Doesn't water restrain fire? Xiaoxiangyu said in disbelief. But Yao Dao did not answer him, but pursued the victory. In the private room. It's impossible. It's true that the water element can restrain the fire element. This is the pinnacle arena with a scale system. How can the fire element surpass the attribute restraint and counter the water element? Lui Jian was also a little surprised. Bai Shuyuan lowered his head and was thinking. It is a high-level flame such as ash fire. Xiaoxiangyu's water magic is just ordinary water in the end. So it was countered. Bai Shuyuan was obviously more experienced, and he figured out the answer right away. So that's it, Lui Jian said with sudden realization. In fact, Lui Jian also understood this truth, but his knowledge was not as broad as that of Bai Shuyuan, so he didn't think much about it for a while. A master's victory or defeat is determined by a thought. After suffering such a big loss, Xiaoxiangyu had no power to fight back. After being chased and beaten by the demon for a minute, he showed his defeat. I lost. Xiao Xiangyu also knew that there was no way to turn this game over, so he had no choice but to surrender. Grant. Yao Dao put away his sword and said calmly. Xiao Xiangyu felt that it was really embarrassing, so she didn't want to stay here anymore and chose to withdraw from the case scene. Even Bai Shuyuan, he was too embarrassed to say hello. It was really hard for Xiaoxiangyu to accept losing in this way. Holding the grass, Daoyuan, a new guy, actually defeated the top 100 goalkeeper Xiao Xiangyu. Xiaoxiangyu was such a shameful thing. He didn't even study his opponents to understand it. So the labor and management lost $1,000. Whatever he can research, he has to chase after Daoyuan, who needs preparation. And I believe he has 800 points. When it rains in Xiexiang, you need to practice more cooking. There is also a dragon master named Chunxi. I don't know what level he is. The newcomers who have emerged recently are really crazy, beating a group of old players. Their profession is too strong. I don't know why they weren't famous before. Judging from their low level, they probably just entered the PK game. Their level is estimated to be average in terms of combat effectiveness outside. The scale system weakens high-level players and enhances low-level players. Most players still find the result of this game quite surprising. At this time, Yao Dao walked out of the K-field. As soon as he walked out, he was surrounded by other players. Brother Bullfrog, can you add me as a friend? I am from Menchao Guild. Brother, do you want to come to our guild? Brother, I want to practice techniques with you. I know yoga. A mixed group of players surrounded the demon path that had just come out. Although Yao Dao has been in the Su group for so long and has met many players, the players in the Su group are different from those in the outside world. In addition, Mr. Su asked him to pay attention to his image outside. This scene made Yao Dao suddenly sweat. How to politely and elegantly chase these guys away. This makes Yao Dao feel that these guys are harder to beat than Xiao Xiangyu just now. Just when Yao Dao was sweating profusely, those players made way for them one after another. It turns out that Bai Shuyuan is here. Bai Shuyuan, as the #1 combat priest and holding a high-level position in a large guild like Holy Light Wing, was not someone they could afford to offend. But not everyone pays as much attention to superficial moral image as Su Chen. In addition, there is the #1 archer Lui Jian next to him. Together, ordinary players would not dare to provoke these two people. Hello. Let me introduce myself. This is Bai Shuyuan. He is Lui Jian. Could you please go outside and have a private chat? Bai Shuyuan said to Yao Dao with a gentle smile. Yao Dao glanced at the two of them. Although he hasn't done much research on the celebrities among the players, he can tell something about the attitudes of the surrounding players towards these two people. After weighing it, Yao Dao nodded and agreed. Seeing Dao Yan being invited by Bai Shuyuan and Lui Jian, the players around them didn't dare to say anything. Even if we talk in a low voice, we are afraid that there are ears through the wall. What kind of strength does it take to offend Bai Shuyuan and Lui Jian at the same time? I could only watch helplessly as this new boss was dragged away by these two people. Chapter 408. The small team of undercover demons failed to make preparations. In the private room, it turned out to be the first combat priest and the first archer. Two great names that I have admired for a long time. Yao Dao looked at the two of them and said with a smile. In fact, Yao Dao didn't know them at all. But when he came, he secretly checked them. After all, judging from the reactions of the surrounding players, these two people should be famous. And they also took the initiative to declare their family background. Mr. Su asked them to do more homework. They don't have to act like senior players, but they must at least behave like players. After hearing this, Bai Shuyuan and Lui Jian looked at each other and smiled. The other party's attitude seemed funny. I'm ashamed to say that I only heard about Brother Dao Yan's name 2 days ago. When I saw him today, he was even better than the rumor said. Bai Shuyuan praised. This compliment was not purely polite. At least the strength Dao Yan showed today was far stronger than he thought. It turns out that what Bai Shuyuan thought was that Dao Yan might have top 10 abilities in the warrior category, and he still had the potential to hit the top 5. But today's battle with Xiao Xiangyu changed Bai Shuyuan's mind. Although Xiao Xiangyu is not ranked in the top 10 in the warrior category, there are still 12 or 3 with such strength. In the case where Xiao Xiangyu calculated mentally and had an advantage in advance, even the top 18 or 9 might not be able to make a comeback. And this comeback is not very difficult. It is simply easy. The only ones who can achieve this are the top 5 monsters. The 2 and 6th or 7th place may not lose. But the process cannot be that easy. He still has a relatively clear understanding of Xiao Xiangyu's strength. From Xiao Xiangyu's strength, he can roughly understand what level of strength this Dao Yan is. Yes, I feel like I have a hard time facing you. Lui Jian couldn't help but praise. Although Lui Jian didn't think he would lose against Dao Yan, the effort was real. And this battle also made Lui Jian's impression of Dao Yan even higher. I don't know why you two came to see me. The demonic way went straight to the point. After hearing Yao Dao's direct inquiry, Lui Jian glanced at Bai Shuyuan. How to get the other party to join the group still depends on Bai Shuyuan. After all, he only joined just now. Bai Shuyuan did not answer immediately, but tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table. I would venture to ask, does Brother Dao Yan have any guilds that he would like to join? Or do you know a high-level player in a certain guild? Bai Shuyuan was a little cautious and didn't say anything right away. Obviously Bai Shuyuan was still wary of whether the other party was from a top guild. I'm just an ordinary player. I don't know any high-level players. I've only heard some of the names of top players, like you. Yao Dao smiled mockingly. This set of rhetoric is the character set up from the beginning. Even if he wants to join Mr. Su's Dawn Guild, that will be a matter of follow-up. He still has to maintain a good personality now. After hearing Yao Dao's words, Bai Shuyan lowered his head and thought for a moment. He was thinking about the degree of truth in Yao Dao's words. After all, this was a very rare hidden mission, and he didn't want it to leak out. He couldn't just believe whatever the other party said. Do you think it is credible? Bai Shuyan even secretly sent a private message to Lui Jin. Not bad. After all, if he was really a member of the top guild, he couldn't still be unknown and have mediocre equipment. Lui Jin didn't have too many doubts about Yao Dao's words. The surface work of the demon is still very consistent with the character, since he is an ordinary player who accidentally got a hidden career change. He cannot use the equipment too well. The weapons are career heritage weapons, and do not need to be deliberately hidden. I have a hidden mission here. I wonder if Brother Daoyun is interested. After thinking about it, Bai Shuyan also felt that Yao Dao should have no problem. Oh! What hidden mission? Yao Dao immediately became interested upon hearing this. What I am going to tell you next, whether you agree or not, must be kept secret no matter what. Bai Shuyan looked at Yao Dao and said, No problem. I just have a strict mouth. Yao Dao said without hesitation. A large-scale event will be launched in the Peak Arena next. Bai Shuyan slowly told Yao Dao about this matter. At the same time, he also told Yao Dao that he had found other powerful teammates. This aspect naturally increases the bargaining chip for Demon Dao to join. On the other hand, it also shows strength. If he broke his promise and told this matter, it would be equivalent to offending so many top players. Even the top guilds would not dare to offend so many top players at the same time, because these players are not only their personal strength, but also their connections, and their guilds will become a force against you. This was also the reason why Bai Shuyan dared to reveal this news to people he had never met before. Can I think about it? After Yao Dao heard this, he first dragged Bai Shuyan. Of course it is possible. Bai Shuyan smiled and said. Yao Dao pretended to be thinking about it. But in fact, he had already sent a message to Su Chen. The other side? Kindness? Bai Shuyan and Lui Jian also joined forces with other masters to prepare for the peak battle. The peak battle learned from a hidden mission came from the Holy See. Su Chen frowned when he saw the message from Demon Dao. Regarding this news, Su Chen's first reaction was that if he hadn't known that Yao Dao wouldn't lie to him, he would have thought the news was false. Because according to memory, this never happened in the previous life. Lui Jian was ambushed by his enemies and fought alone. So he was eliminated early. This doesn't match my memory at all. What's even more outrageous is that Bai Shuyan also went to win over the new combat power Yao Dao he cultivated. This is a change. Then should the Demon Dao accept Bai Shuyan's invitation? Su Chen was a little confused about this issue. With Su Chen's strength, there was no need to worry about players of Bai Shuyan's level. But the peak battle, like the peak arena, adopts a balancing system, and the strength he can use is greatly weakened. Not to mention, these guys are really a big threat when they stick together. Of course, there is a deeper problem. Then these things did not happen in the original timeline, but happened after he activated the butterfly effect. This made Su Chen hesitate. According to the original plan, the demon path was used to increase the strength of the Dawn Guild. If the demon is allowed to go undercover, then the demon must not be exposed before choosing a human hero. The only thing the demon can do is help secretly, and it cannot evolve into actual combat effectiveness. After all, he is running for the title of human hero. If the outside world knows that Yao Dao is his undercover, his reputation will plummet. However, it was a bit strange that the other party appeared against the timeline, and he was also joining forces with top experts to form a team, which made it difficult for Su Chen not to care. Say yes, remember your persona, and act like it. After Su Chen hesitated, he still asked Yao Dao to agree, although the loss of Yao Dao's great combat power would have a considerable impact on his team. But Su Chen came up with a different approach. This depends on the level of the demons acting. Besides, Yao Dao's combat power is only reduced at the game level. Yao Dao can still appear in the new world, in his true form. There is no conflict between the two. The Holy See. What on earth is it doing? What Su Chen cared about most was actually the Holy See. The Holy See has become a little strange lately. When he opened the gate to the wilderness, he also pretended to be a senior member of the Holy See to trick the priest into opening the door. I originally thought that the Holy See would make some reaction to deal with him. But until now, the Holy See acts as if nothing has happened. This is a bit strange. The Holy See was a little strange originally, but now the Holy See has released a hidden mission that interferes with the player world. This is a bit unusual. The Holy See actually knew about the peak battle in advance. from Demon Dao to Dawn Guild. It is nothing more than to enhance the combat effectiveness at the player level. Now not only has a powerful small group of players been undercover, but they can also get a closer look at what the Holy See wants to do. It seems that this peak battle is different from the previous life, and it is starting to be interesting. Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, and looked at the sky outside the window. In the private room. Well, thanks to the favor of the first combat priest and the first bow, I am willing to do my little bit. After receiving Mr. Su's instructions, Yao Dao agreed to Bai Shuyuan's invitation. Well, with the addition of Brother Daoyun, this first place is within our grasp. Brother Daoyun, wait until I find the other people, and you go to the Holy See with me, and you will be given a share of the hidden missions. Bai Shuyuan also laughed, stood up, and patted Yao Dao on the shoulder. Other top masters are willing to put down their bodies to assist Bai Shuyuan in completing this task. Also because the reward quota for this hidden task can be set, and they can all get rewards as long as Bai Shuyuan completes the task. As for what the reward will be, it has not yet been announced. But the S-level hidden mission issued by the Holy See, a mission of this level, is not easy even if you think about the rewards. Thank you very much, Yao Dao said, pretending to be happy. Then I will go and get busy. There are others who have not been invited. The stronger our team is, the more stable we will be in completing the mission. Bai Shuyuan smiled and patted Yao Dao before opening the box door. Luijian also followed Bai Shuyuan out. After all, Guardian Star said before that if Bai Shuyuan can bring Luijian into the team, then he will also join the team. Now Luijian naturally has to go. Farewell to Bai Shuyuan and Luijian. Yao Dao also withdrew from the peak arena. Now the plan has changed. Exit the demon path of the arena and plan the next path. According to the original plan, after he became famous in the peak arena, it was President Su's turn to invite him. Then he said that he admired the charisma of Mr. Luoqiu, so it was natural for him to join Daybreak. Now that the plan has been disrupted, he has to contact Mr. Su less, and it is inevitable that he will be suspected by those who are interested. Deep in a canyon, the light in the canyon was blocked by 8 tall figures and became dim. Only a few rays of light penetrated and shone in the canyon. 8 copper dragons were entrenched in the sky above the canyon. They served as a cover, and their terrifying power caused other animals in the canyon to flee. The scales on the 8 bronze dragons reflected light, making them look glittering and majestic. Their eyes revealed arrogance and disdain. Their sharp dragon teeth swung up and down, and several copper dragons gave out mocking smiles. The target of their ridicule was the human standing in the middle of the canyon. Compared to the 8 huge copper dragons, he looked extremely small. The human being was surrounded by 8 copper dragons, but his expression looked very calm. He wore a dark cloak, which seemed to blend in with the surrounding shadows, yet exuded an amazing momentum. Roar! Facing the roar of the dragon in the sky, he just smiled gently, with great confidence in his smile. Suddenly, a copper dragon in the sky took the lead in attacking, swooping towards the human. Its huge body was like a bolt of lightning piercing the sky, and its sharp claws fiercely clawed at the human with a sharp sound of wind. However, the human also moved, charging up and jumping. He didn't dodge at all. He just rushed over with his head facing upwards. As the two sides approached, he raised his hand, and an energy ball appeared in his palm. It looks just like spicy ambrosia. Boom! This palm hit the dragon's head directly, causing the copper dragon to dive directly towards the ground. Boom! A cloud of dust rose up, and when the dust dispersed, they saw the copper dragon lying motionless on the ground. The remaining 7 copper dragons were still laughing at the human in the sky. But this sudden change shocked the 7 copper dragons. But this did not scare them, but made them even more angry. How dare a puny human being challenge the majesty of a giant dragon? Unforgivable. In an instant, the 7 copper dragons let out an angry roar, and they were ready to attack the human together. Facing the collective attack of the 7 copper dragons, the human did not panic at all. A giant dragon clawed his way up. He thought that the tiny bug had been dealt with, but he realized that it was just the afterimage of the human being. Immediately, the human appeared next to it, just like the previous attack. Another palm directly knocked down the copper dragon. In less than a minute, the 8 bronze dragons that had been so arrogant just now all fell to the bottom of the canyon. Boss, you have become stronger and stronger recently. When the battle was over, an hen, who had been hiding aside, ran out and said with admiration, "Anyone who can be called boss by an henin will naturally be defeated. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up to collect the keel." Luo Jin directly waved his hand to ask Anhin Xiao to flatter him. Deli. Boss. Please rest. I'll take care of it right away. After Anhin heard this, Pai Dian went to collect the keel. Watching Anhin go to collect the dragon bones, Luo Jin fell into deep thought. In fact, he had never thought about the idea of helping this little brother so much. It's just that things have changed recently. His clone in the Holy See received a message. That is, this peak battle is of great significance and must be intervened. For this reason, not only a hidden mission was issued to a top player among the players. It is also said that divine messengers were involved. His status in the Holy See is not low, but it has not yet reached the core level. I only know that in addition to the release of the hidden mission, the Holy See also has other backup plans, all of which are arranged for a peak battle among players. Originally, Luo Jin didn't pay much attention to this so-called peak battle, but looking at it now, it seems to be quite important. Boss, take it all. If all of these are refined, there will be more than 10 bone dragons. Dark Mark quickly figured it out and came to report. Luo Jin nodded. In order to help Anhin increase his strength, he squatted near Dragon City for a long time and finally waited for a group of bronze dragons, who were going out together. His identity is sensitive and cannot be discovered, so he can only act secretly like this. This is why he originally didn't want to help Anhin increase his combat effectiveness. After all, his actions cannot be fair. The 8 copper dragons themselves are not difficult to deal with. The difficult thing is not to let others suspect him. Don't be too proud. Remember to help my brother Fengchen in the next large-scale event. I've already said Lo. Just go find him directly after you improve your strength. Luo Jin said to Anhin. Don't worry. Boss, I have more than a dozen bone dragons. I don't just help brother Fengchen casually. Anhin laughed. Yai Fengchen is a top swordsman, and the #1 in the warrior category. He is a truly trustworthy friend. He couldn't take action openly. Yai Fengchen was the person he really recognized. He chose to improve Yai Fengchen to help Yai Fengchen, rather than directly improve Yai Fengchen's strength. Because of Yai Fengchen's character, this Fengchen brother is good at everything. But sometimes he is too upright and unwilling to accept my help for no reason. Luo Jin thought helplessly. However, it was precisely because of Yai Fengchen's character that he gained his recognition. If he was really like Anhin, Luo Jin would help a bunch of people. But he wouldn't want him to be his spokesperson on the surface. Don't be too arrogant. The opponent this time is far from easy to deal with. I have prepared other things for you, Luo Jin said suddenly. Luo Jin doesn't think the improvement of these bone dragons is really stable. After all, according to the information he received, the target of the Vatican announcement was Bai Shuyuan, who was well known among top players for his popularity. And Bai Shuyuan has been looking for help recently. Even if Bai Shuyuan is not mentioned, the Holy See still has other backups. And even with his status as a clone, it is impossible to know what the backups are. Although other top players will not form a small group with bounded interests like Bai Shuyuan, they will probably form a team with 2 or 3 friends, which is also a force that cannot be ignored. At the same time, the person Luo Jin fears the most is the guy named Luo Qiu. He didn't have an accurate judgment on Luo Qiu's strength, but he had a feeling. The clone from the Holy See last time couldn't defeat Luo Qiu. With the entrance of Luo Qiu and the Holy See, Luo Jin felt even more pressured. Dark Hen's strength is simply not enough. Even if brother Fengchen is willing to accept a little help from him, it's still not enough. If Luo Qiu could trust him as much as Fengchen did, then there would be no problem for him to simply help Luo Qiu. But how to say it? Luo Qiu looks good in all aspects, but he doesn't know why. But it's hard for him to really trust Luo Qiu. No. Boss. There's also. And Han was shocked after hearing this. His current combat power has already greatly expanded, and this needs to be improved. Does the boss want him to be the #1 player in this game? Don't forget it. Luo Jin gave Han a white look. Yes. Hey. And Han rubbed his hands and said expectantly. Chapter 409. The peak battle begins. Holy See. This is the core area of the Holy See. A towering tower that seems to reach straight into the sky without end. In the church, sunlight shines through the stained glass windows and onto the smooth marble floor, creating mottled light and shadow. Kara sat on an exquisitely carved chair, wearing a white robe and a towering angel's hat. Seemed sacred and inviolable. This image is completely different from the image of wearing shorts and masturbating at a food stall. The mission has been announced to the adventurer, and he is the person we carefully selected for the best arrangement. At this time, a bishop in white was reporting to Kara. Yes. It seems that you carried out the oracle very well. Kara smiled softly and showed her little tiger teeth. At this moment, there was a rush of footsteps in the hall. A figure broke into the sight of several people. This person is none other than Zhou Jing. You go down first. After seeing the person coming, Kara waved to the white-clothed bishop. Why should I take action against Luo Qiu? Didn't I agree to help him get rid of the shadow of darkness? Zhou Jing said loudly, regardless of whether the white-clothed bishop retreated. Originally, Zhou Jing's shouting was prohibited in the Holy See, but now Zhou Jing's clothes are the same as Karawini's god's clothes, and they are not qualified to care about it. So they retreated even more hurriedly, not wanting to hear anything they shouldn't hear. Zhou Jing, this is a church. Please calm down first. Iwini next to her said to Zhou Jing. That's right. We are helping him get rid of the shadow of darkness. Kara looked half smiling, looking at Zhou Jing with interest, showing her little tiger teeth and saying, she looks more like a little devil. I don't want to fight him directly. I'm willing to fight the forces that control him. Zhou Jing shook his head. Divine Envoy Zhou Jing. Don't you realize it yet? Your good brother Su Chen has embarked on an evil path. He has betrayed the teachings of the God of Light, and is addicted to the power of darkness. If you want to save him, you must first defeat him. He, Kara remained calm, and said slowly, betrayed the teachings of the God of Light. After hearing these words, Zhou Jing was a little lost. Kara was observing Zhou Jing's reaction, and when she saw Zhou Jing like this, an imperceptible smile appeared on her lips. Zhou Jing, I know what you are thinking. Kara didn't give Zhou Jing a chance to react and continued. I can understand your inner struggle, but you have to remember that everything you do is for Su Chen's good. You have to stand firm in your beliefs, and not be swayed by any emotions. The peak battle is about to begin. Zhou Jingshan. You have to work hard and remember the oracle. Kara said, striking while the iron is hot. I understand, Carla, and I will act according to the instructions of the oracle to help Su Chen get out of the control of evil. Zhou Jing was in a daze, and walked out of the church. An ancient city in ruins. Xiao Kongkong is returned from the dream world. He gained nothing from this line of work. The Lord of the Dream World confiscated all his gains, but released him. But at this time, Xiao Kongkong was still thinking about what the Lord of the Dream World said to him. Divine Seal. Control. Release. Xiao Kongkong murmured to himself. Tell you a secret. A secret about yourself. You have been given a divine seal. Although this divine seal has not controlled you for some reason. It may be because some conditions have not been met. But once you are satisfied, you will become a slave of this god, and you can no longer be released from it. These words were all spoken to him by the Lord of the Dream World. Originally, Xiao Kongkong didn't believe it at first. Moreover, this is just a game. Nothing to care about. But the Lord of the Dream World told him that although he didn't know why he was a special energy body, in fact, the world he came to, and the world where his body was located were real existences. Xiao Kongkong didn't want to believe it. But the words of the Lord of the Dream World were so true that he couldn't even quit the game. Only then did Xiao Kongkong know the importance of the matter. At that time, he kept asking the Lord of the Dream World how to relieve it. At first, the Lord of Dreams only said to let him find it by himself. But the Lord of the Dream World seemed to have something to do with the God of Thieves. For the sake of Xiao Kongkong inheriting the inheritance of the God of Thieves, he told him to look for something. Finding the spiritual realm can help you remove the divine seal. But you must do so before the divine seal is activated. After the Lord of the Dream World told him this information, he threw him out. Xiao Kongkong was a little resentful, hating that he had never thought about getting stronger before, but had an attitude of playing games with his life. Obviously this is a real game. But all I want to do is steal things and do some wool-gathering things. Although the Lord of Dream World did not tell him who gave him the divine seal, but from the memory of the dream, Xiao Kongkong clearly saw the scene of the siege of Shacheng. Who else could the siege of Shacheng be? Become stronger. Find the spiritual realm. Now Xiao Kongkong only has these two thoughts. A few days later, the game has announced that the peak battle of the large-scale event is about to begin, and the top 500 players on the peak list will be eligible to participate. As soon as this news came out, it immediately caused a shock in the game. Shocked. This game actually has a plan. It's been so long that I have forgotten what other activities there are in this game. What is this peak battle going on? Can anyone analyze it? The format of the competition has not yet been announced. Presumably because we do not want participants to prepare in advance. It seems that the first place will receive a very generous reward. I don't know who will get it. I'm optimistic about Luochio, the first person to win the solo record. Isn't this a humanoid boss? I am also optimistic about Luochio. Without explanation, one person is too strong in a guild group. There is absolutely no suspense in this game. It is just a benefit for boss Luochio. Who can beat him? Now, after many live broadcasts of Luochio's strength, he has basically become the first person to fight without rules. One sentence is very simple. Currently, there is no master who can single-handedly clear those top-level copies, let alone single-level records. It would be no exaggeration to say that Luochio has surpassed the definition of a player. It's simply unfair. Should anyone else be allowed to play? Just Luochio can play alone. Although I am in the top 500, I think this activity is not interesting at all. So I will not participate as Luochio's companion. It is strongly recommended to weaken Luochio. He is so powerful. So don't you just ignore the planning? Can players still weaken it? This is too bitter. You blame others for your own weakness. Right? But immediately, a war of words broke out. Originally, this kind of large-scale event was like a celebration. Although ordinary players cannot directly participate in the competition, the Players Guild's sense of honor is still very strong. Even if they don't join the big bosses of their own guild, they can still participate. If you get a good ranking or have any outstanding performance, it will be shown to the whole guild. After all, if the guild has big bosses, others will look down upon your guild. After a while, many posts about changing the competition system appeared on the forum. The first PK ceremony belongs to players. It is strongly recommended to turn it into a guild war. Guild war is a grand event for all. Not only the first 500 people can participate. Change the guild tournament joint book. Many posts are calling for the individual matches to be changed into guild battles. Most of the people who posted these posts were members of their own guilds, who had strong overall strength. Although Luochio's personal strength is strong, the Dawn Guild as a whole is average. If it were to be a guild team battle, no matter how strong Luochio's personal ability was, he would still not have an advantage in front of the top guild team. They posted one after another, trying to put pressure on the planners to change the competition system this time. Players have been clamoring for days. The peak battle is about to begin. And at this time, the rules of the competition are also issued. This pinnacle battle will be based on the balanced system of the pinnacle arena. When seeing this article, the players were excited again. It seems that the pressure on the planner has been too much these days. The planner failed to withstand the pressure and changed the rules. Based on the peak arena, Luochio is probably in trouble. If he is not strong enough to crush him, then Shu de Zhao Feng will target him. If we go by the requirements of the peak arena, it would be easy for Yi Fengchen to take first place. Luochio Du may not be able to beat Yi Fengchen in the peak arena. It's not unreasonable for Yi Fengchen to dominate the list for so long. He is a representative of the pinnacle of technology. The key is that Yi Fengchen has a good character and is popular. He has good relationships with many top players. Even if someone is targeting him, someone will help him. Compared to Yi Fengchen, Luochio's popularity among top players seems to be average. He was targeted but no one helped him. Under this competition system, the top 10 players in the current rankings all have a chance to win the first place. After all, it seems that they are fighting in team battles. The players thought that the planner could not withstand the pressure and changed the rules. Although the competition format was not changed, it finally did not make the game lose its suspense. From a visual point of view, even ordinary players find this wave to be a lot more exciting. After all, Luochio's personal strength is too outrageous. After balancing according to the peak arena, it becomes more suspenseful. Not only ordinary players, but also top guilds are more satisfied. Although it didn't change to the team battle they wanted, they could still accept it after balancing the arena. As a top guild, there are quite a few people in the elite group who are in the top 500. Luochio alone, even if he brings along the rotten fish and shrimps from the Dawn Guild, is not a big threat to them. Not to mention, Luochio has become the target of public criticism due to her popularity in the past few days. New World has not had such a national event for a long time, and this game has attracted a lot of attention. With such attention, once Luochio is defeated, he will become famous in one battle. So for the top guilds, their number one opponent has changed from Luochio to other top guilds. The pinnacle battle is about to begin. Players who are qualified to participate in the competition are asked to wait for the notification. At that time, the national live broadcast screen will be opened. The world announcement sounded again. Dawn Guild. It's all ready, Suchin said with a smile. The members of the Dawn Guild fighting this time are not very powerful. Except for Mephit, who recently joined Breaking Dawn. Everyone else is the original cast. Shinhu, Bingfeng, Tangfeng. We can only form a small team of 5 people. Several people nodded in agreement. At this time, a message was sent. It's demonic. Bai Shuyuan's team has been assembled. In addition to him and me, there are Luijian, Qianhui Knight, Guardian Star, and a guy named Traveler. It's really luxurious. Seeing Bai Shuyuan rely on this hidden mission, the lineup assembled is really strong enough. Bai Shuyuan himself is the #1 combat pastor. Luijian is the #1 archer. Shadow Dancer is the #1 assassin in Thousand Nights of Night. And Guardian Star is the #2 shield. This was the original lineup planned by Bai Shuyuan. But the Traveler was also dragged in. Su Chen also knew that Traveler was ranked 2nd in the category of mages, and was the only illusionist among the top 10 mages, which was extremely special. Coupled with the strength displayed by the demon, it has reached the top 3 levels of the warrior category. If it hadn't been for his appearance, Yai Fengchen, the #1 player in the original timeline, would have had no chance of winning against this tight-knit team. It's not that Yai Fengchen can't form a team, but this is a personal battle. Even very good friends will have disagreements when faced with the temptation of #1. So Bai Shuyuan relies on hiding S-level mission rewards to turn these people into his thugs. This is simply a BUG. The truly reliable teams are those top guilds. After all, the guild has signed a contract, and the president will decide in advance who the resources will be given to, and others will compensate. But a top guild usually only has 1 top expert leading the team. 2 top experts in the same guild are already considered too many. Even if there is a 3rd top player, the 3rd top player is basically ranked lower among the top players. 6 top players form a team, and the other 5 serve 1 person. This is a BUG. If the demon path hadn't been inserted in advance, it would have been a bit troublesome for him to gather 6 top masters. Thinking of this, Su Chen felt that his choice was a bit wise. Moreover, during the recent period, Su Chen also arranged for people to go to the Holy See to inquire about the situation. The Holy See has been really strange recently. Although the core area of the Holy See cannot be investigated, some miscellaneous information can still be obtained. Through the analysis of this information and the information obtained by the demonic path from the source of Bai Shu, Su Chen felt that since the Holy See had taken action this time, giving Bai Shuyuan a hidden mission was just a relatively simple method. I guess the Holy See has a backup plan, but I don't know what it is. This is the conclusion Su Chen came to. Therefore, it is still a correct choice to insert the demon channel as an undercover agent. After all, Bai Shuyuan received a hidden mission from the Holy See. If the Holy See had any backup plans, they might also inform Bai Shuyuan. You should cooperate with them well, and don't let them see an eye to on. If you have any important clues, look for an opportunity to send a message. After Su Chen gave the order to Yao Dao, he had no more contact with Yao Dao. After all, it is better to keep as few contacts as possible with undercovers to avoid being discovered. The peak battle has begun. Will it be teleported to the competition venue? At this time, all contestants have received messages from the system. Several people chose yes. Soon, everyone was teleported to a hall. This hasn't started the official competition yet. Just an explanation of the rules. Su Chen was not surprised at all. He had known this for a long time, and would not teleport the start of the game until the rules were explained clearly. The rules of the competition will be announced next. Please read them carefully. Magic Treasure Hunt, City Mystery. In the ancient city where magic and reality are intertwined, dusty treasures awaken together with ancient evil forces. For the sake of glory and wealth, all adventurers, please work together to uncover the mystery of the city. Peak goal, explore the city. Collect treasures. Defeat other players and the big boss in the city. Accumulate points. And strive to become the final winner. At the beginning, players will be teleported to a random location in the city. Players need to explore the city to find treasures and fighting opportunities. There are various resources distributed in the city, and players can collect and use them to strengthen themselves. Every 30 minutes, the city will undergo dynamic changes, and new resources and challenges will appear. Players can engage in PvP battles, and the winner can obtain part of the opponent's points. You can also earn points by interacting with the environment, such as solving puzzles and completing challenges. Points determine player rankings and rewards and activities. Special events will be triggered randomly during the event, such as the appearance of treasures and the arrival of boss, etc. Special events will provide participants with large amounts of points and rare rewards. There is a safe zone in the city for players to rest and recover. But being in the safe zone for a long time will result in reduced points to encourage players to continue exploring. In the final stage before the end of the event, all players will be gathered in the central area for the final battle. At this time, the hidden ultimate boss will appear, challenging all players present. After the event, players will be given rewards based on their points ranking, including unique equipment, rare props, honorary titles, etc. This competition rule is really a purely personal battle. It's nothing more than points. The one with the most points is the first place. It's so fancy. In addition to facing special times in boss, you also have to guard against players. It seems to be a common rule of PvE plus PvP. This rule is not bad for players who are not that strong in combat. They can choose to be the sixth player who only collects points without fighting and then hides in a place to ambush. If you want to be number one, it's not enough to be sixth in points. You have to rely on constant plunder. As soon as the rules of the game came out, the players started talking about it. In addition to the participating players present, other players also watched the simultaneous live broadcast. Not only is there an official live broadcast page, but some of the contestants are originally anchors. Their live broadcast traffic is simply several times or dozens of times higher than usual at this time. According to this rule, players are also betting on who will get the first place. And it's not just about guessing through words, but also about opening the market. Before this rule was announced, no one dared to open the market. After all, there was no suspense about Luo Chio's strength. When the balance rules appear, we dare to open the market. Su Chen didn't care about this, but looked at the contestants. A figure caught Su Chen's attention. Someone who did not appear in the original timeline appeared next to Yi Fengchen. That's the Dark Mark. How could an hen be with Yi Fengchen? Su Chen suddenly became alert. Su Chen originally cared about Yi Fengchen, because he was not only the winner of the Pinnacle Battle, but also the true winner of the title of Human Hero in the previous life. Chapter 410 Magic Square. Keychain. But what I cared about was always because Yi Fengchen was the original owner of the title of Human Hero. Regarding this peak battle, Su Chen felt that Yi Fengchen didn't pose much of a threat at all, because the timeline has changed. With the strong intervention of himself and the Holy See, Yi Fengchen was no longer able to fight against these two gangs. In this peak battle, Su Chen's opponents were the forces on the Holy Sea's side. The rest, including Yi Fengchen, the original number one, are just side dishes. But the timeline seems to have changed Yi Fengchen's life. After all, this Dark Mark did not originally appear beside Yi Fengchen. And judging from the way he was talking to An Hen, it was obvious that An Hen was teaming up with him this time. At the same time, because Su Chen and An Hen belonged to the same faction. With Su Chen's strength, it can be clearly felt that An Hen already exudes the aura of a strong man. This is even stronger than Darken's peak state in his previous life. This is very ambiguous. When it was clear that Yi Fengchen was no longer capable of competing for first place, a teammate suddenly appeared who was stronger than the original timeline. It seems that Yi Fengchen is quite lucky to be able to become a human hero. Become stronger when you encounter strength. This is the standard configuration for those with great luck. It was stronger than the original timeline and was directly implemented. I don't know what this thing is. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and glanced at Yi Fengchen's position. Originally, he thought that the human hero was already within his grasp. But now it seems that it is not that simple. This Yi Fengchen will not pass the timeline correction. Can he still be elected as a human hero? But time has proven that Yi Fengchen is simply not suitable for the position of a human hero. Why should the timeline be revised for him? It is true that Yi Fengchen was elected as the hero of mankind, and has been working conscientiously since the advent of the Great Age. At that time, powerful player groups had begun to enter an era in which one party became the hegemon. As a human hero, Yi Fengchen has mastered some of the core players. It's a bit like other players establishing various sects. And then Yi Fengchen becomes the leader of the martial arts alliance. Every time the player forces occupying one side are attacked by an army of monsters, Yi Fengchen always brings people to support them immediately. At the beginning, under Yi Fengchen's call, other forces were willing to come together to support. However, there will always be forces that choose to preserve their strength. And slowly, other forces will no longer support them. Only Yi Fengchen was left running around to rescue. Player forces all regarded Yi Fengchen's support as an obligation. And even later, some forces deliberately reserved their strength for Yi Fengchen to consume. The scattered human forces, basically only for defense, were slowly being encroached on by the monster army. Yi Fengchen has always had no complaints or regrets. Even though everyone was betrayed and separated from his family, he still fought on the front line. But in Su Qian's view, this behavior was simply stupid. When you have strength from the beginning, you should integrate the strength of the players. People all have selfish motives and desires. Yi Fengchen does not want human beings to have a civil war and chooses to tolerate and accommodate these people, which allows these people to expand their desires infinitely. Humanity has a chance to counterattack. After all, there are many capable and strange players among the players. After the advent of the Great Age, many people have received great opportunities. However, no discipline was formed from the beginning. These capable people and strangers joined the major forces and became involved in intrigues and internal strife. In the final analysis, Yi Fengchen is the biggest sinner of mankind in that situation. Apart from his good character, Yi Fengchen is absolutely useless. Even after the fate of the human race deepened, his strength could not support his reputation as the #1 human being. His procrastination and lack of decisiveness, as well as his inability to serve as the leader of humanity, caused the talent to be lost to the major forces. The title of human hero can give great bonuses to his subordinates, but under such circumstances, those talents have gone to major local forces. One can imagine how much of a failure Yi Fengchen, a human hero, must have been. Su Qian felt that by taking away human heroes, he was actually saving humanity. Except for his character, Su Qian can be said to be completely superior to Yi Fengchen in other aspects. If they were all integrated into the Su group from the beginning, there wouldn't be so much internal friction. Su Qian's management of players is completely opposite to Yi Fengchen's. His management of players highlights a human touch. Those who are willing to fight will fight, and those who are unwilling to fight will be protected by the Su group. However, you have to engage in logistics, and industries such as mining, collection and production also require a lot of labor. Isn't this 100 times better than Yi Fengchen's management method? Moreover, he is powerful, with enough power to complete the recruitment, and at the same time, he has enough power to protect him. But Su Qian is not a bad person. His recruitment was only aimed at the leaders of the forces in the previous life, who supported the military and respected themselves. Although Yi Fengchen was the one who took the blame, these people also shared the blame. For pure individuals, Su Qian will not force them, and whether they choose to join the Su group is entirely voluntary. All in all, Yi Fengchen is not worthy of being a human hero, and he has already decided on this title. At the same time, Bai Shiyuan also started flirting with several people he had secretly agreed with. Judging from the information on the demonic path, the Holy See has information such as maps, and Bai Shiyuan has shared this resource. The map also facilitates the team's quick assembly. After all, this is essentially a personal battle. There is no way to form a team and then teleport together. 500 contestants will be randomly teleported to a certain corner of the map. Even if those top guilds have 3 super masters, they may not be able to assemble all members without a map. But now, on the surface, Bai Shiyuan and his assembled teammates are still standing separately and not standing together. After all, the 6 of them, including Yao Dao, who has become famous recently, are still quite eye-catching. The 6 of them clumping together will cause other people to target them. Of course, Su Qian Bao will be targeted if he doesn't sign up for the group. Su Qian could feel hundreds of eyes scanning his body. After all, Luo Qiu's name is too shocking. After balancing, the overall strength of the Dawn Guild was mediocre, with no one in the top 100 except Luo Qiu. Only the newly joined Chen Shi was pretty good, and the other 3 were basically at the middle to lower level of the contestants this time. But even so, as long as Luo Qiu is in this team, everyone is still afraid of him. Su Qian didn't care much about these looks. He didn't pay attention to these people at all. If it weren't for the changes around Yi Fengchen, he wouldn't even pay attention to Yi Fengchen. The entrance is officially opened. At this moment, a huge circular portal opened in front. Let's go. Remember everything I told you, Su Qian said to several people. Bai Shiyuan had a map, and so did he, and it was more detailed than Bai Shiyuan's. After he ate the fruit of the Su Jiabao tree, his memory became clearer. The map he drew based on his memory even came with a guide, where there are treasure chests, what puzzles there are, and what challenges there are. Not only are they clearly marked, but the solutions are also announced. It can be called a Nani-level strategy. Don't worry, Brother Luo. We all know, Bing Feng replied softly. Just when Su Qian and his group were about to walk into the entrance, Su Qian suddenly stopped. There is a person wearing a robe and a mask who looks inexplicably familiar. That person is wearing special occlusion props, making it difficult to detect here. What's wrong? Brother Luo? Bingfeng asked softly. Nothing. Let's go. Suchen couldn't explain why he felt this way. Other players don't have to wait too much. After all, the points are fixed, and they can take advantage if they go first. Lights up with the transmission. Suchen had already appeared in a square. The square was covered with intricate magic runes, which shimmered under the faint magical light, making the whole square look even more mysterious. Teleported to the magic square. It doesn't seem too remote, Suchen thought to himself. At the same time, the location of other people is determined through spiritual transmission. You are relatively close to me. I will wait for you here. Come here. Suchen judged based on the positions of others that he was in a relatively central position. Of course, it's not that close to the center. In the main magic square, there happened to be a mechanism for solving puzzles and opening treasure chests. While waiting for them, he could open this mechanism first. In this map, the chat system is not completely banned. It's just that the chat system can only communicate with each other between contestants. Messages from the outside can't be sent in, and messages inside can't be sent out either. However, Suchen was not in a hurry to solve this mechanism, but caught a glimpse of the other corner of the square from the corner of his eye. There are two players standing there, and they are walking towards this side. Judging from the way they walk side by side, they either knew each other from the outside world, or they formed a temporary team even though they didn't know each other. At the beginning, there were indeed many players forming teams, but that was when there were no disputes of interest in the beginning. As the game progresses and more point treasures begin to appear, it is normal to backstab teammates. Suchen ignored them and continued to observe the magic patterns on the ground of the magic square. At this time, two people also came over. Brother Luoqiu. My name is Ying. I am a top 100 assassin, and he is also a top 100 mage. How about forming a team? The three of us can definitely be invincible together. Ying looked at Suchen and said, obviously these two people feel that after forming a team, their strength will not be much worse than Luoqiu alone. Therefore, when facing Suchen's address, he treated her as an equal. Suchen's pinnacle battle will be broadcast live in many aspects. Maybe in this place, there will also be cameras transmitted to the outside. Sorry, I have to go find our guild members, which is a bit inconvenient. Suchen forced out a warm smile and said to the two of them. Ying and the other person looked at each other, and a trace of displeasure flashed in their eyes. This Luoqiu was too disrespectful to them. Even though Luoqiu is stronger than them, there are two of them who have balanced attributes. Moreover, they are both top 100 level masters. If the two of them work together, Luoqiu will not be able to bear it. Right? In that case, let's go to other places first. But the two didn't just fall out like that. After all, Luoqiu's strength still makes them a little afraid. There is nothing to gain now, and they don't want to conflict with Luoqiu from the beginning. The two turned and left. But just as he turned the corner, Ying stopped. Luoqiu seemed to be planning to solve the mystery just now. Just wait here while I hide and take a look. It's okay if he can't figure it out, but I think he's quite confident. If he figures it out, we have a good chance of winning in a sneak attack on Luoqiu, Yang said to his companions. Luoqiu didn't give them face just now. They already held a grudge, but they just let it go because there was no conflict of interest. But now there is a conflict of interest, and it just happens that the old and new grudges are settled together. Game. There are so many people who overestimate their abilities. The actions of the two people were naturally noticed by Suchen, and he shook his head helplessly. But he didn't intend to slow down his progress because of these two people. After all, I don't know what kind of backup the Holy See has. Moreover, the changes that occurred around Yifengchen also made Suchen a little concerned. The points that can be collected will naturally not be hindered by ants. Suchen's eyes came to the ground. This was a complex magic figure that required the correct sequence of magic runes to be solved. Suchen took a deep breath, sorted the magic runes announced in his memory, and combined them. If there were no Su family fruits, I would really not be able to remember such trivial things. But the Su family fruit is like a key, opening the memory stored in the memory palace and taking it out completely. Suchen gently touched the runes, feeling the weak vibrations and energy flow between them. After debugging in his memory, he finally found the correct rune sequence. There are changes all around. A treasure chest slowly rose from the ground. Ying, who was just looking at it, didn't expect that Luoqiu really figured it out. He immediately called his companions and prepared for a sneak attack on Luoqiu. Before Su Chen could get close to the treasure chest, Yi Ying, who was hiding in the shadows, finally took action. The sharp blade attacked Luo Chio's back. Hit! Yi Ying was overjoyed. But something doesn't feel right. Is it an afterimage? Yang exclaimed. Phew! Before he could react, a spear had already stabbed him. Due to the systematic balance, although this attack dealt a weak point attack and a critical hit, it still didn't kill him instantly. But Su Chen immediately took another shot and killed him with 2 consecutive shots. You are always on guard. So despicable. Yi Ying roared unwillingly. Su Chen sighed. He had been a good person for a long time, and all kinds of birds could jump in front of him. He can make sneak attacks and make others take precautions. But he can actually be said to be despicable. When this person joins the Su group in the future, just send him to the most difficult place to mine. Su Chen made a note of Yi Ying. Su Chen glanced at another place, and Yi Ying's accomplice saw the look in Su Chen's eyes and immediately ran away in fright. He is not familiar with Yi Ying, and he is a teammate who can backstab him at any time. So he will not help Yi Ying avenge him. Besides, between Yi Ying and him, how could he be Luo Chio's opponent when Yi Ying was like this? At the same time, this scene was also broadcast live by the outside world. In fact, all of the 500 contestants were live broadcasting with them. It's just that the main page only has the most popular ones. For the rest of the contestants, you can also view the tracking angle by entering the contestant ID. Luo Chio's popularity is naturally one of the several large screens on the homepage. This Yi Ying is a real villain, but luckily Luo Chio is on guard against him. Luo Chio is really good. He is ranked around the top 100. Yi Ying seems to be higher than Luo Chio, and can play so easily. Luo Chio was attacked by a sniper, so he didn't fight him. Luo Chio even secretly hit him in the middle of the night a while ago. In this battle, I feel that only those in the top 3 levels can compete with Luo Chio. Luo Chiochi, can you keep a low profile and beat up a 90-year-old Yi Ying? Don't you care about why Luo Chio is so good at solving puzzles with magic? I read it just now, and it's actually not difficult. You can solve it by just going to the Kingdom Library and reading magic books. Boss Luo Chio is so powerful, yet people still read books and study, which is shameful. Those watching Luo Chio's live broadcast were having a heated discussion about what happened just now. But at this time, Su Chen didn't pay much attention to what just happened. Instead, he looked at the treasure chest. Open. The keychain contains multiple keys of different shapes, which can open treasure chests or doors hidden in the city. Magic Treasure Hunt City Mystery Limited. Got it. Su Chen put the keychain into his pocket. This is a limited item for the Magic Treasure Hunt City Mystery event. It cannot be stored in a backpack or taken out for use. This keychain is very useful. Some treasure chests and doors can be opened by solving puzzles or challenges. Others must be opened with a key. There are 3 keys in this keychain, which means that you can open 3 treasure chests or doors. Player Luo Chio opens the scene treasure box and gets plus 10 points. There is also a general tip. This is a points game. Getting a good start with 10 points is not bad. By this time, Ding Feng had already arrived at the magic square. There is a map after all. After these 2 people arrived, Su Chen told Mephit, Chen Hu and Tang Feng to stay away. Find a place nearby and explore first. I took the Ice Wind with me and slowly found them through exploration. After all, this is a full-view live broadcast. It would be too fake if everyone found him. They were asked to drive in their own direction because their positions were too scattered, and it would take a long detour to explore and find them on their own. It is enough for one person to come here, and others will slowly follow the way to find it. No rush either. In this game, you can turn on the audio during the event. It's not that difficult to actually get together as a team. Anyway, they have the map given by Su Chen to get some points within their capabilities. As for the attitude towards players, it is to hide if you can. After all, except for Mephit, the other 3 people are all in the middle or lower level in terms of strength. Let them participate purely to occupy the top 3 spots. The rewards for the top 3 are all very important, and it is very important not to fall into the hands of outsiders. Of course, Chen Hu, the 3 of them, were of average strength, so I really didn't expect much from them. After all, he still has 2 reliable people under his command, Mephit and Yao Dao. Even if Yao Dao has gone undercover, he only needs to kill Bai Shuyuan and the others, leaving Yao Dao and his team with people whose points are not as high as Yao Dao. That way it won't arouse any suspicion, and at the same time, it will capture the top 3 spots.